playing Valo for a minute. Okay. And I was like in the middle of reacting to. Oh yeah, and fucking this guy came up and I was like, no thank you. I'm like trying to find the moment it happened.
Pediatric care. I had no idea what to do, and I actually ended up going with.
Alright, turn it up on my end.
Not because I didn't.
Like, I'm trying to find the moment where I found out.
I'm getting caught up with this Jesse. Like, hold that thought, Nick.
Yeah.
I need to see, like, what's going on with Iron Mouse. Like, what?
Like, I was, like, right in the moment, like right here.
Older clips of Jesse.
Yeah, I was in the middle of watching a Nick Crowley video right here.
Videos were all posted as if they were from Jesse's perspective.
And God, the camera was so different.
Weird.
Wonder if I could change the perspective once I don't know, maybe this camera will be better.
Weird.
The more unlikely this whole train of thought becomes.
That's actually
you'll soon start to realize.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, but
that Jesse was the one posting.
Yeah, this Jesse story like was upsetting.
What did he do then? Is he like missing for?
Yeah,
but they said he was missing.
Okay.
When using older clips of Jesse. It seems possible at first, but these videos were all posted as if they were from Jesse's perspective.
Okay, I'm trying.
Had no semblance of a career in entertainment.
Weird.
They were being shared to help promote search efforts for him, as there's not a single mention of him being missing throughout.
Yeah.
Left Vshojo?
Yeah, that was like the moment.
What's happening?
That was like the moment, like, cause I was like right in the middle of this fucking true crime, scary deep dive on this like nasty guy, and freaking my best friend like texts me, "Oh yeah, Iron Mouse quit Vshojo." That was like such a crazy moment in time for me. Like, bruh, that was, I don't know what to fucking think about that moment and what. It was just so crazy. I was like, bro, are you serious? But yeah, no. So now we're going to be reacting to how it all went down. So let me just double check. Hey, we good? We good? And I need to have my phone ready too. All right, we're going to go straight into it. And I'm going to stay in the reactor room.
1st, 2025, Iron Mouse, one of the biggest VTubers on the planet.
I was there.
And without prior warning, post this video titled "Why I Left Vshojo."
I was there. It was only up for an hour when I went on there. I was there, Muujin, in that moment. I proved it. And I like reacted right away. I didn't react to the Shrek TV because I don't know. It felt weird to react to the Shrek TV at the time. Here, let me. Okay, sorry. I need a real quick. Real quick, need to get on my phone because that's how I do it, because I'm not rich and have multiple tablets right now. Because I need to see. Make that low. All right. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna react to this and then we'll get to the
one of the most iconic and recognizable agencies in the industry that she's been with since 2020. So
yeah,
5 years now. It would be in this video that she reveals to the world for the first time ever that Vshojo had stolen over $500,000 from her that were meant to go to a charity.
That's
Something
crazy.
That even a comic book supervillain wouldn't think of doing. But it only got worse from here. Soon enough, you'd have previous and current talents of Vshojo, as well as some other very prominent VTubers in the industry, reveal to us how Vshojo was behind the scenes, how they were mistreated, and how this once iconic company was nothing more than a facade, hiding behind it an extremely toxic...
Yeah, it was like such a crazy revelation, like when it all came crashing down, because I had... Like I said, when I was first reacting to it, I was already in the middle of reacting to Nick Crowley. So I reacted to Iron Mouse and then I went right back to Nick Crowley and I kind of like let it sit for a minute. But it was insane, like how much shit was going on in the company. I was legit in shock that they were doing this much scummy practices like behind the scenes. It is insane that it's been hidden for this long. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? I don't understand like how they were able to like hide it for this long. It's just insane to me.
And disastrous management that was leading it. But some of these crazy revelations, these bombshells that these VTuber talents were telling us, occurred years ago, making us revisit past controversies and incidents that this company...
Yeah, Nyan, I remember the controversy with Silvervale, and I know people have their gripes about the Hogwarts legacy, whatever. Here's my opinion. The game is a separate entity. Harry Potter is a separate entity from J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling is a fucking idiot, a turfing idiot that is all about gay rights, but it is weird about trans women specifically. And yeah, she's a freak, and I don't support anything she says. The same way none of the actors from Harry Potter support. Like, most of the actors that originally play Harry Potter don't respect her either. So that should tell you right there. Like, I try not to let my memory of the franchise be stained because the author's a bad person, you know? If people can listen to Michael Jackson still and listen to fucking P. Diddy's music or fucking all this other music and be okay, then, you know, I think I'm allowed to like enjoy Harry Potter, you know? People can enjoy their media. If people can enjoy their media despite the bad people, like, I hear people still watch like the Woody Allen's movie, and he like did awful things, I believe, right? So it's like, I don't know, it's just such a weird thing that, because people assumed that like J.K. Rowling this would somehow hurt J.K. Rowling, but it's like, no, dude, you're hurting the people who worked on the game, you know, if you were to do it. But then you just bring attention to it and more people bought it. So I don't know, that's just my personal opinion of it. I support trans people. I support they, thems. I support any person that feels like they're not seen by society. And I just, unfortunately, a terrible person's connected to a property, a pop culture like icon that's been around for years. And unfortunately, she just could not shut the fuck up.
Was in and see it from a completely different perspective now with this new added context. This is why...
Oh, I lost the fucking... Okay, yes. So, Hogwarts Legacy. Silvervale was, like, trying to play Hogwarts Legacy, and, like, freaking Vshojo would not freaking, like, help her out when she was getting, like, tons of fucking hate for it. I was like, bro, what the hell? Like, I was very confused, like, why no one was standing up for her. And, you know, it's just kind of crazy that the company just let her, like, get flooded with hate and then just fucking let her quit. And they lost one of their big, like, she was one of the big ones. She was one of the first, like, people to join Vshojo. So that's why that was fucking crazy to me.
In order to truly understand the depth of this catastrophe, I had no choice but to go back to the absolute beginning, even before Vshojo was founded, even talking about the origins of its CEO, Gunrun. And this 2-hour video is the result of that. We're going to be going through all the major lows and highs of Vshojo, all the way to its very violent and sudden death. I say this with no exaggeration.
Jesus Christ.
This is the biggest VTuber-related controversy in history.
Yeah.
And it's not even close. So, without further ado,
yeah,
let's...
It's up there with the Niji Sanji one for Selene. I have to say, it is definitely up there with the Niji Sanji one for Selene, because this is like one of those like dramas that everyone, like VTuber dramas that like hit the mainstream. Like VTuber drama kind of stays in the VTuber sphere for a minute, but then you'll have moments like this and moments like Niji Sanji where it like everyone hears about it. Everyone's talking about it. And it's like, damn, bruh, that's crazy.
Talk about it. The dot-com crash was a catastrophic financial incident that took place in the US around the year 2000.
Jesus Christ. Mugen, you're gonna make me feel old. I was alive during that time. Some of your fans weren't even alive during that time. That's crazy. Bruh. I am like hag maxing so hard right now. Jesus Christ. I was like, fuck, I think I was like starting kindergarten during that time. Yeah, I was in kindergarten. I mean, I was alive, but I was like a kid.
You see, the World Wide Web had been introduced in the early 1990s, and
Jeez.
early adopters would quickly understand that this was going to change life as we know it.
Bro, you're going like way back. What the fuck? Like, I'm here waiting to hear about like the beginning. What, is Gunrun that fucking old? Was he like putting together like PCs in like fucking those old MacBooks or some shit, bro?
All of a sudden, the word internet held a lot of weight. I mean, this was going to change the world. So obviously, if a company was going to operate on
Bill
that internet,
Gates,
then it was going to be a part
you're
of
definitely
this
on the
new
list,
order
bro.
that stands to be very profitable. This is when investors would decide to throw stacks of cash at any company claiming to operate on the internet. There was truly no need to dive into any specifics about how they were operating, their costs, and how they planned to make money. Just the fact that they were on the internet meant that they were going.
Okay, Muujin, how is this fucking connected to Vshojo? I'm sorry. I know I'm gonna let him cook, but how is this connected to Vshojo, bro?
To be successful because this was going to change the world. Soon enough, the word internet would lose all meaning, becoming a buzzword like AI is in 2025. If a company claims to have AI in their product, then their stock skyrockets in a day. It's ridiculous. And so, after years of you
Really? Is it really that crazy right now? You just put AI and stuff and that's it? It's kind of sad. Fucking bro. I know AI is like not all bad, but bruh, it's kind of I just I think AI has just been tainted. It's one of those things where it's like it's tainted now. Like the word is so tainted. My first instinct is like I just want to hiss at it. Away! Get away from me! Away, you foul beast! That's what I want to say to whenever I see something with AI. I'm like
and investing in anything internet related, investors would realize at the end of 2000 that many of these businesses weren't even generating any revenue. They literally had no way to make money. So everyone started panic selling at the same time, causing the bubble to literally burst. The majority of these companies went extinct and very few survived. This would actually be quite similar to what happened with live streaming websites, although on an extremely smaller scale and not affecting any global financial institutions.
Oh,
I mean, have you ever heard of the website BattleCam?
BattleCam? I'm trying to think if I remember anything. I don't know that. I don't think so. I remember the butterfly website. I'm looking back to my like past in my Eldridge age, bro. Let me hag maths a bit. I remember MySpace a lot. I went on MySpace all the time, and bro, I actually kind of want to see if my MySpace account still exists, if I can still get access to it, because God, I don't even remember what it would be like anymore, if I could even remember my fucking password. But I wasn't I'm trying to think, because I remember I went on Gaia Online sometimes when I was younger. What else was there? I didn't really go. I remember there was like chat roulette. Like, I don't know why. My friend was obsessed. Like, one of my ex-friend, she was obsessed with going on chat roulette, and she wanted to go on there a lot, and I'm like, bro, I don't like going on there because there's always dicks, and we were underage. We were like so underage. Like, these guys were like showing dicks to like fucking, I think like I was like 14 and she was like, I think she was like 13 at the time. So yeah, we were just getting like yeah, those guys should be catching cases in my opinion. But I don't know why we were on there. Like, my friend was obsessed with like going on places where it was like random webcams, and I didn't like it because I didn't like being on camera already as a kid, because my mom instilled in me that like not to show myself on to the internet. So I was really weird about like showing my face off to the camera, you know? Oh, why am I not moving? Let me double check my girl. Sorry, I'm I'm looking technical difficulties. Let me double check my girl. You alive? You alive? Okay. Oh, I was scared for a second. But yeah, it was just such a weird thing that we did. It was one of those things that, like, just bad memories. A lot of things with her was bad memories. She was one of my toxic ex-friends that I dropped. I got many stories for that bitch.
Well, that's normal, but don't bother Googling it because it doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
Jesus.
But at the time when it was founded in the early 2000s, it had a proper community and a sizable amount of streamers.
Really?
Against each other in challenges in order to win cash prizes.
I know.
And while the majority of things related to this website were lost to history, one of the only things we still have left is a clip of Keemstar crying when he was shown a picture of how bad his balding had become.
What?
And speaking of Keemstar, in this now very infamous clip, he would start off his rant saying, I'm on Block TV with my hands up, referring to yet another streaming website that was lost to history. In the early 2000s, there were so many of these, but unfortunately, 99% of these websites would cease to exist.
Right now I'm watching, hello there. Marvelous 1216. Right now, Mooj is giving me a history lesson on streaming, I guess. I'm looking into the oh, I'm good. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just reacting to this this video about the rise and fall of Vshojo right now, and afterwards I'm going to be playing Witch's House. I've gotten pretty far in it because I'm doing the challenge where I don't save. So, and yeah, that's gonna be my night. So, but right now we're looking into this and how Mujin's gonna summarize like the rise and fall of Vshojo after the Vshojo controversy. And right now he's giving me a fucking like lesson on streaming and early internet. I'm like, bro, I'm old. You're making me feel so fucking old talking about this shit because I remember saying this kind of shit when I was a kid.
And many would be lost to history, except one in particular.
Yeah.
Justin.tv.
Oh,
in the year 2007.
Twitch's old name.
Justin Khan. But initially, you couldn't even stream on the website. Only Justin could.
The game. Witch's House is basically a RBG. Oh my god, I cannot talk right now. A RPG horror maker game, or RPG maker horror game that was made a long time ago, and it's just if you want to like hear like the real plot of the game, I would suggest going on a old YouTube video for Witch's House and stuff, because I'm not going to play the game for the plot. I'm playing the game for the challenge to try not to die, because the vanilla version of the game is very interesting and very cool and dark and stuff. So that's probably the best way to experience that game, I would say, for your first time, or play it yourself. I think there's still free versions. I'm not sure. I know it's not too expensive on Steam, but it's pretty fun if you want to play it for the immersion and the darkness. But I'm playing it because I have an ego and I want to try to beat the game without saving. And that is my ego. But right now I'm just, yeah. So we'll get to that eventually. I'm only 4 minutes in this thing. Okay, I gotta.
Its entire purpose was centered around
focus.
Justin and him live streaming his entire life. He called it life casting.
Today,
we call it IRL streaming. And when I say he would stream everything, I mean it. I mean, this is him sleeping right here. And during this interview, he's literally live with his apparatus that he made himself. Eventually, this trend of live casting would catch on, and Justin TV would allow anyone to create an account and broadcast themselves live to, well, a group of strangers.
Damn, it's so weird seeing this.
Anyone's expectations in 2011.
Because I was nowhere near this. Because I don't think Justin TV was a popular thing on YouTube. So it's like so weird to see it grow and be what it is now, Twitch.
Come up with a decision that would change everything forever. The creation of Twitch.tv, a separate website from Justin.tv that was not only centered on just live streaming, but more specifically centered on live streaming video games.
Yeah,
on, after Twitch
that's what we're gonna do later.
The best way I could describe how the website functioned was more like a Discord server, in the sense that everyone kind of knew each other. Everyone knew who the most prominent streamers were, but more importantly, Twitch staff was very approachable.
Wow, Mujin's really going into like the history. Like, what the hell, bro? Like, did he just... He's really going deep in it. I know Vshojo wasn't a company for that long. Was Gunrun like a Justin TV streamer or something? Is that why?
They'd always be in someone's chat, making the streamers feel like they were really part of a community. And at the time, what really differentiated Twitch from other websites was their global emotes. You could use these in any streamer's chat and you wouldn't have to pay a single thing. But what was really interesting here is that many of the early emotes were inside jokes that only people on the website would understand. One form of these inside jokes was creating emotes out of Twitch staff in funny pictures, like this one right here by the name of Anele. This was one of the earliest employees at Twitch. And another emote that you'd find that was based on a staff member as well was the gun.
Okay, Mujin, I let you cook. Okay, Mujin. I see now. I see you now, Mujin. I see what you are cooking.
What made this emote special is that whenever you saw a streamer encounter some sort of technical difficulty, the chat would start spamming it as a way to summon Gunrun himself, the staff member that the emote was based on. He was seen as a genius who understood live streaming like no one.
Not bad, the game. Oh, yeah, it has a black cat. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It has the black. It does have a black cat in there. Is it a girl with blonde hair? Because it'll be one girl with blonde hair and the girl with purple hair, I believe, and that will be the game. But yes. It does have a cat. I will say that, and I won't say more if you do want to play it without spoilers. But I'm not gonna talk to the cat or go into the lore. So, and it's not the vanilla game, so it's probably perfect for you to play if you want to.
One else. In fact, when Business Insider went to Twitch to visit their office and create an article on the people who work there, the first image you're greeted with when you click on the article is Gunrun himself.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. Okay, Muchin. Okay. Music? I'm not really picky, I would say. Sorry. It is really... Sorry, my stream lag is crazy. I need to like fix that one day. That needs to be like my next thing I fix. My favorite music genre, you're gonna hear this hella late, sorry. I like a little bit of everything. I should just say what I don't like. I don't like country. I'm trying to think. And maybe just maybe like pop, like super pop, you know? I don't know. I sometimes listen to pop. I can't lie. I think country. Yeah. It's the only one that's the only one I really don't like. That's the only genre I really can't really stand. I can't stand is country because yeah, I know the stream lag's bad. Sorry. I know. I'm sorry. It's one of my things to fix. I don't stream that often, but when I do, yeah. But yes, I would definitely say country is my least favorite because I just didn't grow up around the culture of country, and eventually when I like went out to listen to music of my own, whenever I listen to it, it just sounds so bad. And people who love country, they try to get me to listen to it, and I'm like, sorry, no, get this toilet noise out of my ear. I cannot listen to it. So if I had to choose like my top 5 favorite genres of music, like top 5, I guess 5 I would put techno. No, 5 I would put pop music. I would put pop music at 5. I would put techno at right before pop at 4. At 3, I would probably put what would 3 be? Probably classical. I'd probably put classical for 3 because I like how relaxing it is. And 2, I would put like I would probably put like metal for 2. And for 3, or I mean for 2, and for number 1, I would probably put like punk rock. I fucking love punk rock. Punk rock, metal, alternative rock, like it's all the same for me. I fucking love all those. Grunge. I fuck so hard with that genre. It's just it makes my emo girl. It makes my emo girl heart sing. But yeah, those are my favorite genres. Okay, I'm only 6 minutes in this video. I need to like focus.
Smiling. This is how Business Insider would describe him, saying, Justin the Gunrun Ignacio went from esports fanboy to streaming guru by the time he was 21. Twitch hired him out of college to help run thousands of simultaneous video streams. And
what the hell? So Gunrun was like in the system like from the very beginning. That's crazy.
Tournaments. In 2013, Forbes named Ignacio in its 30 under 30 games list.
Oh my god.
No big deal. This guy was just kind of a genius. He'd be single-handedly helping Twitch run these massive streams of hundreds.
And then he, like, wow. And he lived long enough to become the bad guy. That's crazy.
Hundreds of thousands of viewers watching tournaments from Dota 2 and League of Legends, for example. And additionally, he was in the Forbes 30 under 30 list for 2014, which is a list made up of 30 people who are under the age of 30 that have been a huge influence in their respective industry. Not bad for a 21-year-old. But if that wasn't enough, he was also taking Justin Khan's vision to the next level, creating a backpack filled to the brim with technology.
Oh my god, this guy was like ahead of it, Jesus.
With no interruptions. He called it the Gunrun IRL backpack. Overall, as time would go by, Twitch and its staff would get a lot of attention. Forbes would be calling it the ESPN of video games. It seemed unstoppable. So much so that even Amazon took notice and eventually
that's
bought the
crazy.
for $970 million on August 26, 2014.
2014, dang, they were really ahead of it. My goodness.
Culture centered around staff and streamers, transforming it into a very corporatized company. After this buyout, Gunrun would keep working at Twitch for the next few years. He would also keep developing his Gunrun IRL backpack and would create the company Unlimited IRL.
You really what?
These backpacks straight up.
Gunrun, what happened? You were like there, bro. You were like the grandfather, bro. You like created like all this stuff, and you like were one of the first. And he created a Vshojo company, bro. What the fuck happened, dude? How did you let it get this bad?
To streamers who want to stream IRL with high quality and no interruptions. And while I'm sure his life was going good and he was achieving things that he found fulfilling, there would come a time where his life, and pretty much almost every human's life, would change forever, making many of us divert to places that we never thought we'd end up in. And that would be none other than the COVID 2020 pandemic.
Oh,
pandemic,
so going
that for many, in order to stay sane to some degree, they had to keep themselves entertained.
Right, the big boom
through the internet. This completely skewed the numbers on so many things.
Yeah.
An example, launching at the end of 2020 and getting so many players that it had made over $1 billion in under 6 months.
That's
but
crazy.
The only thing that would go up in numbers substantially. Entertainment of all kinds would skyrocket, including streaming. This also included a fairly new genre of streaming, which was VTubing. You see, the pioneer of VTubing was none other than Kizuna Ai.
The grandmama. She was one of the first. She was the first of her kind.
Kizuna Ai was actually a person, except that person was using a virtual avatar to express themselves.
I remember when people lost their shit when she came out. It was crazy.
She wasn't just a streamer. She could sing and she could perform. She behaved like an idol, and the expectations of an idol were laid upon her shoulders. But for years to come after 2016, VTubing would really remain a very Japanese-centric form of entertainment. This would change in 2020 when many content creators and, well, many people in general would start using VR chat in order to combat isolation. Seeing so many people express themselves through avatars would make the idea of a VTuber way less
I still can't get behind VR, bruh. I mean, I'm sure it's a cool community and all that, but bro, I can't get into it at all. It's just not my thing. It's just not my thing, bruh. It's not my thing.
Than it used to be. This would contribute to how VTubing would start to all of a sudden blow up beyond proportion.
Yep.
Of course, the ones that would benefit the most and the quickest would be the two biggest VTuber corporations on the planet, both based in Japan and already possessing a big established roster. They would go by the names of Hololive and Nijisanji. They were absolutely
oh, how times have changed. How times have changed.
dominating streaming in ways that people could have never imagined. And to give you an idea of just how much VTubing had blown up, when Nijisanji first went public on the Japanese stock market, it was valued at $1.1 billion.
That's crazy.
Yes, a VTuber agency valued at $1.1 billion.
Look at all those people. That is crazy to me.
Was very hard to ignore at that point. So much so that even popular streamers that would have never delved into this before.
Yeah, I remember when people got mad when Pokimane wanted to try to VTube, and they like got hella mad at her. I was like, bro, I think it's because back then, being a VTuber was more niche, and they thought, oh, Pokimane is like moving in on our niche and we don't like it. And I think that was why people kind of rejected her from becoming a VTuber. I think if she were to try to become a VTuber nowadays, she wouldn't really care. People wouldn't really care as much because VTubing is way more mainstream now. But I don't know. It is what it is.
Saw the potential and tried to do some VTubing themselves, trying to snatch a piece of that pie. Look, it was safe to say that by that point, there was global demand for VTubers. It wasn't centered on Japan anymore. And while it was really exciting, it also kind of came with a problem.
Yeah.
Ever since Kizuna Ai, VTubers were seen like idols. So these Japanese idol expectations came with being a VTuber when you worked for these two corporations. This meant that they owned everything, even your model.
Yep.
If you were to graduate, which is a Japanese idol way to say retire, then you wouldn't get to keep your model. You would lose your entire identity because it belongs to the corporation. Additionally, it was cool to see these corporations expand to English-speaking talent.
Yeah.
But even though this industry was blowing up, there was no real agency in the West. Gunrun would see this as clear as day, which is why on November 24th, 2020, he would announce the creation of the talent agency Vshojo, a San Francisco-based VTuber talent agency with its main goal.
Probably one of the smartest things that he done, and he fumbled, bro. He was there at the beginning of like when English VTubing was really taking off. He was there at the very beginning. And what did he do? He fumbled, man. And it's like, bro, how can you like fuck over so many people for so long? Okay, I'm sure he'll get right into it. There's like 2 hours of this.
Allowing any talent that chooses to leave the company in the future to retain their full IP and model, as well as their brand in general. He would co-found this company with Mountain Dew, who was a content creator, and would hold the post of Chief Marketing Officer at Vshojo, and Daniel Sanders, which would be their third and final co-founder. He would hold the position of Chief Operating Officer and would sometimes...
How did these three stooges fuck things up?
What really made Vshojo special was the fact that their founding members were already very well established in the VTubing community as VTubers. This was completely different from corporations like Nijisanji and Hololive, with every talent starting from scratch with a new identity when they were hired there. Here you had 7 very prominent VTubers carrying over their identity into Vshojo.
I remember all of them when they first started.
The founding members were Nyaners, Zentreya, Iron Mouse, Silverveil, Project Melody, Apricot Fruit, and Himehajime. A few months later, they would also add Vebe to their roster, another independent VTuber with a substantial community. This wasn't just another VTuber agency. This was one that had the potential to not only revolutionize the VTubing industry as we knew it, but to also compete head-to-head with the big two, which were Hololive and Nijisanji, without being a Japanese corporation. And I mean, why wouldn't they? They had the genius Forbes 30 Under 30 CEO.
Yeah, I am. But thing is, it's kind of weird to play songs when I don't know what music clashes on here, and I'm not going to play songs when I play my horror games. You know, it just depends on the situation. Like, say if I was drawing or maybe even playing Valo, that would be a moment to have music on for myself. But if it's like, say, right now, I'm trying to react to this video, I'm not gonna put music on because he might play something that clashes with it. And sorry, I'm trying to like right now I'm trying to listen to like how this all fell apart because my god, I'm just very shocked. I'm still very shocked that Gunrun like had this all set up perfectly. He had all the best VTubers he could have had in his arsenal, and he decided to fuck it up so hard.
And they had top tier talent, some of the best in the industry. It normally should have been smooth sailing from here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, barely a year after being established, Vshojo would face a monumental controversy that would significantly stain its reputation in the VTubing industry. Nuxtaku.
Oh, they're going into this! Holy shit! Oh my god, that's right. I totally forgot about this one. Oh god, yeah, Nux. Ugh. I was like so neutral with Nux for the longest time, but now he's like grifting for the right now. He's like really playing into like a right-wing grifter. And he's Canadian! He keeps talking about like American politics. Like, bro, do you have your own politics to talk about? Why do you care? Like, bruh, stay in your own lane, bro. I think that's what pisses me off the most. He's being a right-wing grifter, but he doesn't have to deal with the fallout of it at all. He's in his safe little house in Canada. If he really fucked with America so hard, he would move here and deal with the bullshit going on. But no, he won't move here because it's a lot easier staying in fucking Canada, I bet. Like, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. I used to like, oh, sorry. I'm reading your thing now. I was just reacting to sorry. I get it. I meant more like after the video as you react to music too. Oh, reacting to music. That's what you mean. I don't know. I never thought about reacting to music. I like all kinds of music, but I'm not one to like, I don't know. Music is like a one-on-one, you know? That's kind of where I am with it. It's more of a one-on-one thing with me. And if I fuck with it, I fuck with it. I mean, unless like fucking, I don't know, Kendrick Lamar and fucking Drake, you know, beef again. But I hear Drake's like suing the reactors right now, which is crazy to me. But that's another subject altogether. But yeah. Freaking Nux, man. I don't know what happened. Cause see, right there, Canadian American I guess. But I don't know. I'm into so many different genres of music. I don't even know where I would start with reacting to music. Like, yeah. Yeah, maybe next time, bro. Maybe next time. Just I have my plans. I have a set time. I have to work tomorrow, so I can't go down a rabbit hole when I'm kind of set with this. Maybe I'll consider doing it. Just yeah. I appreciate the suggestion. Just it's because like I said, music is very like one-on-one with me kind of thing, you know? I get it. Oh, there are a lot of other reactors who react to music too, and I get that. I do. I just I mean, I don't know, maybe I'll react to some music, but it's just hard for me because it's like I'm not into like a lot of Western stuff. I'm like, I don't know, I'm kind of doing my own thing with my music right now, so it's like, yeah, that's where I'm at with it right now. All right, anyway, going back to the subject. Okay, I'm gonna stick to the subject now. Okay, so appreciate the suggestion, but I want to stick to the subject of Vshojo and like next Taku and why he's, I don't know, was he the bad guy in this situation? Because I don't know if they like revealed if like something else happened in the situation. Maybe Mugen will talk about it. But bro is grifting now, and he's not a good person at all. Like he's definitely like he smells where it's green and he goes for the bag. That's basically what he does. He'll take advantage of any situation. I used to like his commentary on anime, but he stopped doing that and just started like just doing a bunch of random shit with random people, and now it's like, I don't know, it's weird.
Is a content creator turned VTuber that heavily benefited from the VTuber boom of the pandemic.
Yeah, he did.
One of the first independent VTubers to ever reach 2 million subscribers on YouTube, and his most successful content will be centered on collaborations, anime critiques, and of course, Mr. Beast style content in which he would donate to people on Twitch in order to get them to do challenges. His rise to fame was very quick. He practically knew everyone in the VTuber.
Oh yeah, Anthony freaking interviewed him. I don't know why Anthony interviewed him. That's crazy. I totally forgot about that.
Industry, and he had a very mutually beneficial relationship with Vshojo talents, collaborating with them on many occasions, and by that point be making content with them quite regularly.
Oh god, I forgot about that PNG. He used to use that PNG all the time. I don't even, oh god. It feels like seeing a old friend that is kind of like, he really turned into like the Eric Cartman of VTubing.
However, on October 20th, 2021, to everyone's surprise, he would tweet this out, saying, "Someone is trying to dox VTubers by masquerading as Vshojo. I can't say more at this time, but please share this around and be careful. They tried to dox me, but I sniffed them out and gave them wrong info, so don't worry about me. I spoke to the CEO of Vshojo and I'm trying to untangle everything. I'll update you when I can." You see, Vshojo's domain was Vshojo.com. That's what they used for their emails. But there was someone impersonating Vshojo staff sending emails to VTubers under the Vshojo.org domain, hoping to gain their trust and doxing them, uncovering their real names, addresses, and eventually swatting them. Now, Nux was already quite popular. He would have many people try to dox him. He already knew what to do. Unfortunately, though, that doesn't apply.
Yeah, this is like back before he like started becoming more of like, oh, chaos. Like he was already kind of into the chaos thing, because I remember one of the first times I heard about Nex was when him and Lost Paws, they both like got their fans to make it so it was like a brothel anime where like a bunch of people were, it was like an anime about like mystical brothels or something. And I just remembered they like made it the #1 they like got their fans to make it the #1 anime above like Full Metal Alchemist or something. And like the anime and like the anime.com like was not happy, and they even like posted something about it and they were truly unhappy, and I was like, oh my god, that's such a funny troll. And that was how I first heard about him. And he did like troll videos and you know, looks into anime, and I really enjoyed those kind of videos. That's why I didn't really like this turn going into like the, I don't know, Mr. Beast style of things. But like I said, it's like he smells green and goes for the bag. That's the kind of person he is. And right now what he's smelling is being a right-wing grifter for American politics when he lives in Canada. Like, bruh, stay the fuck in your lane, dude. If you want to be a right-wing grifter, be a right-wing grifter for Canada, man. Because we already got our own shit we got to deal with over here, bruh.
Applied to everyone. A smaller VTuber by the name of Saki Nightshade would tweet this out around the same time, saying, "Today may have been the most exciting day I've had in a couple of years. Holy fuck, my emotions are off the charts right now. What a day. Unfortunately, I don't think I can elaborate, which makes me extremely sad." She then goes on to say, "Alright, so what I can say is that I've been contacted for something amazing, and if all goes well, it could be truly life-changing.
Oh my god.
Answer questions, I'm so sorry. I'd like to not say anything else about it."
Oh
so
my god.
Posing as Vshojo staff under the Vshojo.org domain had sent an email to Saki saying, "We want to recruit you to Vshojo," raising her hopes up and demanding personal information, which she gave. The day after, she would tweet this out, saying, well, the group of people who've targeted Nyaners and leaked her info earlier have my info and sent the cops to my door earlier. They're threatening to do more. Other than the threats to leak my info, they aren't saying much else.
How sad. Like, you get your, like, you're so excited. You're so excited to get, oh, doggo's going crazy. Oh no. But you're so excited to get like an update on like something that could change your life, because Vshojo was like the big leagues back in the day, and freaking dogs are going insane. Doggos, what's going on? What's going on, doggos? Calm down. Oh my goodness, they're really. Now he's barking, so he's making my dog bark. What's going on? But I don't understand, like, well, I do understand people are assholes. That's,
I guess I should have figured it'd be too good to be true. Oh well, not much can be done. And
or
you can see Nux in the replies saying, DM me please. So that was the situation.
Holy
very
shit.
Messy, very tricky, and very nasty. And Saki gave out a very important piece of information. The group of people targeting her were the same people who had doxed an important member of Vshojo, Nyaners, earlier, leaking some of her personal information. But at this point, we didn't know just how much. 11 days later, Nux would tweet, the last 10 days were the most insane of my life. No words could describe how appreciative I am of you and the friends I've made here. Can't wait until I show you everything. I'm changing the game, boy. Teasing something that was in the works. Over the next few weeks, he would keep teasing something that was about to release, and on November 22nd, almost a month after he had received that phishing email, he would tweet out, recently there was a group of doxers that have been harassing VTubers and swatting them by impersonating Vshojo. We spent the last month tracking them down. Please share this video. With the video being titled, I caught a swatter that doxed 12 VTubers, myself.
Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out like what's going on. I think my mom's leaving, so my dog's going crazy.
Included. In it, he would talk about how the email scam worked, how Saki Nightshade was affected, and then would go on to give us information that we didn't know about, which is how 12 VTubers got doxed when we only knew of 2, and how Nux had gained footage of the doxer in a call with a bunch of friends because one of those friends happened to be a Nux fan and was willing to backstab the doxer. And finally, he would specify that that doxer was facing jail time, and if anyone had the same idea of doxing VTubers, they would end up in handcuffs as well. Additionally, when the video was initially posted, Vshojo themselves, their official page, had replied saying, "Thank you Nux for working with us, we've added our own response to the events," specifying that during this, no information was breached from Vshojo and that the fake domain was taken down. It was never going to be used for harmful things ever again. Overall, it seemed like Nux had taken the time to make a detailed video of the events, and that Vshojo as an agency not only approved of it, but was able to get through this thanks to this cooperation.
Okay, so I remember the beginning of this and everyone was like, oh yeah, this was a good video, yada yada. But then immediately after, I think it was like Nanners, where she was very upset about the video being released because I think like, I don't know if it was like it was not done yet and freaking the Vshojo company like miscommunicated with everybody, and that's how it happened and stuff. So I don't know if like Mugen's about to like clear this messy one up or what. But all I know is like Nux like Nux was able to like stay above water for a little bit, but now he's like deep in like the right wing grifter angle now.
So imagine the shock when all of a sudden almost every single VTuber talent at Vshojo would speak out against the video and tell the world how disappointed they are in Nux for releasing it.
So they blame Nux? Like, that was the thing that confused me, was that they did not like that the video was released and they blamed Nux for it. So I don't know if it was if it was the company's fault or Nux's fault. I don't know.
The same sentiment would of course be echoed by their communities, and it had reached a point where Nux was forced to make a response, tweeting RE cybersecurity/doxing incident, read, linking a twit longer. And before we even get to the twit longer, on this post you can see Vshojo members stating publicly how disappointed they were with Nux and his actions. Iron Mouse would say that she was so disappointed and hurt that he was doing this when he full well knew what was truly going on. We asked you to take it down, we told you we feared for our safety and you didn't care. Fruit would say, asking for you to take it down because I felt my safety was in trouble and for you to go to the company and ask for numerous terms and conditions in return, that's not friendship. Silvervale, Vey, Zentrea, Hime, and Melody would all echo the same statement.
So Nux did all this and like and talked about it with the company without talking about it with any of the girls. So yeah, I would say Nux is not that much of the good guy, but the company is bad for not controlling the situation either. I don't know, maybe Nux thought it was okay if he talked straight to the company, but if you're really friends with people, you would want to talk to your friends first before you talk to the boss, you know? Oh my gosh, the dog's going insane. I think my mom really did leave the house right now. She must be like getting food or something for herself. Ugh, poor puppo. But yeah, it does seem like he like did this behind their backs and talked to Gunrun about this probably, and now we're into this situation.
Publicly announcing that not only were they disappointed with Nux, but that he was a liar, a clout chaser, and someone that didn't care about any of his friends at Vshojo.
I mean, that is, I mean, all of that is true now. Like in hindsight, all of that is definitely true.
For days for this video to be removed out of fear for their safety, and Project Melody saying he flagrantly disregarded our team's feelings and the facts our security department shared with him. But the biggest response was from Nyanners.
Yeah,
huge message in
Nyanners hated this shit.
His actions and expressing how disappointed she was with what he did, saying didn't want to have to type out something stressful like this on what was supposed to be a chill Sunday and my only day off so far this week, but I do not condone the video that Nux has released where he postures himself as our savior and seemingly takes credit for pretty much an entire year's worth of painstaking work done by Vshojo's cybersecurity team. I would know that it took that long and took that much work since I was one of the people who unfortunately had to work with them, and I'm incredibly thankful for their help. Whether or not—
okay guys, sorry. My mom's dog's distracting me. He sounds sad. Give me 1 second. Okay, baby. But oh no, so many things happened at the same time. Sorry. I'm sorry guys if I left all of a sudden. He just was really sad. I feel like I couldn't continue if I just let him howl alone like that. I'm sorry.
Any of the information he gathered helped or not is beside the point, as releasing a video like he did about a very sensitive and potentially dangerous situation that involves me and many of my friends only draws unneeded attention to it for some quick views, when if a video were to be made about this at all, it should have been handled with a lot more care and consideration. But for someone like Nux, who has consistently used my friends for clickbait views and has done things like try to bait my friend into watching the Logan Paul suicide forest video on stream, and secretly recorded a private call with another one of my friends without permission and then proceeded to use said call to make a video, it's clear that our safety or feelings about any of this is not the priority. The past year was hell for me due to the situation, and it's straight up painful to see it being used in a video like this that doesn't treat the issue carefully at all. A video that he was even told not to release since it could potentially be harmful to us and many other VTubers who were targeted. Responding publicly draws even more attention to it, so I have to choose between sitting quietly and seeing him receive pats on the back for coming to our rescue when his video could encourage even more harassment.
Yeah, I remember like hearing this and being very confused about the situation, because I was like, you know, Nux does do that kind of stuff, but I think I watched him like reluctantly, because I was like, you know, I may not like how he does things, but he is still entertaining, and I think that was enough for me back then. Plus, I thought maybe it was just a miscommunication on everyone's part, and it was like a messy situation all around. So that was my opinion on it, at least, that it was just a messy situation all around, and you know, no one was in the right. So, but I'm starting to think that it was not like that at all. I'm starting to think Vshojo was like the cause of it from the very beginning.
Or calling him out and hoping he retracts what he said and takes the video down before it gains more traction. If he wanted to actually protect people, he could have made a general PSA video about how to keep your information safe online, or warn people about things like the fake Vshojo email situation in a way that didn't reveal a ton of unneeded sensitive information and paint himself as a hero. He doesn't care about helping us. If he did, he would have listened to several of our concerns when it came to how he treats people and uses them for content. This video ultimately makes things worse for us. Anything for views though, I guess. My heart goes out to anyone else who was affected by any harassment, and please be careful with giving out your information online. So obviously this was one hell of a statement. This wasn't just about Nux releasing a video that the talents at Vshojo didn't want released. It seems like they've had a problem with him for a long time with how he uses them for content. None of this had ever been talked about publicly, and it came as a shock. I mean, these people collabed all the time. It seemed like they were friends. Nux, on the other hand, would keep his statements shorter than Nyanner's, but
I mean, I feel like when it comes to any kind of content creation, especially if you're like in the big leagues, you guys kind of gotta look at each other like coworkers or co-hosts instead of like genuine friends. Like, if you can look at each other like genuine friends and see each other in that light, that's amazing. But I feel like I'm so small right now, so I don't have to worry about anything right now. But if it were me in this situation, I don't know what I would do. I think I would be upset too, because it's like, you know, if he did like just go behind their backs and just talk to Gunrun, and Gunrun was like, oh yeah, sure. So it's like, it feels like, honestly, I know this sounds typical, but it does sound like just two men like talking about like products and not the people involved in the situation. And I don't know, I just think that like communication's so key in any relationship. Doesn't matter if it's romantic, platonic, or you know, passive or passionate. Like, communication is such an important thing with anything, and I don't know, it just gives off heebie-jeebie vibes if you just do something behind your friend's back. Like, you're basically going to like the head honcho over your friend. And maybe my thing is, I think he like talked to them and they all told him no, and he just went to the big head and he was like, oh yeah, no, this is okay. At least that's what I think now that I know fully like how bad Nux is. Like, my gosh, I don't know, he just went down a weird ass thing.
Would still manage to drop some pretty big bombshells, saying, "This has been a stressful week for many, and I'm confident and proud of the community and the efforts that went towards resolving things efficiently. My latest video concerned someone that was maliciously impersonating Vshojo, and managed to trick individuals into giving personal information and doxing themselves and getting swatted. With the efforts of everyone involved, I believe this situation can be put behind us with the culprit behind these attacks having been brought to light. I do still fully stand by the need for raising awareness of phishing scams. I'm incredibly glad Vshojo released a very well constructed cybersecurity statement addressing the situation, and you should all read it. In regards to my video, I worked with Vshojo on this for a while, as they mentioned in their statement in response to my video. I did show them my video before posting it, and I was not requested to refrain from uploading. The rumors that I had posted it regardless of being asked not to are untrue. In fact, leading up to the events of posting it,
I mean, it could be also maybe he didn't talk to them and he just went straight to the boss, and if that's the case, he should have like checked with everyone involved in the situation first. I don't know. There's a better way. I'm sure there was a better way to handle this, but I have a feeling that Vshojo is the real culprit of this downfall between their friendships.
Part of a 4-hour conversation with their chief cybersecurity officer.
Bro, I'm only 20 minutes in. I need to like lock in.
I sincerely apologize if my actions have caused any undue stress on anyone. It was not my intention. I was only hoping to contribute to keeping the community safe. With every statement someone would make during this incident, things would somehow make less sense. But regardless, for now, Nux did mention that Vshojo released a very well-constructed cybersecurity statement addressing the situation. It was actually released just a few hours before this twitlonger, and it would be after they stealthily deleted their reply to his initial video tweet.
Yeah.
But that's not all. This new cybersecurity statement had a completely different tone from that first reply. They would say things like, Vshojo does not endorse any statements or views by parties that have no official affiliation to Vshojo. Adding, the methods used to attack the other VTubers were confirmed to be unrelated to phishing and impersonating Vshojo. As mentioned before, the fake domain was created on October 14th, 2021 and survived for less than a week, and the other VTubers incidents happened outside of this time window. As mentioned before, thanks to partners, Vshojo confirms there are only 2 victims of this campaign, referring to both Nux and Saki Nightshade. Things were getting very weird. It's like they were completely discrediting the person they were congratulating when the video came out. But things only got weirder from here. After Vshojo had released their official cybersecurity statement, Nyaners would have this to say in her Discord. Vshojo was forced into making a statement on the matter after asking him repeatedly not to release this video. They had to issue corrections to the video since he would not, and there were several inaccuracies within the video, and had to word the statement carefully to not anger his large following and make us a target for even more harassment. I feel especially backed into a corner as I'm afraid to say anything even more publicly than I already am because I know it would invite more hate. I'm exhausted of pissing people off and having them hurl threats and shit at me and my family members constantly, so saying anything about this is scary for me. It sucks and I don't know what to do. Nux chose to release the video knowing that Vshojo did not want him to and told him it was a horribly bad idea. Myself and my family members experienced heavy.
So if this is true, then it feels like Vshojo, like there was a huge miscommunication. I don't know, bro. This whole thing was messy. This whole thing was really fucking messy. I don't understand why any of it was like, I feel like Nux just shouldn't have made the video. That would have been way easier. He should have just not made the video, and maybe if he was streaming, he should just talk about it a little bit on stream about his side of the story and no one else's. But, you know, he's a content gremlin, that's for sure.
Heavy harassment pretty much all year, and the entire situation had to be kept a secret, and I had to continue on as normal, acting happy even when I was terrified, so that I would not draw more attention to them and encourage them. Now he releases a video making everything public like this in a way that is careless and dangerous to many people. It's mind-boggling to me. It's like making a video about how to make a bomb and showing it to a bunch of 12-year-olds. I don't want anyone to go and harass him or threaten him in any way. Please do not do anything like that. I just wanted to be able to finally say something because Cat's out of the bag anyway, and I'm also tired of sitting and watching him do fucked up things to my friends. So far, you probably are confused as hell, and that's normal because everyone was at the time.
Yeah.
The official Vshojo account had given its
it was so fucking messy.
And thanked him for working with them when the talents were so clearly against the idea of a video. Something simply wasn't adding up at all. Something was missing, a big piece of the puzzle, and no one really knew what the hell it was. At this point, though, Nux as a target was fair game. According to every Vshojo talent, he had done something horrendous. So of course, just like with any cancellation, other people started piling ganging up on him, talking about their bad experiences with him. And very few people actually took a step back and said, hey guys, listen, maybe we're going a bit too far here. Maybe we don't have all the facts. The situation was getting so critical that Nux had to release a formal apology. But in this apology video, he would show Discord logs between him and the cybersecurity expert that Vshojo had hired, Phoenix. He would reveal that these logs were in a group chat with one of the Vshojo girls and Gunrun, the CEO. In these logs, you could see that Nux was working on a video and Phoenix was fully aware of it. But instead of telling him, please don't post this, you're putting our talents in danger, he would be sent a draft of the video and he'd say this: not trying to downplay or anything, I really appreciate that you were providing info at 7:03. Do you think you'd be willing to blur out the word blank from the screenshot for the purposes of denying them notoriety? To which Nux said, okay, I can do that. Phoenix would then say, I appreciate that you are doing the public service announcement and that isn't the problem at all. My comment is narrowly specifically about praising that one fan that reached out. I am 99% certain that is a fellow member of the harassment gang and not a fan. So Phoenix's problem wasn't the video at all. He was completely down with the idea. He just thought that that fan who had leaked the doxer to Nux was actually part of the harassment gang and Nux was being socially engineered. At some point, Nux would say, honestly, I think this video will be helpful to you as well. If you need help with anything, feel free to reach out. To which Phoenix would say, thanks a lot. Would you be willing to include a link to a written...
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was zoning out because I'm trying to like look into the messy situation. Yeah. It's my asylum reaction room that I got. And sorry for the stream delay. I know I need to fix it. That's gonna be like my next big thing I'm gonna fix. Oh my gosh, my girl is frozen. Wow, I didn't realize how much I could sit still. Am I moving? Am I moving? Am I grooving? Let me make sure my girl's good real quick before we move on. Moving. Am I here? Am I there? Am I, okay, I'm here. Holy shit, I was like frozen like a statue. I need to chill the fuck out. But thank you, I appreciate the love on my Shrek TV. Yes, this is my asylum. Welcome to my asylum. Right now, I'm looking into the Mugen's video on the Vshojo situation. I was actually there when it happened. I like reacted to Iron Mouse's video, and right now we're on the part where it was like one of the first like messy situations, which was the next Haku situation, which bro has fallen down the right wing pipeline. Fucking for sure. But yeah. I'm just looking at like the confusing miscommunication that's happening right now. This shit was messy.
Response bias as well. It's not going to be anything against the video. It's going to be more about making sure people don't think that contract language is real and answer some likely FAQs that will result from all this. To which Nux said, of course. And of course, as you can see, this was their reply that they had deleted shortly afterwards. This video added even more confusion to the whole situation, because from these logs, it seemed like two people were working together, and the CEO was very well aware of it, and one of the girls that had called Nux out publicly was in this group chat seeing everything, very well aware of the fact that he was going to post this video. And thanks to Fruit leaking her DMs with Nux at some point on Twitter, she would accidentally reveal who that Vshojo talent was, and it would turn out to be Project Melody. In these DMs, we can see Fruit and Nux arguing, and at some point Nux says, I'm not sure what you mean. I had a group chat with Melody, Gunrun, and their head cybersecurity guy, and I showed them the video beforehand. They had a few notes, which I changed before uploading, and they asked me to link a statement they would write in the description. But that's so weird. As you saw earlier, Melody had posted a tweet calling him out, saying, I'm hurt Nux posted his doxing vid. He flagrantly disregarded our team's feelings and the facts our security department shared with him. I trusted and defended him only to feel secondary to getting clicks. If he meant to raise awareness to protect streamers, he would have corrected it. But she, as well as Gunrun and Phoenix, were in a call with Nux for 4 hours. This wasn't just confusion anymore. Someone was lying here.
Yes, yeah, this sounds like, okay. So it feels like someone is puppeteering this huge drama, because I feel like after this drama, Nux wasn't the same after that. It felt like no one was work with him anymore, at least no one from the mainstream Vshojo, like mainstream Vshojo or like Niji Sanji, or I don't know if Niji Sanji worked with him. I don't know how often that they worked with him. I just know that like after this video, after like this like whole controversy with like the doxing situation for Vshojo, it like turned into like a whole it was like you were on one side or the other. It was black and white. There was like no in between. Eh, God, I need to like learn how to move more.
After these
Expression.
DMs would leak thanks to Fruit, Project Melody would delete her tweet because of the hate she would start getting.
Oh my God.
Afterwards, apologies would start raining in. Fruit would say, Nux apologized to me privately yesterday as I apologized to him for subtweeting, and others would follow suit. Except one person in particular who was practically seen as the biggest backstabber in all this, Project Melody. She didn't make any public statements or apologies regarding this incident.
Yeah, this does seem very, very messy and weird. I don't know. God, I just remember this controversy when it was happening and how fucking messy it was and how I was so over it by the end of it. So going back to it, it's making me like, eh.
And as far as we know, did not do so privately either. Nux has never mentioned this. It was especially weird since Nux had collabed with her the most out of anyone in Vshojo, and
holy shit. Jesus Christ. I'm seeing Iron Mouse in her OG. Jesus Christ. This was so long ago. Iron Mouse is like OG VTuber model. Oh my God. And Melody's OG model. Oh my gosh. Seeing like everyone. God, this was like an era that I don't think a lot of people knew about. It's crazy.
They had a multi-year friendship. But by that point, the drama had been going on for quite a while now. The talents clearly just wanted to move on and get back to creating content, and it seemed like the community was heading in that direction too. But as things were finally starting to heal, Gunrun would make it a point to post this article on medium.com saying, addressing miscommunications, I hope this clears the air on the confusion, let's move forward together and not spread hate. This would be an article attempting to show that Vshojo already knew about the security accusations, did not condone Nux in any way, and was—
Wait, so they backstabbed him? What the hell? Okay, this is like some catty bullshit for an official company. What the fuck?
Always behind their talents, while of course acknowledging some wrongdoings in the process. But they would refute the allegation that Vshojo gave Nux approval to release his video, saying that the reality is that Vshojo never at any point said that he had permission.
Okay, but then why did the official— okay, there's probably— I think I remember there was an answer for this, but I still— it's such a strange thing to like clarify, you know? Like, then why did the official like not approve, man? Like, what the fuck? It's crazy.
Nor were we asked. Vshojo was given limited time to suggest edits and create a statement. Politeness in Twitter reply text was misconstrued as approval/endorsement. Suggestions for edits were ignored beyond blurring of some names, and Phoenix makes efforts to educate Nux on why this is a bad move, which are ignored. But this wasn't just it.
But then what was those Discord calls? What the fuck? I feel like someone is like manipulating this fucking drama. Holy shit. I won't say I feel bad for Nux because he is a grifter, but bruh, it's actually kind of crazy. He got fucked over. He got fucked over. Hey!
By saying staff's context. There is a negative history of interaction between Vshojo and Nux that led us to proceed with extreme caution. Something that had yet again come out of nowhere because, as I said earlier, people were under the impression that they were all friends. Gunrun would then post the full conversations that Nux had shown in his video, and in the first one it would be Phoenix imploring Nux not to fall for the bait of that one fan who reached out to him because it's not random. Their MO is to do this good cop, bad cop thing. But Nux wasn't having any of it. He was convinced it was a fan, he wasn't being socially engineered.
Right? Yeah, this is like one of the first, I think, official dramas that really happened with them. So I'm trying to, like, I'm wondering, like, what was the drama before, like, because I remember this drama, I just don't remember. Oh, you know what? I think I might know. I think I might know the drama that's going to come up next. They're probably going to do the Silver Veil drama. Girl, you got too many V's in your name. Sorry, I had to take speech classes when I was a kid. I think it's obvious. but yes, Silver Veil drama will be probably the next thing we'll talk about. I'm predicting it right now. I'm predicting it right now.
And even though he understood some aspects of doxing, was very naive. Sure, But never at any point in time did Phoenix express that he didn't want Nux to release the video, only sending him timestamps to change things. Gunrun would conclude this by saying, "We hope clearing the air here with our context helps put this drama behind all of us. I'm understanding of Nux's stance and hope our detailing from our side helps put everything into context. We do not wish to see this matter escalate further. Do not send hate or harassment to anyone.
Yes.
We're looking forward to continuing work as usual and hope all
Yeah.
fandoms can see the many perspectives."
Yes, Silver Veil. I can't talk. I can't talk. I'm sorry. Yes. I think they're going to talk about her drama next. That's going to be the next thing they'll talk about.
Perspectives of this complicated interaction between Vshojo and Nux. Thanks everyone for reading. Gunrun. Of course, as is the trend with this controversy, people were left even more confused after reading this. When you say something like, "Thank you, Nux, for working with us,"
yeah,
how is that not a way of you saying that you approve of the video? It just
yeah,
didn't make any sense.
that was
Finally,
weird.
Nux would post a video titled "Moving Forward" on his second channel and would detail how throughout the entire week of him releasing the video, he was barely sleeping, having anxiety attacks, and overall really showing us that no one here, including the Vshojo talents, had a good time. But even though I'm sure many people were hoping that things would die down there were...
Oh, you're bringing in the myth Turkey Tom? Oh boy. Turkey Tom. You know, he gets some things wrong, but I still watch his videos because he does talk about things that are genuinely interesting. I don't always support what he has to, like, personally, what he has to say, but, or his politics, but I do watch his videos sometimes. And I remember watching this one, and I think he was more on Nexus side than he was on Vshojo's for sure.
Still way too many questions surrounding this whole incident. A lot of things simply didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Many YouTubers like Turkey Tom to make videos about this whole mystery surrounding this incident and garnering over 1.2 million views. People weren't satisfied with how this concluded.
Yeah.
You can see that the top reply on Gunrun's post to Medium was Omni saying, "At least apologize to the dude? He got dragged for the past 2 days, and the deleted thank you tweet made it even worse. Nux took accountability, only fair to do the same, methinks." People had many theories.
Yeah, I mean, if he wasn't like, if he did get like a weird, like, miscommunicated okay to release the video, then maybe, yeah, that wasn't a good call. I don't know. Like, but yeah. This was so fucking messy, bruh.
As to what had happened, how this miscommunication could have occurred. One of the most common ones that was even mentioned in Turkey Tom's video about the situation was that Nux Taku was in the process of founding his own VTuber agency at the time. Vshojo's management saw this as a threat, so they took the opportunity to character assassinate him. And
wait, is that real? It's been a minute since I watched this. I think I like listened to this while I was like playing a game once, so wait, is that real? That Dex was going to like make his, oh my god, that would have been like competition. Because now at the time, Nux was like popular and in the good graces of people. So if he was gonna make his own VTuber company, then that is kind of crazy.
Public, making him seem very problematic and making other VTubers not want to associate with him.
That's
Now,
actually
look,
crazy.
I'll admit, when I first heard this theory, I thought, come on, this is way too far-fetched. But you have to remember that the VTubing scene back then was so much smaller than it is today.
Yeah.
And Nux was at the absolute top. The guy had 2 million subscribers as a VTuber. He knew everyone in the scene. No one didn't know who he was. He could have so easily made an agency that directly competed with Vshojo. But would Vshojo's management, as well as Project Melody, his friend of multiple years, truly stoop this low in order to take down a potential competitor? Honestly, as someone who's covered the VTubing industry for a while now, that's not even the craziest thing I heard this week. But I think if we're going to take a more realistic approach with all the evidence we currently have, then what most likely happened is that Vshojo was totally down with the idea of letting Nux post the video. This tweet was sincere. However, when management saw how much this pissed off the talent, how they were completely against the idea of this video, they did a full 180, deleted the tweet, and backstabbed Nux.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems like everyone, it was like messy all around, for sure.
Nux into being the fall guy so that they wouldn't piss off their talents. When reading Nyanner's messages, it seemed like she had a very strong negative impression of Nux, saying things like, "He doesn't care about helping us. If he did, he would have listened to several of our concerns when it came to how he treats people and uses them for content." Something echoed by other Vshojo talents when it came to criticizing him. It seemed like someone was getting some very wrong information, and maybe Nux wasn't the only victim here, the talents were too, they just had no idea. Regardless though, back then, no one really bothered delving that deep, instead preferring to go either Team Nux or Team Vshojo, with Team Nux claiming that Nux had done nothing wrong, that he was the victim here, and with Team Vshojo being convinced that Nux is a clout chaser that doesn't care about anyone but himself. The whole thing would truly stain Vshojo's reputation and show them as unprofessional. How could they ever compete with the likes of Hololive when they never had such weird petty drama? How could they compete with Nijisanji when none of the talents would ever dare to make a
I can't help but laugh every time I see Nijisanji. I mean, that is true. Back then it was very petty squabble, but bruh. Maybe they were professionals back in the day, but not now. Oh god.
Statement criticizing another VTuber like that. Maybe talent freedom was a mistake. With just one controversy, Vshojo had gone from hopeful contender to yet another talent agency that could never compete with the professionalism of Japan. But hey, while this would definitely be damaging to their reputation and be brought up multiple times by haters in the future, the internet has very short-term memory. Give it 1 or 2 weeks and even the most major dramas get forgotten. And so after 2021 had ended, Vshojo had somewhat been able to put itself back on the map in a very strong way. During 2022, Iron Mouse, a VTuber under Vshojo, would
I love the hair
so
as you could
quickly
design.
that even the mainstream outside of the VTubing community was made aware.
Oh yeah, they have like hundreds. Nijisanji, they have hundreds of fucking VTubers. It is insane how many fucking VTubers they have. It's crazy.
Of her existence. On February 5th, 2022, she would hold her first ever subathon, streaming for 30 days straight and garnering over 171,000 Twitch subscribers. That equates to over $850,000.
Oh my god, I remember this era.
Like this were being written about her, saying that she was breaking all kinds of Twitch records. By that point, you'd see people who didn't even know what VTubing was hearing about Iron Mouse's success.
I think this was like when she became
made it a goal to make you hear about her and every other talent in the roster.
Yeah, I think the after this subathon, this is when she sort of became morphed into the face of Vshojo. Because I think My Melody was the face of Vshojo because she was more well known because she was one of the first like erotic VTubers, I think, and she was like making scenes in the cam girl era, but freaking but I think after like her, because she was very like interlocked with Nux and his community, so I think after that drama with Nuxtaku and after like how the fallout happened and how she didn't apologize and anything, it just it like she kind of lost her reputation, I think, after the Nux like controversy. So afterwards it was and after like everyone moved on and the dust settled, Iron Mouse did her subathon, and she quickly like rose as like the next big VTuber star, I think.
Enlisting Crunchyroll to interview every single one of them while having them talk about their favorite animes of all time.
Right.
But that's not all. When it came to VTuber related awards, the Vshojo girls were dominating, with the Streamy Awards having 5 nominees and 4 of them being from Vshojo.
That's crazy.
Not all, though, because the Streamer Awards would have 4 nominees and 3 of them would end up being from Vshojo. They wouldn't win that year, but it was still very notable.
Oh,
regardless, the efforts of these talents, including Iron Mouse's very successful subathon, the Vshojo girls being nominated practically everywhere, and Vshojo's efforts to make marketing a priority ended up being somewhat of a success, because the CEO was able to raise over $11 million for the company.
Yeah, where'd all that money go, Gunrun? That's what I'm really curious about. Where'd all that money go? Huh? Did it go to drugs? Did it go to bitches? Or did it go to investments that didn't get you far?
More specifically, during seed funding led by Athos Capital with participation from GFR Funds and Green Bay Ventures. Yes, Vshojo, a VTuber talent agency, had somehow secured an 8-figure funding round from Venture Capital, infamously known for wanting to get their money back no matter what, and also only known to invest in companies with long-term growth potential. They didn't just invest in anything, which made many believe, well, shit, Vshojo must be doing something right compared to other agencies because wow, that's very impressive. And Gunrun, of course, with this announcement showed huge confidence, saying VTubers are the future of the content creator industry.
How times have changed. How times have changed. I'll say it and I'll say it again. You disappointed us. Uh-oh. Aw, he's sad again. Okay, sorry guys. I can't ignore him when he howls this close to my door. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. He's so sad. I can't do it when he's so sad. Come on. Ugh. Sorry about that, guys. My mom's dog, he's like howling right now, and he's so sad because my mom left. I think she left to like get food or groceries or something, and he's like howling. Usually I would let him in my room, but he actually doesn't get along with my dog, so we're working on that slowly. But yeah, he's a very sad boy right now, and he's howling, so I didn't want to leave him. I'm trying to...
Since the medium is built upon animated personas, it is more accessible and scalable than being a traditional creator, especially as the technology becomes more widespread. With the funding from Anthos Capital, we are now in a better position to support and grow talent in this market with more innovative technology, extensive promotion, and the ability to assist with content creation and distribution. So this money was going to go towards specifically growing their existing talent roster, pretty much any VTuber's dream at the time. And speaking of VTubers, a few months after raising $11 million, Vshojo would add 2 more talents to its roster, marking their first major expansion since recruiting Veibe in 2021, adding both Kei-san and Amamiya Nazuna to their roster. And what made these talents special is that they were based in Japan and spoke Japanese most of the time on their streams, showing us that Vshojo wasn't just interested in English speakers, they were interested in this talent-first approach globally, with Gunrun saying that this expansion will break down barriers.
Sorry, I was distracted by that. Sorry. I know this is important, but what is this? Japanese YouTuber with world's longest chin becomes internet sensation. Sorry. I know it's an article, but I'm actually really interested in that story. That looks really... I like how they put Joey Wheeler there, or Jonichi. Jonichi Katsuya. I like, see, I don't know, that's just... I like how he's like, oh my god, he was mewing before mewing was a thing. He knew the secret ways of mewing before it was passed through the internet's male guru influencers.
To their roster. And
sorry, that was a really distracting article.
Japan and spoke Japanese most of the time on
Kei-san!
Showing us that Vshojo wasn't just interested in English speakers, they were interested in this talent-first approach globally, with Gunrun saying that this expansion will break down barriers in VTubing, and it kind of did.
I mean, it didn't last too long, did it?
Her first stream after joining Vshojo, Amamiya Nazuna would get over 30,000
Amamiya
viewers on her Twitch stream, while Kei-san would also receive just as many, if not a bit more, with her YouTube debut being at almost 1 million views today.
Holy shit.
At the same time, Vshojo wasn't lying. They were truly putting those $11 million to use, putting their existing talent at the center of some very cool projects, be it animated music videos or just straight up general marketing. By the end of 2022,
that is cool,
Vshojo was
that was cool, you know. Yeah, I know, Joey Wheeler. Love that man. He was my favorite character. But it is kind of sad to see. Like, this was an era of VTubers, and it's kind of sad to see it gone now because of one man's selfish endeavors.
Again, seen as an agency that could someday compete directly with Hololive and Nijisanji if they weren't already. Yeah, sure, they've been through a very big controversy with Nux that put everything into question, but whatever, that's behind us. They got 2 more talents, raised over...
Don't talk about my mans that way! Don't talk about my mans! He made him had a 4th-rate deck and a 3rd-rate duelist, but he was the 1st-rate in my heart, bruh! He's for... You know... I respect him more than I respect Yukimoto. There, I said it. I said it. I said it. Fucking Yugi's a bitch. Like, the reason... Okay, so the reason I think Yugi's a bitch is because, bro... A lot of people are probably like, but why? Why? The finale was so good. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because when I fucking watched the, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and... You know, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX is like one of the only Yu-Gi-Oh! Series that is like closely connected to the first game. Well, I think anything after that like takes place like in the future. And fucking at the season finale, a lot of English speakers didn't see the season finale because they didn't like translate it for American audience back then. I think 4Kids skipped season 4 altogether. But in the final like battle between Yugimoto and Judai Yuki, or Jade and Yuki, fucking he cheated. And instead of like facing him off as an adult, he literally sends him in the past when he has all the god cards, when fucking Yami is still in his body, or Atem is still in his body, and he like has like all of his secret fucking god decks. He cheated and needed to like go at his peak. It's like, okay, it's the equivalent of like going face to face on Valorant. Let's say you're going face to face on Valorant, right? And you have like one Radiant, and the person who used to be Radiant, but now he's like, say, a Diamond, and he decided, you know what, let me like send him back in the past and have him face me when I was a Radiant. You know, that's the equivalent of like what Yugi fucking did. He sent him back when he was at his peak. Sorry, that was just a random TED talk for Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm sorry, I was a huge Yu-Gi-Oh! Yugi fan. Yeah, for real. I love Joey and Kaiba are my favorites. Yugi is Yugi's my least favorite duelist, but I love Kaiba and Joey. They're my favorite. They're peak. But sorry, while some people were obsessed with Pokemon, I was the one kid that like, oh, I like Yu-Gi-Oh!
$11 million and were
Okay, let's get back on topic.
That made everyone else envious. Things could only
Bruh,
get
I
better
still
from
got
here,
like an hour and
right?
30 minutes of this
Well,
video left. I'm gonna
you know how it
die.
goes. Good times don't last forever. And very shortly after 2023 had begun, Vshojo would find itself in such an unpleasant situation that to many, it seemed like this was going to be their biggest existential threat.
Wait,
yet.
okay, is it Silver Veil? Is it Silver Veil? I swear to God, it has to be Silver Veil. It has to.
Harry Potter is a series of books.
I knew it. I called it. Bruh, I'm using my Ultra Instinct right now, bruh. I'm so on top of this shit. I was there.
Books that needs no introduction. It's
Fuck no, it doesn't. One of the greatest like pop culture moments from a 90s kid perspective. This shit was going on when I was a kid. These were such good movies when I was a kid. God damn.
critically acclaimed across the world. The same can be said about the movies that
Oh my God. I refuse to watch the new HBO Max series. I refuse to watch it because no one can replace these three for me. No one can replace these three for me. I know they're not completely accurate to the books, I've heard. I know Hermione gets like butchered a lot in the movies, but I don't care. I don't care. This was such a nostalgia thing for me. I remember having a marathon watching this movie when I was a kid.
were based on those same books. This, of course, resulted in having a very large and extremely passionate fan base all across the globe.
Yep, he's gonna go into this now. Uh-oh, poor Silvervale.
The person behind these books is none other than...
Yes, you, the evil one. The evil one. That... You're not a good person, JK. You're not a good person at all.
Rowling. And for most of her career, she was loved by...
Yeah, they're creating an HBO Max series, and, okay, they're creating an HBO Max series, and this is... Okay, let me see. Snape HBO Max series. I have to show you Snape, like what Snape looks like. He's probably a really good actor, but where's his outfit? Yeah, here it is. Here, let me change cameras so you guys can actually see it. Oh, oh god, that's not a good image. Like, actually show him in the makeup, please. I'm trying to find the actual, like... Okay, I'm trying to find it. I'm going so off topic right now. The ADHD brain's going crazy right now. I don't actually have ADHD, but I have so much energy because I just drank the rest of my coffee that I didn't finish this morning. I'm not trying to go on Facebook, bruh. I'm trying to show this, like, whack-ass Snape. Because it's not the fact that he's African-American that he looks bad. It's the fact that he's African-American with Snape's old hair. Like, okay, let me, like, just change the perspective. Okay. Like, we'll go with silly stuff. Like, okay. God, I hate that it's, like, in that perspective. Can you just show me the fucking picture? God damn it. No. I'm not trying to go on Facebook. God damn it. I don't want to go on You're stupid. I'm just trying to see. Oh, God. That's so racist. I just want to see the actual official. Okay, you're laughing, though. Like, Snape, what did they do to you, my bro? Like, it's, like I said, it's not the fact that he's African American that he looks bad. It's that they gave him, like, oh, stupid hair. Oh my gosh, my internet's so bad right now. Why is it all Facebook shit? I actually want to see the image of him. Are they actually gonna... Oh no. Okay. That ain't it. Okay, here, finally, fuck. Okay. I just want to show the image! My God, my internet's so ass today. Jesus, this is why I need to get that router. Like I said, it has nothing to do with, like, the fact that he's African American. It's more so that, like, they gave him... Okay, you basically saw it. But it's more of the fact that they gave him... Oh, wait. I need to go back in my asylum. I'm tripping. I should not be here. I should not be in here. Okay. Especially with this fucking cretin on screen. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to give him that hair. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of, like, when they casted, like, Elle for the Netflix series. That's what it reminds me of a little bit. But again, I don't really care if they, like, recast him. But it's just... The OG Snape was so good. he excluded the character. He is Snape. It's the same reason I would not want to see like a different like Wolverine. I wouldn't not care if like say they cast a Wolverine as like an Asian guy. I would not really be in like the next like it would not like it wouldn't be because he's Asian. It's because like the OG Wolverine, he just had it down. The actor, I can't think of his name right now, but yeah, man, this ugh.
Anyone who loved Harry Potter. Her humble background, as well as her authenticity, truly made it hard to dislike her. But
oh, how the tides have changed. How the tides have changed.
Just like many other celebrities, she decided to take the decision of splitting her audience in half by becoming political. You see, in 2011, the Syrian population would revolt.
You should see, that's what I don't understand about like anyone who becomes famous. Like, going the liberal way is probably the safest for a lot of people because most like young people are liberal. I mean, I'm liberal by nature and that's why I'm on the liberal side. But my thing with her is she claims that she's like in the middle, you know? She claims that she's liberal, that she supports gay people. She supports like, women's rights and all this other stuff, but the one thing that she doesn't support, David Nashing. Yeah, he probably could make a good Snape too, for sure. But again, like I said, it's not the actor. I don't have an issue with him being black. I just have an issue with that hair. That hair is just does not match with him. They should have done like, I don't know. They should have done something like a little different. If they were gonna go all the way with a different like with a black Snape, they should have gone all the way with it, you know, because have his hair like be hella messy or something. Because the reason why Snape's hair is like awkward because, you know, that's just his hair. So I don't know. Honestly, I kind of feel weird that they decided to make Snape black, not because like Snape can only be white, but because Snape gets horrendously bullied by Harry Potter's like by Harry's dad, doesn't he? So you're going to have a bunch of white wizards bully the one black wizard. I think they don't realize like how bad that sounds on paper.
Against its current regime. The result would be a civil war
oh boy,
over a decade, destroying huge chunks of the country and spreading Syrian refugees all across the world. It would be dubbed the Syrian refugee crisis.
All right.
At a certain point, political voices in Europe specifically would start expressing that the infrastructure of their countries could barely support their current population, that they were not fit to take in so many millions of refugees, trying their best to stop them. J.K. Rowling would see this and would take the decision to use her platform to show solidarity with every single refugee coming to her country, tweeting, "If you can't imagine yourself in one of those boats," the boats the refugees were using, "you have something missing. They are dying for a life worth living. Hashtag refugees welcome."
Like, this is what I mean. She like, it's so weird. She's definitely a centrist for sure, where that's kind of how I was back in the day with people who identify as they, them, or gender fluid. I used to not be supportive of them because I used to think that like they were doing it for attention, because I saw it was during that time on the internet where people would make fun of them. But it wasn't until like my best friend that I see as a sibling came to me telling me how they were having trouble with their identity, with their gender identity. And I was like, oh, like, and how they were scared to come to me because I was so open about being negative with that type of thing. And it wasn't until like I had my best friend come to me be like, yeah, I don't know what I am and how I identify myself. And I was like, oh, okay. And it got me really thinking. And it's like, yeah, like, you know, sometimes people like they feel not themselves. And it took me, I'm a very stubborn person by nature. Once I like have a belief in something, it's hard for me to shake it. So for my friend to come to me and feel very brave to come to me because I was very open and she knew how stubborn I was, you know. She goes by like she, they, like sometimes she'll say they, sometimes she'll say she, sometimes, you know, it depends on what she's feeling. She says she's okay with she, her terms with me. So, you know, that's where we're at with that right now. But, she came to me very brave. It was very brave for her to come to me with that. And I just remember being like, yeah, like I really had to like think about it because that was my best friend. Like, not, you know how people, you're friends with them and it's like casual. She is my best friend. We would talk about like everything together. And the idea of losing her because I was being ignorant, I couldn't do it. That's why when I hear these stories about like parents, you know, getting rid of like parents like kicking out their children because they're gay, it's like, bro, that's your fucking kid. That person grew inside of you and is a part of you and you can't accept them. Like, I don't know, it's just crazy to me. So that's why it's like I don't understand being in this middle road. And I could see J.K. Rowling's perspective, but it's just unfortunate that she decided to like click her heels into hating trans people because she's ignorant.
Half her audience found her to be hypocritical, saying things like, well, if you want refugees, then why don't you take any in your massive mansion? And the other half was fully in support, praising her and really admiring the fact that she would use her platform for such a humanitarian cause. 5 years later, though, J.K. Rowling would take on a stance that wouldn't just split her audience in half,
yeah,
but would more accurately shatter them into 1,000 pieces.
Yeah.
She would criticize an article for using the term people who menstruate, saying, I'm sure there used to be a word for those people. Someone help me out. Wumben, wimpend, wumid, implying that there's a word for this. It's called women, and that people who menstruate is a silly term. People, specifically the audience that had supported her so staunchly during her 2015 moral stance, were outraged. But J.K. Rowling doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down. Honestly, she went all the way to the moon, saying things like, if sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth. Over the years, she wouldn't let this topic go, and this would result in her creating a substantial amount of haters that used to be her ex-fans. Ones that were particularly very loud on the internet. So on September 16th, 2020, when Hogwarts Legacy, a game developed by Warner Brothers, was...
I will say this. I know this game is very controversial. I've played it. It's so fucking fun. I'm sorry. I know this game is controversial. I don't care. This game is fun. It's a fun game. And it's doing its own thing. It's not part of the Harry Potter mythos. It's not part of J.K. Rowling's thing. And it's such a fun game, bro. I have such a good time with it. And the giant spider was so real. I fucking hated that thing.
Announced, Harry Potter fans all around the world were extremely excited because this actually looked good. It wasn't one of those crap movie games that looked like they were on a budget.
It was so good. I was so happy.
Become a wizard just like in the movies and the books. But when the game was heading towards its release on February 10th, 2023, those J.K. Rowling haters had another idea. This post on Gaming Circle Jerk would be one of many, saying, a friendly reminder from your mod team.
I mean, I don't understand what they thought they were going to do. Like, either way, she's still rich. Like, Harry Potter is one of the most popular pop culture phenomenons out there. Like, people in other countries still talk about Harry Potter. It's so popular with everyone. Like, I mean, you could like stop buying it, throw out all the books, do whatever you want, but at the end of the day, she's still gonna be rich. Like, there's not a lot you can do. It's like one of those situations where it's like, yeah, you can cancel it and do your best to boycott it, but obviously it didn't work. In fact, you just kind of brought more attention to it. More people talked about it, and now it's seen as like one of the best like action RPG games in a long time, like right next to Kingdom Hearts. So yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. I played it myself. It's a fun game. I'm not gonna act like it's not.
That this woman is a TERF, and anyone who pledges to support her monetarily is also a trans.
Okay, like, dude, I get it. If you don't want to support J.K. Rowling, I totally understand. But don't like label your politics with every single person that is involved with Harry Potter. There's some kids that still read Harry Potter. You're gonna really like go to a kid that like is a fan of wizards and Harry Potter, and you're gonna go up to them and be like, hey, you know, you're supposed to like not support that. She's a TERF. It's like, okay, but you're chill out, bro. Chill out. Like it's a kid. They're a kid and they obviously have no idea what you're talking about. And you know, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's very hard to talk about. And yeah, I obviously don't like her. She's definitely a hypocritical bitch. And, you know, fuck her for like clicking her heels for this subject. It's like, bro, you wrote about a magical world. What's so like out of pocket for you to like not see a world where trans people exist? That's crazy to me. And it's not even like trans men, it's trans women. It's always the trans women people have issue with, I swear.
TERF being an acronym meaning Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist.
Yep.
A term that J.K. Rowling had used openly in order to describe her beliefs.
Yep.
This post was made by a mod of the Gaming Circle Jerk subreddit and drew over 4,000 comments. This wasn't the only subreddit or community that echoed these statements. And so when the game came out and actually had an astounding success, those people boycotting the game shifted their attention to the people who bought it. More specifically, people who were making content.
Yeah. I can understand if you don't separate the art from the artist. I'm not saying that people who dislike J.K. Rowling should suddenly like buy the book and all that stuff. But to me, it's like, don't push your belief on everyone else, because I personally can't listen to anything by you know, the singer like I Believe I Can Fly. I can't think of his name right now. Who did those awful things to all those girls, and Michael Jackson. I can't look at those two singers the same way. I can't really listen to those songs. Like if they come up and it's out of my control, then I'm not gonna like yell at the top of my lungs and like try to stop the song. But if I'm out by myself, I'm not gonna have those songs on my Spotify, because in my opinion, those songs are just, to me, it just doesn't make me feel comfortable listening to those songs. But that's my personal thing. If someone else, because I Believe I Can Fly, and like like I think it was called Gas Pedal or something, I don't know, and you know, all of Michael Jackson's song, Thriller, all this Jilly Bean and all that, like those songs, they mean a lot to a lot of people, especially people in the Black community. So I'm not gonna like try to tell. No, I can sometimes. I'm just saying, for me personally, on those two things with the songs personally, I just couldn't do it after watching the documentaries based off of the situation. It just didn't feel right for me to listen to some of those songs. But I'm okay with it. Just depends on the situation. I think because it's music, and for me, music, that's like a direct connection to the person, in my opinion, for music personally. When it's like, say, something like a book series or a movie, I can kind of separate the art from the artist a little bit better. I know, Billie Jean. I know. I could not think of it. My bad. I'm bad with talking. I'm sorry. But for me personally, though, those two artists, I just couldn't like separate the art from the artist. But that's why I can understand why people dislike this game and why people dislike J.K. Rowling. I understand why you would not want to support like the new HBO Max series. I understand not wanting to support the like book series and like anything to do with like Portkey or anything to do with J.K. Rowling. I get it, but don't push that on everyone else. The same way I don't push on everyone else to stop listening to Michael Jackson and stop listening to like, you know, I Believe I Can Fly and all that other stuff. Like, you know, like I can see both perspectives, and I just say, oh, thanks for the follow. And I'm like, dude, just let people do what they want. You know, it's none of my business what you listen to, what you read, what you watch on your free time. If you if you're watching like all this shit, then go for it, bruh. That's your opinion. Cool.
About it, helping spread the word about how good of a game it was. This is when the Hogwarts Legacy harassment campaign would begin.
Yeah.
People like this individual make an entire website where you could put the username of a streamer and it would tell you if they played that wizard game.
Wow, that's actually crazy. That someone actually went out of their way to program that shit. That's insane.
This was taken to the absolute extreme, and here's just one example. The channel Girlfriend Reviews features a couple playing games, and the chat was harassing them so much.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of yeah, like I said, I still think it was weird that he was hanging with those kids. I don't know, but that's on the parents more so than MJ, I would say. Like I said, to each their own. I personally can't listen to his music anymore, and I personally can't listen to the other guy's music anymore. I still can't think of his fucking name. My God, I'm going to remember this after the stream. I swear I am. But yeah, yeah, but this is what I'm talking about. I hate it when people are like pushing their own shit and harassing people. Like some of these people are like small creators and it's like they were harassing them over the stupid game.
Throughout their playthrough, that the girlfriend in question started crying and ended the stream. Bear in mind, this was a streamer who had a donation link to a charity that helped the LGBT directly.
Wow.
Made no differentiation. And one of the people who had suffered the
most
Silvervale and other disgusting things in relation to her playing the game was none other than the Vshojo talent Silvervale, being absolutely harassed.
Yep, I called this
just for having played the game. Here's a clip of that in which he describes what she's been going through just for having launched that game on stream. Watch.
And harassment and doxing and people doxing my friends and like so much horrible, vile things, all from streaming a fucking video game.
So this wasn't just harassment, this was doxing.
Yeah, see, this is the kind of shit that's like crazy. Yeah, R. Kelly, thank you so much. Oh my God, I could not think of his name for. Oh God, sometimes like I have the name locked down, and oh, thank you so much, You like oh God, you know how you're like thinking so hard, and you like thank you so much for that. Okay, yes, R. Kelly. I can't listen to R. Kelly anymore. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Beat. I can't read her name right now. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. But it's crazy though. Like she was getting so much harassment and no one supported her, not even her friends. I was like, bro, what is happening? Why is no one supporting her? And why is she alone? And she ended up like leaving the company.
Attempts to dox her personal information, successful attempts to maybe dox her friends. I don't want to imagine the things she was receiving in DMs, for example. And this isn't just some crying, this is intense crying. Like she's been going through it.
Yeah.
Of course, some of the amazing individuals who were behind this movement would see this clip on Twitter and would have some very productive things to say. Like, this is a volcano lava hot take, but this action should be encouraged. Or boohoo plus cry louder plus maybe listen to trans and Jewish.
I don't understand like their thoughts on this. It's like, bro, what is the hell? Girl, what are you doing? I'm seeing my girl on stream and she looks tweaked out. Oh my God, what the hell? Is my microphone like causing it to look like that? What? Okay, wait, let me fix my girl. There we go. Fuck, what the fuck? It's crazy. Okay. I look like I was doing something I shouldn't have been doing. Trust me, there's no one here. I'm waving around. No one's here. But yeah, the internet mob was insane. It's like, bro, like if you don't like that they play the game, then guess what? The block button's right there, bro.
But what was really interesting here was the approach that both Vshojo and some of its talents took when Silvervale was practically at one of the lowest points of their content creation career.
Yeah, that's definitely loser behavior for sure. Wait, is my girl doing it again? Are you good? Okay. Sorry, my stream delay is so crazy right now. I'm sorry, guys. I need to fix it. One of these days. Okay, I fixed it. Ugh.
One of the only people who would speak out in support of Silvervale was actually Iron Mouse, saying
Aww.
nobody deserves to feel threatened and live in fear every day of their life. That is not right, specifying that there are ways to support the LGBTQ plus in positive ways, while hoping that people become a little kinder to each other. But here's
See, this is why Iron Mouse is the GOAT, man.
where things get very tricky. Around the time this harassment campaign was taking
Yeah.
place, Fruit, who is another Vshojo talent, would tweet, "It costs me $0 every day to be kind and accept people for who they are. So for every like this tweet gets, I'm donating $1 to Mermaids, a charity that supports gender diverse children." Seeing that no one except for Iron Mouse had said anything about Silvervale being harassed, and this was the closest thing that Fruit had said about this situation, people immediately assumed that this was Fruit subtweeting Silvervale, giving her sort of a middle finger, so to speak.
I know. I need to fix it, man. I need to fix it. But dude, this was like so weird. I remember when I first heard about this and I was like, bro, why is no one defending her? And I didn't realize Iron Mouse defended her. Like, Iron Mouse is the GOAT, man. Like, she's such a good person. I love her. But yeah, no, it's crazy that no one was like on her corner, and it ended up having her separate from the company because of that.
Now, of course, Fruit would quote tweet this tweet 12 hours later and specify, "My twin brother means the world to me more than anyone. It means a lot to me to support and protect people like him any way I can. If there's a better transgender supporting charity to donate to, I can just switch. It's not that deep." So yeah, Fruit probably saw everything going on surrounding Hogwarts Legacy and decided, you know what, instead of hate, let's just donate. Let's just use money to donate to this cause. But of course, by that time, it was too late. People had already made up their mind about this tweet, and it made many assume, oh, wait a second, is there trouble at home at Vshojo? Are the talents not all friends? What else are they hiding from us? And what didn't help at all is that during this time period, Vshojo had said nothing. They were in complete and utter radio silence.
Yeah, I'm glad that like a lot of people after like the most recent Vshojo drama, people are going back and like realizing that what happened to Silvervale was not okay. Yeah, yeah, Zen's cool. I remember Zen when she first came out, and I was like, "What is this creature?" She was so random and chaotic when she first came into the scene. I love her too. She's crazy. But yeah, no, it's like, bruh, I don't understand why, like, now all of a sudden people are like, oh yeah, what happened to Silvervale wasn't good. It's like, oh, really? Because it seemed like anyone from the left side that was supporting Silvervale was claim like people would call them a turf, and I was like, bro, what the fuck? Like, and just because she's cis, and look, it's a fucking game. It has nothing to do with J.K. Rowling. If you have an issue with J.K. Rowling, like actually talk, like go to her Twitter or something, or I don't know. I still think J.K. Rowling, she's just someone you gotta ignore. She's gonna be rich forever because Harry Potter is the most successful pop culture phenomenon to come from England since fucking Doctor Who. So yeah, like either deal with it or ignore, you know? Just block everyone you don't like involved with Harry Potter. That's the best you can do if you're that rage filled.
They had not come out in support of Silvervale. They had not commented on Fruit's tweet. And it made people start questioning, why is Silvervale even in an agency? Because right now it's as if she's an indie VTuber being harassed.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Including her own agency. Because in the end, she was a Vshojo talent. And her being harassed like this was ruining her reputation in some way, which also in turn ruined Vshojo's reputation and the talents within it. In fact, regarding Silvervale, the only thing we'd hear would only be a couple months later in a shock announcement that no one was expecting. It will be Vshojo posting this on April 26, 2023, saying, "To our community, Silvervale and Vey have chosen not to renew their contracts at Vshojo. We respect their decision and want to thank them for helping make Vshojo what it is today. They will also retain their IP so they can continue as the creators you love. We wish them the best on the next leg of their journey. Sincerely, the Vshojo team." So look, by 2023, when it came to graduations, people were used to how Nijisanji and Hololive did them, which was one at a time, spaced out, with a graduation stream in which talents say goodbye. This was an absolute shock on every level, not to mention that a founding member and the first external member to have joined the company were both leaving. And as soon as this announcement had come out, they would quote tweet it with this image of her in Silvervale saying, "Indie bitches."
That is kind of insane, though, like how it all happened. I think they were the first ones to graduate, if I'm not mistaken, because of this Harry Potter thing. And yeah, they were happier for it, that's for sure. I just cannot stand it when mobs win. It's like, you can't let the mob win, man.
Naturally, seeing how rare a double graduation was and seeing this quote tweet made many people question what was going on.
It sounds like Vey was on her side all the way, and she decided to like stick with bitches and not get stitches.
Going on and come up with conspiracy theories. So hours later, Vey would clarify, since this post got so much traction and people are speculating as to why I have left and blaming other talent for it, it's nothing like that at all. I left because new contracts didn't make any financial sense to me. So you see, again, there was this rumor that the talent at Vshojo was not in agreement, that the girls were fighting, especially with the conspiracy theories running rampant over Fruit's tweet in regards to Silvervale. Vey would continue, I can't speak for Silver because we didn't leave together, we were just announced on the same day. Can't say much else because of legal shit and stuff, but please be kind to everyone involved, don't make weird rumors up to control your own narrative. TLDR, left cause new contract, no good. And for all indies, always hire a lawyer to read through any contract, however minor it may seem. I know it's a scary process to think about, but you'll be so fucking thankful down the line. Hire lawyers that know what the industry standards are. Okay, have a nice day, you fuckers. So this was her attempt to completely kill any speculation or conspiracy theories surrounding her graduation.
Are they? I mean, I'm sure once the NDA goes up. Well, I don't know. I think it's clear what happened now, and I think most people, the narrative has changed greatly since the fall of Vshojo. I think people are now more on their side than ever nowadays.
She just wanted to move on as soon as possible. Silvervale would echo the same exact statement on her stream, saying this, watch.
Anyone missed the announcement? Vey and I are both leaving. We were announced the same day, but it has nothing to do with each other. It was independent. We are just being announced on the exact same day.
So this whole thing was kind of messy. Yeah. Why announce two talents at the same time and have to make them both make separate statements saying, guys, it just so happens that we both wanted to leave the company and they announced us on the same day. It was definitely a shock, but hey, at least Vshojo kept their word. They would be keeping their IP. This wasn't a graduation in the traditional sense because nothing would be changing. They would continue streaming just like they did before Vshojo.
That was the one good thing about Vshojo, I would think. I hope if there is another company similar to Vshojo, I'll never join it. I'll never join it. But if there is ever a company similar to Vshojo, and I hope like they'll look at the mistakes Vshojo make and learn from them, and if there is any differences where they want to graduate or they move on, they let them take their models with them. I think that's better in my opinion.
And so as soon as people were starting to finally process this news and maybe even start to move on, just a few days later, Vshojo would come up with another bombshell saying, to our community, we'd like to inform you that Nyanners has decided not to renew her contract with Vshojo. We fully support her decision and are grateful for her contributions to the growth of Vshojo. Nyanners will retain her IP, ensuring she can carry on as the beloved creator you know. We wish her the best in her future endeavors. Sincerely, the Vshojo team. This was another complete shock.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Wait, when was that? May 1st, 2023? I bet you that tweet is like now like way more popular now. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. You missed some time, bruh, but your prediction was true. We should look into this person's tweet. He definitely Face Connect, huh? I haven't really seen anyone from Face Connect before. Maybe I'll check them out. I haven't really checked out any VTubers since like Nijisanji and now Vshojo have kind of fucked over everyone, so it's kind of hard for me to trust companies now, but maybe I'll give Face Connect a shot.
Okay, listen, one founding member, the first member to join, and another founding member in the span of 1 week? Nayaners released her own statement saying, after much consideration, I've decided not to renew my contract with Vshojo and return to being an indie. This decision is my own and not a reflection of my relationship with any of the other members, and it is something I have been seriously deliberating for a while. I'm deeply appreciative of all the opportunities that being a member of Vshojo has presented over the past 2 years and wish everyone, staff and fellow talent alike, all the best. While this change likely comes as a surprise, it won't change who I am, any of my content, or who I choose to collaborate with moving forward. My streams will continue as usual. I'm looking forward to seeing what the future will bring in this new chapter. Thank you all for your support and understanding. Nayaners. So again, dispelling the rumor that no, this is not because other talent in
Nayaners. That's like the most American way you can say that. You gotta say Nayaners. You gotta say it like put some pump in your chest, like Nayaners. Or something, you know, like yeah. Sorry.
The agency is pissing me off or is being toxic. This is my own decision and I'm leaving with no drama. I just want to put this behind me. But how can we just put this behind us and move on so easily when so many members had left in just the span of a few days?
I'll tell you how. They fucking scouted the they fucking scouted, bruh. That's what happened. They scouted for new they scouted for all the graduation from other companies. That's how.
Vshojo had 10 members by this point, and they had essentially lost 30% of their talent roster just like that. If the talents were truly happy, then that wouldn't have happened. So what the hell was going on?
Right.
More importantly, though, was anyone else going to leave as well?
You know, this is my opinion. Hololive and fucking Niji Sanji had like dramas like right after this shit, because I think Hololive had their drama after this drama, and then after Hololive had their little drama right after the Hololive drama, it was Niji Sanji that was going through like hella drama, and then yeah. And Vshojo kind of hid in the background in the shadows, getting all those juicy livers to join their team until they fucked it all up. They fucked around and found out with that money. That's for fucking sure.
And that's when people understood there was a risk that Iron Mouse could leave. And if she did, this talent agency would have, without exaggeration, imploded in just a few months afterwards. So people were obviously concerned. They loved Vshojo, they loved the talent there. They didn't want to see it implode. So many were asking Iron Mouse, hey, like, are you gonna stay? Are you gonna leave? To which she responded. This is a clip that was in False ID's video from over 2 years ago, in which she says that she's currently negotiating. Watch.
I have to make this very large. Good news or bad news? I don't know. I don't know if it's good news or bad news. Leaving Vshojo, guys, I'm still in contract negotiations.
So this definitely didn't reassure her audience or anyone who was a fan of Vshojo. Iron Mouse was in contract negotiations. 3 talents had just left. If she leaves too, we can safely say the agency's not really going anywhere. So without exaggeration, it was facing an existential threat. And seeing how
I like how, oh my god, that's actually funny, Sleepy Hazard. You just talked about Phase Connect, and now look at fucking Phase Connect. Oh my god, that's actually crazy. You just talked about Phase Connect, and the meme came up right here. That's actually insane.
How often people would see VTuber agencies establish themselves then literally fall apart within a few months. The same fate awaiting Vshojo didn't really seem that far-fetched. Except it was, because shortly after this, in the summer of 2023, Vshojo would begin a new chapter that would thrust it straight into its golden age, where it finally became a global contender. One could say that Vshojo started taking their first steps towards a golden age barely 10 days after Nayaners had officially left the company. Yes, even though the entire agency's future was being put into question, they managed to surprise everyone on May 11th, 2023, when they would announce that they'd be adding the first English-speaking VTuber to their roster since Vei in 2021. And that VTuber would be Henya the Genius. Someone who already was very beloved and had one hell of a fan base in another corporation and had left it recently, not being able to keep her IP and restarting in Vshojo. And one of the many things that made her special is that she was both fluent in English and Japanese, which helped her further bridge the gap between Vshojo and their Japanese subsidiary. But the agency wasn't done here. Just barely a few months later, they would also recruit yet another new member by the name of Giga, another independent VTuber that was already established and had a fan base that was going to follow her into Vshojo. What made these two talents special is that they weren't problematic at all. If
I remember I said Giga's name wrong. I apologize, Queen.
This was Vshojo heading in the right direction, but it was them barely getting started. You see, at the time, one couldn't simply...
I always laugh when I see Niji Sanji. Ooh, look at these faces. Wait, I don't recognize some of these people. Okay. I know you. I don't know you. You're new. I know you. I know you. I somewhat know you. I don't know you. You're new. I unfortunately know you. I don't know you. Who the fuck is this? I know you. I know you. I definitely know Rosamie. And I know Albion. I know you. And Fish. And then Yamino. Man, this was an era too. God, I miss when Niji Sanji used to be peak, but now how far they've fallen to, man.
Ignore just how big Niji Sanji's English branch had gotten. Just like their main competitor Hololive, they had established some very well-known household names in the VTubing industry. And
yeah, but they fucked up. They fucked up hard.
With them came very passionate and sometimes rabid fan bases that would do anything to show their love to their idols.
Oh yeah, the Niji sisters. Ooh.
In other words, they bought any merch you threw at them, okay? They were money printers. So when some talents started to...
Yeah, and it's kind of funny how none of those talents never see that money. Huh? Just saying.
All of a sudden, start leaving Niji Sanji around the end of 2023, Vshojo would take notice and take full advantage of the situation.
Yeah, they did.
The recruitment of a new member very shortly after Giga. This time, it was Kuro, an ex-Niji Sanji VTuber that had a very loyal fan base and had an established identity in the scene. But they were on a roll because barely 2 weeks afterwards, they would announce another member joining, Matara-kan, also being a very well-established ex-Niji Sanji member. These two would have an indescribable positive impact on Vshojo's PR. Kuro would...
Yeah, I think Kuro was the first and last male member of Vshojo.
Bring in some much-needed humor and expertise.
You know what's so funny? Shoto was going to be, like, Shoto was debating on joining Vshojo, but he... Dude, Shoto... Like, Shoto has such a nose, man. Because he was debating joining Niji Sanji, too. Like, right at the peak of Niji Sanji. The same way he was debating joining Vshojo at the peak of Vshojo. And he said no to both because he wanted to do his own thing. God, dude. Someone get that man a lottery ticket or something. Because he has... a sense for, like, he senses shit, bruh. I swear.
He's from his days at Niji Sanji running a big fan base, and Matara would come in to act like some sort of a maternal figure to the Vshojo talent roster, balancing the chaotic energy exhibited by the rest of the roster. All this would serve as the building blocks, as the foundation to the most important moment in Vshojo's history, when they would take complete advantage of the downfall of one of their biggest competitors. On February 2024, we would...
Yeah, this shit. It's just what I said. I think, like, they just took advantage of, like, all the negativity from the other companies, so they were able to, like, rise up from the ashes of their fuck-ups. But then they would fall victim to their own fuck-up.
Witnessed the biggest PR disaster in VTuber history. When Talon Tatsuki, one of Niji Sanji's English VTubers, would attempt to leave this planet twice, citing the toxic culture of Niji Sanji as the main reason. And instead of trying to fix or even salvage the situation, Niji Sanji decided to terminate her. What would follow would be mass graduations of the English branch of Niji Sanji.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Close to recovering.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
And would take this opportunity to devour Niji Sanji's massive rotting corpse in order to replace them and claim their spot of top 2 VTuber agency, competing directly with Hololive. On April 2024, they would recruit Michi Mochievi, another very well-beloved and established ex-Niji Sanji talent. And what would happen afterwards is the complete and full redemption of Vshojo's reputation.
Yeah.
These ex-Niji Sanji talents like Michi would go on to praise how happy they are at Vshojo in comparison to their previous workplace, being Niji Sanji.
Yeah, they took advantage of, like, they were like a parasite taking advantage of, like, another company's fodder for sure. And yeah, now look.
Saying that they've never worked at a place like this before, that their past workplace made them feel terrible, and that here they feel valued. They feel like an actual person. We also would hear something very shocking, the fact that Kuro had over 350,000 British pounds in tax debt, because apparently his previous company, Nijisanji, would tell him that they'll handle taxes for him and take a cut from his paycheck, only to end up not paying a single dollar. He was
That's insane. That is insane. I honestly think they should get, like, Nijisanji should get looked into by other countries, because that's definitely tax fraud. I know that's technically on the talents because they signed away that, and that's technically their money, but that's still insane. That's still insane. It was able to get that bad that fast.
essentially scammed. So he reached out to Iron Mouse for help in order to figure out what was going on, and she referred him to the CEO of Vshojo, Gunrun, who personally took the time out of his day to help him and put him in touch with an accountant and eventually recruited him into Vshojo. I mean, guys, at this point, can we just stop calling him Gunrun? Can we call him Gun Angel? Because I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I remember I heard this and I was like, oh my god, he's such a nice guy. Now, not no more. Not no more.
The complete opposite of Nijisanji. Now, this
Not no more.
was echoed by Matara in a discussion with Kuro, in which they were reminiscing how their former company mentally affected them and how happy they are at Vshojo today. I mean, look, by that point, this sentiment was pretty common to find. People felt that Vshojo was the savior of the VTuber industry, the agency correcting Nijisanji's mistakes and treating their talent like actual human beings, with no toxic workplace and no predatory contracts. And seeing that Iron Mouse had extended her contract with them, they had essentially gone from being a company facing an existential threat to being on top of the world, and things were only getting started for their golden age. Iron Mouse would keep beating records and would get interviewed by the Rolling Stone.
Yeah.
Jason would audition to be in the game Yakuza Like a Dragon and would successfully manage to get in. Vshojo was opening up art galleries in Japan.
That's
showcasing
crazy.
Art of their VTubers. And Iron Mouse would successfully become the most subscribed to channel on Twitch of all time.
Yeah.
Giving away half the money she raised to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, a charity that means a lot to her since she suffers from CVID, a condition that weakens her immune system to the point where she can't even go out. This foundation aims to find a cure. And seeing how much this meant to her, the CEO would personally bring her on a walk for the Immune Deficiency Foundation, using one hell of a high-tech setup where she can see everything that's happening through this camera. But that's not all. I mean, Gunrun would care so much about his talents that he would personally accompany Iron Mouse when she would win the Best VTuber Award in the Streamer Awards at the end of 2023.
That's crazy.
And if that wasn't enough to impress you, then maybe their global marketing campaigns would. Plastering the faces of all their talents in Japan, more specifically a metro station in Shinjuku. I mean, guys, by this point, everyone, whether big or small as a content creator, wanted a piece of Vshojo. The idea of
And he fucked it up. Oh, you fucked it up.
joining such an agency that held their talents to such high regards and would give every talent a manager to handle day-to-day tasks while they would focus on what was important to them simply sounded amazing. It seemed that this talent freedom approach was truly working in Vshojo.
Talent freedom. That's so ironic. Seeing that there now, talent freedom, and you have the nerve to put that there in the middle of Japan. That's crazy to me.
Vshojo knew exactly what they were doing. But hold your horses. I mean, this success does come with a price. Yes, there is such a thing as suffering from success, and Vshojo was about to find that out.
Yep.
Seeing that everyone wanted to join them, many were wondering what had happened to the audition form that was posted back in 2021. Was that simply to recruit an already established independent streamer like Vebe? Many would start making a joke that Vshojo was nothing more than a glorified Nijisanji retirement home.
Yeah.
Or they would just hire friends, that they were a nepotism-centric company.
Yeah, It was, they were that at the very end, but we'll never see who the auditioners were, that's for sure.
The problem was that this criticism didn't reach the company, it would reach the talents directly, causing someone like Zentreya to reach a breaking point. with her tweeting this out during July 2024, saying, "Heartbreaking and disheartening to see so many people pushing the idea of Zen friends only. Each person I found had to work their way to the top regardless. I have other friends who don't want to join who are working their asses off and doing amazing things. I even pushed management to open auditions again finally after so long and to scout for new and upcoming people to mesh with. I wanted to meet new people and let the others get a sense for them as well and see who would fit into the puzzle.
Yeah.
And I came to a realization that even if we bring in a new person, people will claim we focused on new people instead of helping others who are halfway to success, or other larger creators be a part of something fun. Either way is a loss. I just wanted to do right and help smaller and up and coming as well as the potential to bring someone on the rise. Management and Gunrun are working their butts off to do all of this, and now I feel as though I made a mistake in doing this. Who knows? But I hope you all still try because I started from the bottom too and I put in the work." This tweet was made in reference to Vshojo finally reopening applications after 3 years on July 10th, 2024, a day before Zentrea's tweet. And putting aside the fact that some talents were literally getting harassed over this was actually a net positive for Vshojo. You had droves of undiscovered talented VTubers, established VTubers, big, medium, small VTubers, all wanting to join your agency because goddamn, you guys were doing a great job. I mean, this post alone had over 5 million views, over 1,000 replies, with some very big independent VTubers commenting on it. If you hadn't noticed yet, this is what a golden age looks like. And around 5 months later, Amelie, who is a very well-established voice actor, VTuber, and singer, would make the announcement that she was joining Vshojo. This was of course huge for the agency, but at the same time, Amelie noticed that there were some replies that were fairly negative about her joining. Feeling the need to specify, this reveal has been in the works for almost a year and a half. And just to clear up any confusion, I was not a part of the auditions, but I'm so excited for the future debuts of new members. This is simply how badly people were clawing at the chance of joining this agency. She had to actually specify this. But Vshojo had made an entire subsidiary in Japan, not just for Kei-san and Amamiya Nazuna. They had very big plans for the country in which VTubing originated in. At the end of 2024, they teased 4 different Japanese talents joining their roster, this time under a wave or a team called Vshojo Nova. And by the beginning of July 2025, they would unveil it, launch it alongside Universal Music Group.
Holy shit.
Another VTuber wave.
I didn't really see this when it was coming together. I was kind of like out of most like VTuber stuff at this point. Once in a while I would watch Kuro. I'm a Shoto. I'm a guildie. I guess you could say I'm a guildie. I watch Shoto mostly, but and other streamers with Shoto. But other than that, I tend to like, I don't watch as much streaming as I used to.
Were superstars in the making. I mean, at this point, maybe Gunrun saying back in 2020 that Vshojo was going to be a new era of VTubing wasn't so far-fetched.
Yeah.
Not only were they on top of the world, but now they were considered a direct competitor to Hololive and someone who had very easily outdone Nijisanji.
Yeah,
the
that's
sky
for
was
sure.
The limit, and if this company became worth $1 billion in the coming years, no one would have been surprised. But you see,
they fucked it up.
Speaking about money, how did they make it exactly? You see, this was a question that would start to be asked as early as 2023. Agencies typically took a cut of sponsors, donations, subs, and merch from talents in order to sustain their business. But Vshojo would only do so, as far as we knew, whenever they brought in a sponsor and whenever there was merch on the line, never taking any of the donations or sub money of their talents. I personally got the chance to speak with someone notable in the content creator industry, and they told me that Vshojo for them was a red flag since 2023, truly wondering how this company even functioned and made money. This Redditor right here was also wondering the same thing, and I mean, look at the top comment. It said, "I think there's a running joke about this because I swear I've seen Henya, Kei-san, and Giga all commenting, I have no idea how Vshojo makes money, insinuating their contracts are really good." I'm sure there's a really good explanation, but my headcanon is that Gunrun and Vshojo really just enjoy what they do and don't make a ton of money doing it, but live comfortably enough because their hobby is being support for the talents. But by that point, Vshojo was so well established that people who were asking these questions, who were showing these concerns, were simply called stupid and people moved on.
That's usually how it is in the beginning before like a crash happens. Like there are some people who can sense that something's amiss, kind of like how when Mr. Beast was getting like a bunch of random hate, people were like, oh, you guys are just haters, you guys are being weird. I was in that camp for a minute because I was like, yeah, he is doing good for people, like, and it isn't just like, you know, his friends or anything anymore like it was in the beginning. He was doing good for like people that needed the help, and I think questioning him would have been more damaging to those people. But now it's like, now it feels like he's just using charity as a way to, as a shield almost, you know, and it's really scummy. So I think like when people like can sense these things before everyone else, they are looked at like they're crazy, because it's like, what are you talking about? Vshojo is the good company. I was like up there. I was like, oh my god, Vshojo is such the good company. But then, you know, I did kind of find it weird that Giga was leaving, Manthara left, and I was like, maybe they're leaving because they want to be independent. I don't know. Like, I didn't sense it at all. It wasn't until like fucking Iron Mouse left, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I think they had to wait until Iron Mouse left before the whole thing fell, because, yeah, that was fucking insane.
Would of course be the sentiment until the end of their golden age, when cracks in the company would start being very hard to ignore and multiple very shocking announcements would be made.
Yeah.
On March 6th, 2025, Matara-kan would tweet this, saying, "Today's the day. Momos, send me your energy. I need it." She didn't really specify further, but it seemed like it was a very important day for her and she was asking her community to send her good vibes. We wouldn't hear from her again until 2 days later, on March 8th, in which she would tweet out, "Hey everyone, as I said on stream today, I'll be taking an immediate emergency time off. Some things came up that I cannot address right now, but I promise you will know soon enough. All is good. I am good. I just need to deal with it all ASAP. I love you, Momos." Now look, at this point, people are hoping for the best. It's not the first time a big VTuber took a break like this, but it definitely seemed very sudden, and she definitely was trying very hard to reassure her community that nothing was truly wrong. Except something was wrong, and we would find that out almost a month later. As the Cinder incident was taking over the entirety of the VTubing community, something else would creep up on the side.
Yeah, that was like probably the weirdest time. Yes, I remember now. Cause yeah, I remember now. Cause when Cinder was having this drama happen at the same fucking time, Montserrat left Vshojo and people were like losing their shit at the same time. Yeah, I remember now.
And shock everyone. One day after Cinder had posted her infamous apology, Vshojo would post this, saying, "Dear community members, we want to share that after careful thought and consideration, we've made the difficult decision to formally part ways with Matara on May 5th, 2025. We're genuinely grateful for everything she's brought to Vshojo and wish her the best moving forward. Goodbyes are never easy, and we understand many of you deeply care about Matara as we do. The best way to support us both right now is with kindness, understanding, and respect for everyone's feelings and privacy during this transition. We're committed to our incredible talent, community, and the values we share. Thank you all for your empathy and continued support." To say that people were absolutely shocked by this is an understatement.
Yeah.
Up until that point, Matara was seen as the motherly figure of the entire talent roster. She'd be someone with an opinion that was highly valued in the company and would, throughout many occasions, sing the praises of Vshojo. So why the hell was she graduating and why was it so sudden? Well, here's what she had to say about it. "Vshojo made the decision to part ways with me on March 6th, effective May 5th. I thank the girls, plus Kuro, for the great times we had together and the wonderful moments we shared in the last 18 months. I wish the remaining talent in Vshojo the best of luck in their activities. I love them very much and I will carry on being their bug auntie. I will continue streaming as Matara-kan because I am Matara-kan and I hope the Momos can still cheer me on even if I won't be Matara-kan of Vshojo." So this tweet actually didn't specify much, but it gave us a couple of clues. Vshojo made the decision to part ways with me on March 6th. The same exact day she said, "Today is the day, Momo, send me your energy, I need it." 2 days before she said, "I'm taking immediate emergency time off." But realistically,
something's amiss here.
Vshojo had fired her in a way. And as people were barely recovering from what had happened with Cinder and what was now going on at Vshojo, 2 weeks later, another bombshell announcement would drop. Mountain Dew, one of the co-founders of Vshojo, would say, "After 5 years, I am leaving Vshojo."
Oh, the founder? Okay, that changes things. Okay, I cannot wait until this lawsuit gets public and we get to finally see like what was happening over in everything and what exactly happened, because I am so curious like what the fuck happened to make all these people leave slowly before the bomb.
For the past 5 years, Vshojo has been an integral part of my life and journey. Since its inception, I have had the honor and the privilege of working with some of the most hardworking and intelligent team members and have made many friends throughout the VTubing and streaming community. I will always cherish the time we spent together. I take great pride in my contributions to the growth of the Vshojo brand, helping shape what it is today through my involvement in most of the forward-facing, large-scale media and the behind-the-scenes growth operations within the company. As of today, I am formally stepping down from my position as Chief Marketing Officer and departing the company to explore new creative endeavors. While this was a difficult decision, I believe it is the right time for me to embark on a new chapter of creative fulfillment in my life. Thank you all for the wonderful memories. See you soon, Mountain Dew.
That's
As far as we were
crazy.
concerned, this was a legend in the industry, flexing what they had done in Vshojo and saying goodbye in order to do bigger and better things. Overall though, this post definitely felt sudden. Why now of all times? Why 2 weeks after Matara had left? What was going on at the company? We wouldn't
Yeah.
get an answer. Instead, a month later, we would get yet another announcement from Vshojo announcing that Giga will be parting ways with the company. On the same day this announcement would be posted, she would specify in a tweet saying, as of June 27th, I am terminating my contract with Vshojo and will be an independent creator once again. This decision took a long time to come to terms with, but is definitely the best choice for my future. I love my members in Vshojo more than I could ever say, and I will always be their friend and support. There is no world where I want to be without them both as a creator and as a person, and that is something that doesn't require a contract with an agency to still hold true. I'm wishing all the remaining girls and our dog, which is Kuro, success, always. I'd especially like to thank my manager at Vshojo, Kenzo, for always doing his absolute best for me and making the most of our time working together. Love you lots. As far as my streaming goes, nothing will change from this, as in indie I handled pretty much everything myself and can easily do so again. Nothing changed when I joined, nothing's changing as I leave. I do have a lot of cool projects coming up very soon, so I'd appreciate everybody's support. I'll see you on stream soon. And she did stream, only to give a very surface level explanation as to why she had left, citing disagreements with management, working on some projects that would never see the light of day, things like that. And again, as people were barely processing the idea that so many talents had been leaving so quickly from Vshojo, 2 days later, on June 27th, 2025, Vshojo
I didn't know Zentreya left. Holy shit. That's actually crazy. I had no idea Zentreya left during this time. That's actually shocked. I thought Zentreya was like there from until the bomb. That's actually insane. What the fuck? Holy shit. If I knew Zentreya left, I would have like looked more into it. That's crazy.
That Zentreya, a founding member of Vshojo and someone who was at this point representing the brand itself, was leaving the company.
That's
People
insane.
Why? Why now? Why you, someone who has championed Vshojo as a company and who seemed like they were never going to leave? And here's what she had to say. On July 11th, I will be leaving Vshojo for new opportunities and a new adventure. My time here was long, and I had many fun moments. It will feel like the end of the world, but know that I will always be here for all of you. Nothing will change other than where I am currently at. Thank you to Vshojo for many years and the memories. Sadly, times change and paths change, and I decided I wanted to follow my own path and do new things in life. I hope you all will continue to follow me on this adventure. I know change is scary. It's a scary thing to see something you saw grow change, but that is how life goes. We all take this walk eventually, so let's go on this adventure together. Thank you for all your continued support, and even if this is where your stop is, then thank you regardless, and best wishes to Vshojo. She would then specify further on the stream that she was doing this for more opportunities and for personal reasons. She, much like the other talents that had left Vshojo so far, didn't
Sounds
have
like
any drama or
NDA talk.
speculation. And just
NDA
like that, in the
talk.
span of like a couple of months, 3 talents, including one founding member, had left Vshojo, and let's not forget that they were joined by the Chief Marketing Officer, Mountain Dew. This would be the first time Vshojo would go through this. We saw this ourselves.
Yeah.
But this time felt very different.
Yeah, this
especially
does
because after a couple of weeks,
seem
even
more
Kamini
fishy.
had left the company after 3 years. This was the director of talent of Vshojo. So you weren't just getting talents leaving, you were also getting some pretty integral people running the company leaving as well. What was going on?
Yeah.
But of course, as you might have guessed, we weren't done here just yet. So
Yeah. It sounds like the calm it sounds like raindrops right before a drizzle.
10 days later, Iron Mouse would tweet out, "I'm so sorry for not streaming as much
Before,
this past
like, a
2 weeks.
huge
I have been going through
rainstorm."
a lot, but I hope to get back to streaming soon." People just assumed she was tired, dealing with some symptoms of a sickness, or just overall needed a mental health break. But everyone couldn't have been more wrong in this regard.
That's
Getting
crazy.
slapped across the face sideways only 3 days later, when Iron Mouse wouldn't tweet out anything, but instead would release a YouTube video titled, "Why I Left Vshojo."
The bomb.
All you really need to understand the gravity of the
Kaboom.
situation is listening to the first 30 seconds.
Kaboom.
Watch.
I am leaving Vshojo. Unfortunately, I recently found out.
Wait, is he gonna play the entire video? Because if he plays this, I've already seen this part, so I'll let it play out. I'll let it play out. I just I just hope he doesn't like show more than like necessary, because I have already reacted to this entire video on stream. Oop, play.
That for the past couple of months, I have been misled by Vshojo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most
That's
importantly,
crazy.
the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me.
I remember my jaw dropping when I heard this news. I was like, there's no shot they took money from fucking Iron Mouse. I like, it's the craziest thing for me that they stimped on Iron Mouse of all people. Like, this is your top, the face of your fucking company, and you fucked her over? Are you dumb?
And also the reason why I'm here today is owed over $500,000 from Vshojo.
That's fucking
so
crazy.
Not only was she not getting paid by her agency, but they were withholding $500,000 from her that was meant to go directly to charity. She had trusted them to make the payment on her behalf, and they didn't. That's something a supervillain would do. In the rest of the video, she would go on to introduce herself again to anyone new that was watching, describing to them just how important the Immune Deficiency Foundation is to her, how they saved her life, and how she started streaming due to her condition in the hopes of simply finding friends, never thinking she'd grow this big. She also reveals that she's speaking to an attorney at the moment. She can't really reveal everything just yet.
I'm so curious what it's going to be eventually. I'm so curious what the eventual like bombshell will be after the lawsuit gets like settled, because I want to hear the tea. I want to hear the tea on like, what did Gun Run do to fuck up so much money for so many people.
But what she can say is that around the time she was renewing her contract, when she was having second thoughts, Gunrun would push this idea on her that the company needed her to succeed. That if she were to leave, Vshojo would fall apart.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's fucked up that he told her that, but he is right. He's right. Like at that point, yeah, she was for sure the face of Vshojo. If she left, then yeah. I mean, look at what happened. She left and it fucking fell apart.
Now, yes, to an extent, that is actually true, especially after Nyaner, Silverveil, and Vey had left at the same time. But this resulted in her ironically feeling trapped in an agency that claimed talent freedom. She wouldn't be able to leave because she felt responsible for both the company and the talents that she loved very much in it. It was simply tragic. And then she would specify that she wasn't giving up. She would start a new fundraiser on Tiltify, and the cool thing about Tiltify is that they receive the money, the creator doesn't touch a single dollar, and they then send the money to that charity on their own. Within just a few hours, Iron Mouse had raised tens of thousands of dollars, absolutely eclipsing her initial $10,000 goal, with the entire VTuber community backing her up.
I remember when this was a meme, when fucking Doki and Mint like were doing a dick measuring contest with their donation. It was good to see. I love seeing like all the memes for a good cause. It was for a good cause, so it was really wholesome and funny at the same time.
And encouraging everyone to donate. Soon this news would spread like wildfire. Iron Mouse, one of the biggest streamers on the planet, was scammed $500,000 from her agency that was meant to go to charity.
Yeah.
The Pandora's box was officially opened. Vshojo
For
was
sure.
fair game. And when it comes to internet drama like this, once it rains, it fucking pours, baby. And now you had many people come out with their grievances that they had with the company. Like this music composer here saying, nowhere near what Mouse is going through, but for the past year, Vshojo has been habitually late in paying me commissions, sometimes leaving thousands of dollars of my invoices unpaid for months at a time. I tried to be patient, but knowing they were stealing charity money from Mousy while this was all happening makes me sick to my stomach.
That's fucking crazy, man. Like, what the fuck happened? I am so curious to like, where did the money go? Because that money had to go somewhere. I think he fucked up somewhere.
Another music artist would quote tweet this and say, I have thousands of dollars of unpaid work from them too. Had to chase people down just to make sure my friends got paid. They even hire someone to help with music stuff, but I ended up managing everything while they got paid for my work. This had gotten to a point where it was so ridiculous that Iron Mouse had to make a statement saying any artists/musicians that worked with me through Vshojo and never got paid, please contact me ASAP so I can get you paid. I'm so sorry.
The fact that Iron Mouse still, I think, still to this day feels like she's responsible for Vshojo's fuck up on so many things is so messed up to me. Like, bro, don't feel guilty at all. You did nothing wrong, Iron Mouse. It's fucked up, bruh.
It turned out that the financial problems of Vshojo weren't just related to talents, they were related to everything. Around that same time, Zentreya would also tweet this out, saying, in all seriousness, I know Vshojo had times where they would take forever to process a payment out to artists when they worked with me if the payment was through Vshojo and not me. I just want to make sure that if you were one, you were paid. Contact me on what...
Yeah, that would be cool. I think eventually when we're all like in our 40s or 50s, we're gonna get like a bunch of like documentaries on each like drama from every subculture. It's gonna be amazing, bruh. And it'll be like either they'll like be in their VTuber like TV model things, or they might be like out and just, or have like their face like with masks or something, or Terminator's real and we'll all be dead and AI will be the new power and all the dumb robots are gonna kill us all.
Project I'm So Sorry. Very shortly after Iron Mouse had released her video, both Kuro and Michi would take Vshojo out of their names on Twitter. As this was all happening, a well-known Japanese media personality would tweet this out, and it would end up being a bombshell, saying, this person moved from a VTuber company to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new income. He thrusted me a few of his new business cards to give to my good contacts. I found the action obnoxiously rude, but maybe he was too young and friendly to know better. Then the motherfucker wanted to meet up for tax advice because I'm a native in Japan and I hire an accountant. I was asked to have dinner in his area, which was quite far from me, splitting the bill. That day I got convinced I didn't like the guy. Yet because I loved the talents he worked with, I was only secretly hoping he would lose his job one day. Recently, I heard from another creator that he was showing photos of VTubers' real selves while revealing their personal info like marital status. I now wanted to find a way to warn other employees. Today I've learned the most despicable shit the company has done to their talent. Don't know if he's involved with it, yet all my personal grudge is nothing compared to such betrayal. Sometimes, unfortunately, managers or agencies can be the talent's worst enemy. Please always support the talent first.
That's crazy. Not only is like the difference with like I think Vshojo and Niji Sanji is Niji Sanji has such a strong like Japanese base. They're able to survive. Oh, let me read your comment. Sounds like they spent too much on trying to expand, but there's massive growth happening during COVID. They could have overspent and expected the growth to continue to pay it off, but it shrank or was that stagnant after COVID ended. Yeah, that could be it too. That could be it. And they probably hired too many hands and not enough like money to split to go around. And yeah, it sounds like that. It sounds like the heads of the company, some of the heads of the company was taking a huge cut. That's for fucking sure. So yeah, you could be very right about that, Sleepy Hazard. Like after COVID and the boom of COVID kind of went stagnant, they didn't really like think about that part of it. But it's crazy. But anyway, I think the difference between like Niji Sanji and Vshojo on how each company has fallen. For Niji Sanji, they're probably never gonna be at the peak that they were at during 2021 and 2022. I'd say that was like the golden era for Niji Sanji, and I would say that was the golden era because right after that era and after like shit hit the fan with Selene, like they lost like a lot of respect from the English side of things. Like a lot of people in the American English speaking countries were like, yeah, no, fuck this shit. Like some of them still stuck it out and they still have fans, I'm sure, but it does sound like a lot of fuckery happened. And I think because Niji Sanji has been in this game a lot longer than Vshojo, they were able to like pick themselves back up, and they obviously do better with their investments. And because they have so many different talents and they do take a bigger cut from them, so that was how they were able to survive too, because they barely pay their talents. So as a company they were able to survive. But Vshojo, because they went with like the whole talent first, quotation marks, talent first quotation mark, they fucked it up for big time. And they were like, and they probably were really fair at first. They probably did do all the right things at first, but then eventually, like you said, it was time to pay the piper, and they ran out of money really fast, probably because they were paying a lot of money to artists, they were paying a lot of money to musicians and producers, they were paying a lot of money to their own staff members, and then they also had to pay like a lot of money to the talents. So it was like the money split was not adding up. So it sounds like a lot of poor management that happened. I'm gonna read. Once Mouse was asking for money they owed, they were done for since they didn't have enough to pay her own money. Yeah, and the fact that like 500, here's the thing that gets me too. The fact that $500,000 of charity money was taken. Like, it'd be one thing if it was like, oh, they still gave the charity money and now they just can't pay Mouse, but they fucking stole charity money. Like, bro, that's insane to me. I think that's the part that people won't forgive for sure. That's why Vshojo is forever done. They're now bankrupt for sure, because fucking the fact that they took money from charity, that's literally the worst thing you can do as any influencer, as any company, actor, whatever stance you have where you're in the public. That's probably the worst fucking thing you could do, is lie about giving money to charity.
So here Shibuya Kaho is pretty much saying that there was someone who worked at a noted VTuber company, we can only assume it was Nijisanji, was then hired at Vshojo, and that person was very careless with some of these VTubers' identities. Something extremely taboo, seeing that these VTubers valued their privacy above all else. I mean, they're VTubers for a reason.
Yeah.
And even though that was despicable, she would still say that this is nothing compared to what Vshojo had done by stealing $500,000 from Iron Mouse that was meant for charity. Someone in the replies would point out saying, if you knew about this guy, why didn't you speak up earlier? Revealing a VTuber's information is dangerous to them. It just looks like you joined the bandwagon when it became relevant. To which he said, actually, I just came back from the US where I gathered the info that he was still within the company, and I was actually meeting up with someone who's been working with him in Japan this week. Given that it's a story I heard from someone else, I thought it was best to do in person. Miyauri, a Twitch streamer, would corroborate what Shibuya Kaho had said, saying, speaking of Vshojo, I remember one anime expo, I was at an after party and a certain someone was trying to flex how he could arrange private meet and greets with the creators behind the models. Never sat right with me, because do these creators even know you're exploiting / treating them like party favors?
That's insane to me. Like, they weren't talent first, my ass. If any of these accusations are true, that is the most insane thing to me. They're literally being treated like call girls at this point. That's like their products because they're VTubers. That's the thing that gets me, that people still treat VTubers like they are their prizes or possessions by their fans. It's that idol culture that never leaves, and it's like, bro, that's so fucked up.
Zentreya, who cares about her privacy so much that she literally uses a text-to-speech voice in order to communicate, would find out about this and say, someone who worked with Vshojo was giving out info? What the fuck? Are we so fucking serious? She then tagged Gunrun and said, dude, what the absolute fuck? I wasn't aware of this, and I am assuming the others weren't either. Did you know? She would then edit the post and say, reading, it was Japanese side and it's so fucked, dude. It still stands, and I personally don't even know what all happened behind the scenes on the English side. I just followed so blindly, leading Vshojo thinking it's all cool, man. Fuck me for being stupid.
You're not stupid, Zendrea. You're not. Just, your company just sucks. It's hard to trust any company nowadays, bruh. But it sounds like the same story about the Nijisanji, like, person, right? Is it the same guy, or is it like just two different guys in Japan just fucking selling information like it's gold? I wonder if it's because, like, in Japan, idol culture is such a bigger deal over there, so they thought, like, they could make extra money on the side. Like, it's a side gig to try to, like, bribe them. I'm wondering if they, like, scammed these people and they weren't actually going to do it. It doesn't change the fact that it's fucked up that they're using talent as, like, a way to make money, but still fucked up nonetheless.
She shared her shock, but also emphasized, don't blame yourself, you didn't know. Even Mountain Dew, who used to be the chief marketing officer of Vshojo and one of the co-founders, would say, nah bro, what the absolute fuck, tagging Gunrun on Twitter. Things were devolving, devolving very quickly, with all of these events barely happening with—
Wait, Wait, Mountain Dew, is he like compromised? Ooh, oh, dude, this tea is getting so good. I didn't see like the fallout that deeply. So I saw like Kayson's reaction and how everyone like left the company at the same time. That's as far as I know. This is getting juicy. This is why I wanted to watch this video, because I knew Mujin would do a good job like showing what happened in the fallout. Ooh, I'm rubbing my hands together like a fly, like a greasy fly.
Different time zone. She woke up to absolute chaos.
Yeah.
She's just gonna simply sit by and watch all of this.
Yes, yes, yes. Give me blood. Give me blood, Mommy Kayson. Give me blood.
She immediately announced a live stream at 9 p.m. Japan time, with a thumbnail being, "We need an explanation, please answer Vshojo."
Yeah.
In which she would do the unexpected and bring on the CEO of Vshojo Japan for a discussion.
Bro, Kayson has the biggest balls out there. God damn. You know, I may not. You know, this guy is also compromised too, but he had at least had the balls to like get eviscerated on stream, you know? I respect it, but you're still a dick, bro, for letting this all happen.
Giving him the avatar of a rat, saying Vshojo Japanese.
Okay. Okay, that's not a rat. Okay, Mujin, I think that might just be his Fugi. I don't think like she did that maliciously, but okay, that's just a nitpick on my end.
CEO for now. Yura on YouTube translated the entire conversation because the CEO wasn't comfortable speaking in English, he spoke in Japanese. He would confirm to the world that the $500,000 that the Immune Deficiency Foundation was owed was truly not paid. This was the first time a Vshojo staff, especially someone as high up as him, confirmed this to us publicly. When questioned about financials further, he would explain that he had very limited access to company financials.
I know,
Japan was just
she was so base for this, dude. I like already respected Kayson after, I think like she was on the same team with Shoto, Saikuno, and Gumi. And Gumi when they did the Lethal Company competition, the Iron Mouse Lethal Company competition. You know, they were on a team, and she was like such a goat during that time. She helped them she like managed to get like all the items in at once. Like Kayson's the goat, bruh.
A subsidiary. He could only see money coming in and out of Vshojo Japan, and he was taking a risk coming to the stream because he had multiple higher-ups above him. And the most important moment in this entire live stream would be this right here. No need to explain, just watch.
So did you just say that Vshojo JP itself was doing good?
そうですね。
And finances too?
そうですね。
You haven't paid me.
っていうことになるですね。その、本社の中の帳簿上はそうなってたっていうことは聞いてます。
日本、でもタレントに1円も払われてない状態っていうのを把握しておられたんでしょうか？
そうです。はい。
それは、資金的にうまくいってないのでは？
入ってくるお金と出ていくお金の数字のみを見たら、日本の支部っていうのはうまくやっていたってことですね。
Oh my god. Sorry. I'm like drooling right now. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for like the moment because oh god, she's so cool. I want to be like you one day. She's probably the same age as me.
I quit Vshojo today.
Ah, Queen! Ah, she's so cool. She's so cool. She's so cool. I love her.
Vshojo 辞めます今日。
はい。
はい。31日予定でしたけど、今日辞めます。
So she quit live in front of the Japanese CEO's face, in front of tens of thousands of people.
The most badass thing you could have done. Oh God, she is forever immortalized. Based.
Feeling that she was planning on quitting on July 31st because in general she wasn't paid since last year, since September 2020.
Wait, she wasn't paid for an entire year? What was she doing? Was she like doing other jobs to make money? What the fuck? That's insane.
An amount of money that was in the six figures.
Holy
During
shit.
this call, he also specified that his salary was slashed in half and that there were talks about separating Japanese Vshojo and English Vshojo wallets since the Japanese side was doing so well. But again, since it was doing so well, how come Kei-san and other Japanese talents weren't paid for so long? This is why she quit. Now, the CEO would specify that the staff was still being paid, just not the talent.
What the fuck? You're paying the staff but not the talent? The talent that could talk about not getting paid? Are you dumb? What?
And to clarify any confusion, Legal Mindset, who is a reliable lawyer, would say another note from Kei-san's stream regarding staff being paid first, they had to pay the staff due to clear labor law violations. If they didn't.
Oh, okay. But still, that's fucked up though, either way. It's like, bro, I get that like labor laws and stuff, but then there should be labor laws for talents then, right? I know technically it's like freelancing if we're gonna get technical, but if it's under contract, they still should get fucking paid.
Pay full-time staff. They are banking on the ambiguity of Vshojo talent as independent contractors to shaft them out of payment.
That's fucking bullshit, bruh. Ooh, yeah. I should like start watching streams again. It's just hard for me to get in the mood to do it because I don't really have the time to watch streams like I used to.
It would then go on to say, overall, Kei-san's stream shows US Vshojo leadership aiming for bankruptcy as a solution to discharge unpaid payments to the talents as independent contractors. Now is the best time for VTubing industry to challenge this insanity and establish that VTubers are true employees. So now we just went from them stealing $500,000 meant for charity to not paying their talents to try to legally squirm away from paying their talents money that they're owed.
That's crazy.
As this entire chaos was unfolding, Michi would go live to talk about what was going on. She would briefly go over how we got here, how she started VTubing as a way to hang out with friends, and eventually she would end up at Nijisanji and it wouldn't really end well. After Nijisanji, she'd be at a point in her life where she had picked up bad habits again and had a lot of baggage. So she was very grateful to Vshojo for giving her a second chance, for saving her essentially, making her trust them fully. This is why she would sing their praises so much and so often. Something that
I think that's the fucked up part about all this too. Like it was all happening so fast and I was talking about Michi and Kuro and how like it's so fucked up that like they were obviously in a rough situation because Matara and Michi specifically were in rough situations because whenever they collabed with any of the male VTubers, the Niji sisters, quotation marks, would like get in their asses about them all the time, and it was just so toxic and awful, and no one would support them, and you know, they were going through tough times, and obviously the money issues was also a thing too, and the fact that like I don't know, it was just all fucked up, and I have never been so disappointed in Vshojo. I was thinking about Michi and Kuro the most because Matara had already like left Vshojo and I thought, oh, she left before shit hit the fan, but the fact that fucking Michi and Kuro were still there, I was just thinking about them like, dude, they literally left a toxic company only to like go into a toxic company. And from what I'm hearing, they were trying to scout for like I heard from Quinn, who used to be Ooh, thanks for the follow. Quinn, who used to be a Kyo from Nijisanji, how like he felt like they were circling around him while he was still graduating, which was kind of predatory. Like they were scouting out for talents from people who are graduating from other companies, specifically Nijisanji, which is pretty fucking predatory for sure. It's so crazy, man.
That she says she feels embarrassed by now that everything has been unfolding. Finally, she announces that she's officially quitting Vshojo and that they also owe her a significant amount of money.
Dude, that court is, I hope they're probably going to make it a private court thing, but I think every one of them should sue. It should be like the people versus Vshojo, or the talent versus Vshojo or something, because that shit is not cool.
She then says that of course there are other things, but she can't discuss them right now due to legal reasons. Amelie would join Michi in announcing that she will be terminating her contract with Vshojo effective immediately and will be returning to being an independent VTuber and content creator. Kuro would also go live to talk about his experience.
Sorry. I just want the first thing Kuro did, because if you guys don't know, when he was Mista from Niji Sanji, he made that stupid ass song, Goop Goop Gabba Gabba Gee. Goop Goop Gabba Gabba Gee. I'm leaving Niji Sanji. And then fucking literally after this bombshell comes out, he literally put another one. Goop Goop Gabba Gabba Goop. Goop Goop Gabba Gabba Goop. I'm leaving Vshojo. I'm like, bro, you're so content brain. You can't help yourself. I fucking love this man. VTuber agencies are yeah, dude. I don't trust any agency. If for some reason anything were to happen to me, if I like somehow like build myself up and somehow I see people sniffing me out to be in an agency, I don't care who it is. I don't even care. I don't care if they have the most pristine record. I don't care. I'm not trusting any agency. I have such big trust issues, dude. I can't do it, bro. Oh, awesome. I think I'll watch that at some point. I might watch that on my free time because I'm not good with like logical shit like that. I'm more in for the tea, bruh. The logical stuff I gotta kind of shut up and like take in because I'm that dumb.
Say that the first year at Vshojo was amazing. The contract was amazing, and it was a complete difference to the first company he worked for, which was Niji Sanji. He would then say that the second year got more weird, more disjointed, less collabs between the talents at Vshojo like the first year, and overall, the vision wasn't as clear as it used to be. To him, Vshojo began being a company with a lot of empty promises.
Yeah.
He and other talents didn't leave is because they would have many meetings with Gunrun and important staff, explaining their grievances and being promised that things were going to improve, and they trust.
Yeah, I think your theory, Sleepy Hazard, I think your theory from earlier, how you say like they were making a lot of money and they like put a lot of money into the talents the first couple of years is true, and then eventually it did like stagnate and they ran out of money. That might be the one, but I don't know. We don't know anything yet. I think we have to wait until like the legal stuff, like the official like court stuff comes out, because it does sound like they're going to court with this shit.
Them. Unlike other companies they worked for, they had the CEO listening to everything they were saying, telling them that don't worry, we'll take everything into account. But just like the other talents, this trust that Kuro gave Vshojo wouldn't be rewarded in the end.
Yeah.
He also hasn't been paid since September 2024, and that he had only received the funds for the merch that he sold during his debut in 2023 in June of 2025, and only—
What? What is going on? Yeah, something bigger. I think something's bigger is happening than just them putting too much money in the company. There's something else going on.
Because his manager pushed for it so much. Obviously, that is crazy. He would then tweet out the fact that he removed Vshojo from his name and would lose the Vshojo logo on Twitter, saying, and there it goes.
God damn it. What is that? What is that, Kuro? My God, bro. I can't with this man.
How do you do, fellow indie VTubers?
I can't.
Then join her fellow talents and say, I can confirm I have also quit Vshojo. These past few years I got to meet and befriend some amazing people, but I can no longer be part of the company.
And so the explosion begins.
And here's what she had to say. Just 5 minutes before the stream, she found out that her birthday merch was never shipped. Merch that her fans paid for. They never received it.
What the fuck was happening? Something's happening. And I think Mountain Dew, my Mood 2 or whoever that guy's name is, has something to do with it, because there was a community note and I'm very curious about that community note. Something fishy about that
the situation, and she'll update her fans when she can. She's of course officially leaving Vshojo, and the situation has been very heartbreaking for her. And just like the other talents, the company owes her a significant amount of money that they've delayed for a very long time. One could guess that it was since she joined almost. Just like with Michi, Vshojo gave her hope again. She almost quit VTubing, but here she felt like she had a second chance. She trusted them deeply. But thankfully, even though she...
Yeah, that's the fucked up part. I think the thing that gets me more than just the talents not getting paid, it's the talents that came from different, yeah, poor Henya, poor baby girl, but the talents that like came from a toxic environment, a toxic fandom, a toxic company, they scouted them out for obvious reasons to gain profit, and they benefited from that greatly. And it sounds like they were going to do the same thing, because Shoto and I think what's her, oh, I'm trying to remember if it was Bao or if it was what was, God, I'm not a real fan. But they were getting scouted out by them. Like, they were scouting out some of the top indie VTubers to try to join them too, to try to expand themselves some more to get the fans. So they were very predatory with these ones, because I think they went for people who graduated because they had such a huge fan base before they graduated. They were like, yeah, we could take advantage of this. And it was harder for them to get indie VTubers like before, because back in the day when indie VTubers were a thing, it wasn't as like, it was easier to try to get them on board with something like this, because no one had like developed a VTuber company in the United States, in a Western country before. And if there were Western ones, it didn't last that long. And I think the one that you told me is like one of the only ones that are still up, I believe. But it's just crazy to me that they were like predatory, because this was going to be the only way that they would be able to get talents with establishing fandoms, because they couldn't get anyone like Shoto, because Shoto, it was already comfortable in his corner. You know, he was doing well already on his own, so it was harder to get someone in the indie side of things like Shoto to join, because he's already comfy. But it was easier to get people who were coming from a company that they were poorly treated from. So it definitely seems like, and they were going to like have auditions, but finally try to bring new talent, but now we'll never see them ever since this bullshit happened.
She was backstabbed by this company she trusted. She will be continuing VTubing as an independent. But this wouldn't just be talents currently at the company. This would be also ex-talents that would finally be able to talk about their grievances with Vshojo.
Oh, say your piece, Queen. Say your piece, Silvervale.
I mean, just listen to this clip. It'll tell you everything. This is her talking about what happened during the whole Hogwarts Legacy controversy, and how as she was being harassed, she got on a call with Gunrun. Watch.
I was put into a call with Gun, the CEO of the company, like someone that I admired and I looked up to and I wanted to please.
Yeah, for sure.
The coolest person ever. And he told me that I was a damage to the brand. That I was a disappointment. I was told that me being harassed was an inconvenience to the other talents and not to talk to them.
Are you kidding me? What the fuck? That's crazy. I'm reading your message right now, Sleepy Hazard. Yeah, it does seem like that happened. I'm gonna have to like check them out, like see their talents and see for myself if I follow anyone. But yeah, no, bro, that's crazy that he said that to Silvervale. That's insane. Poor baby. She's been through enough.
Optics were more important than their own talent's well-being. And I was suspended from streaming.
That's crazy.
It wasn't a suspension because they weren't that kind of agency, but what else do you call being told not to stream?
Yeah, as she was dealing with the harassment campaign, instead of the company supporting her, making sure she was okay, the CEO got into a call with her and called her a disappointment. Gunrun was essentially siding with the harassers and doxers. After that, of course, she wanted to leave. Vey wanted to leave too for her own reasons that she would reveal later, but they would only allow them to leave together at the same time to make it seem like it was a joint decision and not an individual one. They couldn't complain because it turned out that their contract had no exit clause, which is, I think, pretty much illegal. And Nyanner's.
That's actually insane. They should definitely go through courts. I think this is going to be the biggest like lawsuit in VTuber history, because this lawsuit is going to be here because it's in the States. The reason why no one can sue Niji Sanji is because it's a Japanese corporation and there's a lot of, I think, barriers to suing someone from a different country. But I think Vshojo, I think all these talents will have a case against this company because it is insane.
Who wanted to also leave wasn't allowed to leave with them. She had to graduate separately. Now you think, why is it that Vshojo wanted Silverveil and Vey to graduate at the same time? Well, that's simple, because after they left, they would start talking behind their backs to other talents, as well as the brands, artists, and business partners that they had worked with.
That's
Vshojo
insane.
Mission to slander both Silverveil and Vey to make it seem like they were problem childs.
That's insane. They were so fucking catty about it. Goddamn. Goddamn. And they had the nerve to try to act like they were better than fucking Niji Sanji, because this was before Niji Sanji like took the nosedive. That's insane.
Like, the reason why they left and the reason why they got into so much controversy was their problem, not Vshojo's. It was disgusting. But even after leaving, Silverveil wasn't done with the trauma of Vshojo. She said that the threat of Vshojo suing her haunted her for a very, very long time. Because at some point, before she even graduated, she had mentioned in her Discord that she was stressed and needed to cancel the stream. Her lawyer was immediately contacted by Vshojo after she had posted that message, and they threatened to sue her if she just hinted that she was leaving or was unhappy at all at the company. She
oh my
constantly felt
god.
watched and felt like she had to be very careful of what she said at all times.
Oh my
This wasn't a company that
god.
put talent first or valued talent freedom. This was a dystopian, nightmarish agency. People felt so sorry for Silverveil because she's had.
Bro, instead of competing of being the biggest company next to Hololive, they are now competing to being the worst company next to Niji Sanji. That is insane. Yeah, it seems like it, bro. While they're really fucking up with the English side of things, I don't hear a lot of like fuck ups on the Japanese side. But my goodness, I've never. Wow, this is insane.
To keep this to herself for years, not able to ever talk about it. She said this was the first time she felt like she could start to heal now that she was able to talk. But
Yeah.
the bombshells here weren't over, because she would then tweet this out saying, "My heart goes out to all the communities affected by this recent news. I know that it's surprising and heart-wrenching for a lot of people. There's a lot I wish I could say, but I signed a pretty aggressive NDA. They made my mom sign one too."
What the fuck? How do you... Sorry. That is insane. That is insane. I don't know. I know of Silverveil. I don't watch her that often, but is her mom like that closely connected? Yeah, that's Hololive always wins by doing nothing. And so is like FaZe just everyone, all these companies are just imploding on themselves, man. Holy shit. This is crazy.
All I can say is that it's been bad for a long time, and I warned everyone as much as I could. It was so much worse than you could imagine. The VTubers make the agency, not the other way around. To take advantage of those who trusted you is vile. Never derive your value from an agency. Believe in yourself.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, it's crazy, like, how much shit, like, really hit the fan with this company. Like, it felt like bombshells would not stop. The fact that, like, they made her mom sign an NDA, bro. What? I guess they really wanted to make sure that, like, no leaks could happen. That's crazy.
In your content because you're worth so much more than you can imagine. They made her mother sign an NDA. That's how badly they treated her and were also scared of her. Legal Mindset came in to clarify, yeah, making your mom sign is not going to hold up. Truly showing us how ridiculous this all is.
Yeah.
If that was bad, Nyaners would then go live to reveal to us even more very disturbing details. Vshojo wasn't good with payments as early as 2023, owing her almost 6 figures worth of payments.
That's insane. So they were having money trouble for a while. On a stream or two? Okay, so they were like, oh, we can't have her mom talk about the situation. I know, for real. It is insane. It's like 3 of like the and branches like competing with each other, or 4, I should say, if we're like comparing. What are they called? I keep missing. FaZe Connect, like FaZe Connect, Hololive, fucking Nijisanji and Vshojo. They were all competing, and literally Hololive got into trouble once in a while, but they didn't like do too much damage. They were like the friendly delinquent, while fucking Nijisanji and Vshojo were like having screaming matches, while freaking FaZe Connect in the background just diddling with their fingers, just not minding their own business. It's like crazy, like what's going on. I haven't even heard of FaZe Connect. That's probably a good thing I haven't heard of FaZe Connect, because they're just chilling in the back, it seems like. It's crazy, unless like a controversy happens with them and then Mugen has to make a video on that shit. I don't know. I don't trust anybody, man. I have so much trust issues with this shit now.
She would then reveal that part of the money she was owed was for a sponsor stream in which she literally got swatted. Someone doxed her and sent police at her house.
Oh my god.
Pointed at her. But even though that happened, she would then continue streaming because she was doing a sponsor stream and didn't want to disappoint the agency. Guess what? Part of the money she's owed was that stream. She wasn't paid.
I didn't hear this. She got fucking swatted and they still didn't pay her? She got swatted during a fucking sponsor stream and they still stimped on her fucking money? Dude, this company, oh my god, I didn't know about this shit. That is actually fucking crazy.
For the stream in which she got swatted and kept going when she could have just easily ended. After leaving Vshojo, within just a few months, she had made more money than she had ever made under the agency. The same thing applied to Silverveil.
Yeah.
Since the first contracts had no exit clause, the Illinois Nyaners, Vey, and Silverveil were confident.
Yeah, no, Mugen does such a good job on like putting like any kind of drama together. I think I'm gonna watch the Roblox one. I'm like debating if I want to watch it on stream or watch it on my own. Sometimes I like watching stuff on my own and while I'm working, and sometimes I like watching it with you guys. I don't know. I think I'll watch that one with you guys. We'll see where I'm at with it.
Enough to leave was because Vshojo at the time had an expired business license. Before leaving, though, she was still in the process of renewing and brought in a lawyer to review the contract. As she was doing this, she was guilt-tripped by the staff. We can only assume this was the CEO, saying things like, wow, she's so heartless, she's talking to us through a lawyer, which is ridiculous, by the way. Having a lawyer review a contract should be normal. It is normal. Her lawyer.
Yeah, that is normal. It sounds like they were trying to make it sound like a bad thing, but I think nowadays, like, I think because VTubing's so new, we're seeing a lot of this kind of reminds me of when Smosh and like all these other old OG YouTubers were first coming onto the scene, and how you were hearing about them signing up under like what was that one that started with the M? It was like for the gamers, for like the OG gamers that came out during like the early, like the heyday of YouTube. And then you had Smosh signing under the other one. Fuck, I can't think of the name. It was such a long time ago. But how all the companies that were in charge of them are all now gone. So this is like the same, this is giving me the same vibe, how like these companies that are in charge of these talents that are making them money, it's like coming out like how bad they are for these talents. So it's insane to me.
Lawyer would then audibly be horrified during the contract call, sighing and saying, "Some of this is ridiculous. Some of this isn't legal." We would then get further clarification on the graduations of 2023. Vey comes in the chat and specifies that part of the company's terms for her exit was announcing her and Silver's departures at the same time to avoid panic.
Wow.
Vey also didn't get paid for any sponsors from 2021 to 2023, and she needed to hire a lawyer to pester them 24/7.
Yes, Machinima. Thank you. I could not think of the name. Thank you so much, Sleepy Hazard. Machinima. Yeah. Like all these like companies with the OG YouTubers, that they kind of remind, this is what these like these talent companies remind me of. It reminds me of like when these guys first came out and it came out that the company was like stimping money on a lot of things and spent too much money on other things, and now it's being revealed like the truth. And I think we're like reaching that point with VTubers right now, since VTubers is probably one of the newest subcultures in entertainment right now, I would say.
In order to get her money, which makes her believe that Vshojo had used other talents' money in order to pay her. In the end, Nyaners thought that she was genuinely going to take all of this to the grave, never being able to clear her name. But when the Iron Mouse situation had unfolded, she finally felt like she was safe enough to talk to everyone about this. After that stream, she would tweet out, "I'm so sorry, I'm still sick, so I gotta take today's stream off, but I wanted to express how thankful I am to everyone for all the support. Not just for me, but for everyone who's had to deal with this painful situation. It's heartbreaking they had to go through so much undue stress caused by the people they trusted in. I wish them all the
5 years, no compete after leaving. You don't own rights to any of your content." Oh shit, yeah, that's right. They did do that, didn't they? That sucks, man. I actually really enjoyed a lot of Machinima's old videos too, and the creators like behind those videos. And I think a lot of those creators are like not active anymore, which is kind of sad to think about.
Best, and I know they'll go on to keep doing amazing things and have many brighter opportunities awaiting them. It was scary, but I'm immensely grateful and relieved to have finally been able to speak out about a lot that has weighed on me for the past 2 years. It was an incredibly difficult time for me that left me feeling so isolated and mentally burnt out for a long while. I know many others have felt the same way, and my heart goes out to them. To be met with the overwhelming amount of understanding and support from everyone when I thought I'd never be able to talk about this or have any kind of closure has helped me so much. Thank you for hearing me out and being so chill. It means the world to me. It's been an awful time for a lot of people, to say the least, but I hope that on the bright side of things, all of this coming to light can create meaningful change going forward.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why this is what I mean though, because it seems like a lot of these, especially with these like scummier agents, they're all trying to like sign these VTubers, since VTubing is such a new thing. Like there's always someone trying to get their part of the cow when it's just easier for them to kind of like just get managers instead of like being part of a company, you know. I think that's the better way. Just always try to get a manager, because that's probably going to be the only way you could successfully do something without with having someone help you with the legal mumbo jumbo and with your best interest. It's just managers might screw you sometimes, so you got to make sure you trust who they can't be too close, but they can't like be too heartless with you either. You need to like have a safe like middle with a manager, I would say. That would probably be the best like thing you could do for yourself as a content creator, I would say.
Seeing the VTuber community come together like this to lift each other up has been so nice to see. Please send the former Vshojo talent and everyone affected by this all the love you can, and please donate to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Thank you guys for everything, and let's look forward to way more fun times in the future. Nyaners and Silverveil were finally able to clear their names, and Vey was able to chime in as well. Many people felt very bad with how they perceived them and were there to show them support. But it wasn't just talents and ex-talents of Vshojo that had something to say. No, Vshojo didn't need to have someone be a talent in order to mistreat them. In the summer of 2024, Vshojo would open their applications again. And since Amelie needed a year and a half to join, it was safe to assume that this was going to be the same amount of time required for a new talent to join as well. What the hell was happening to them as this entire company was crumbling? Well, they would decide to also speak out. I know some people have noticed that I've been spotty with streams lately, and the reason is actually because I was supposed to join Vshojo this year. A lot has happened, and after over half a year after signing, I requested to have my contract voided. I won't go into detail, but it was an opportunity that I was very excited about, and I'm sad that I won't be able to bring you everything I had in mind. I'm sorry for all the delayed projects and ideas I excitedly talked to you guys about, but I'll be working on them by myself slowly. To the few people at Vshojo I was able to talk to, thank you for giving a chance to a bug like me. I hope everyone who hears about this news, even if you don't know me or watch me, can still send support to the Vshojo girls, both existing and my gen mates. I'm sorry things turned out this way. Thank you to my bug bros and friends for always supporting me and being there for me. You guys are the reason why I'm strong. Let's keep having fun, okay? She would, just like Haruka, link the Tiltify for the Immune Deficiency Foundation.
Linking the Tiltify.
Another VTuber by the name of PayaPie tweet this out, saying, I've been searching for the right words. Here they are as carefully as I can say them. I was one of the girls who passed the Vshojo audition. After 4 years of blood, sweat, and slime, I really believed I'd made it. That all the late nights, overtime, sacrifice meant something more. I was excited to take a huge leap with the community I built as me, the weird little slime girl you know and hopefully love. But after learning what happened with Mousie's charity funds, I couldn't in good conscience move forward with my contract, and it all came crashing down. That was the final straw. We were promised support, stability, and financial compensation. I was so excited to join a company I believed in and that believed in me, but it became...
Imagine you like do that. Like, that's insane to me, because this reminds me again of like when Niji Sanji was like burning to the ground right before, because they were auditioning too, but Niji Sanji always auditions. They always have gen mates, but Vshojo doesn't audition that often. So imagine like you getting excited to be accepted to Vshojo, the talent, quotation marks, talent first company, and for them to just find out that they fucking stole from a charity, and you're like, yeah, no, I can't be involved in this bullshit. That's crazy. Yeah, no, fuck that shit, bruh.
Clear that many of these promises wouldn't be kept. A lot of us are now left shouldering the costs of decisions we didn't make. I turned down other opportunities because I believed in this one, and I don't regret having hope or for wishing on shooting stars. I was so ready, I still am. What hurts most though is losing the chance to debut alongside some of the most incredible, talented, kind, and hardworking girls I've ever met. I didn't just join for myself, I joined for the shared dream we all believed in and that I still believe in. I know some of you have sensed something has been off these past few months. I've been doing my best to smile through the storm, but the truth is it's been raining on me for a long time. You've all given me so much love and support, and I'm sorry I haven't been able to be at my best.
I hope after this they blow up. I hope after this, like, people follow them and now they'll be like their own little group without needing a company, because that really fucking sucks, man.
Working through my feelings, sweeping up pieces of those broken dreams, and figuring out how to chase new ones. Thank you for being patient with me. I will find my way again, but I just need a little time. And if you're still reading, please send your love to all the Vshojo talents, past, present, and future. Everyone is hurting in their own way, and kindness costs nothing. Until then, stay happy. Absolutely heartbreaking. Unfortunately though, the heartbreak wouldn't end here, because there was yet another member by the name of Phoebe-chan who found themselves in the same boat. Saying, I needed extra time to gather my thoughts before saying anything, but I was one of the undebuted Vshojo talents who passed the audition last year. Please be gentle towards those affected, linking a YouTube video titled My Experience with Vshojo. She would also echo the same things as PayaPie, saying that she had worked so hard to get to this point, and it is just so heartbreaking to see it all fall apart within the span of a day.
That's insane.
It's just a stab to the heart when you see people who were so hardworking and patient get so close to bearing the fruits of their labor and not able to even enjoy them. This would also happen to the fifth and final member that was meant to join Vshojo. As far as I'm aware, there were 5 of them. She went by the name Tori Orion, but her story was a bit more unique than the others. You see, Vshojo had for some reason implored her to completely abandon her identity, to start from scratch with a new model and new name in Vshojo. That was kind of counterintuitive when it came to talent freedom, but she accepted. I mean, she wanted to be in this agency that signified success for her. She'd be strung along for months, being told that they were working on her debut, working on her model, working on her assets, when in reality they were doing none of that. She only found out recently that this wasn't happening as the company was imploding, and this was with the mindset that she was abandoning this account, so she didn't put as much effort into this, thinking that she was going to start anew in Vshojo.
That's insane. That's insane. Imagine you're being told that, yeah, you pass, but we're going to give you a new identity and new model, so make sure you abandon this. And that's so weird for Vshojo to say that, because that was like one of the things that made them different than other companies, was the fact that like they usually just the talents are allowed to keep their identity, their past life, basically, while in other companies you're not allowed to keep your past life account. So it's just strange to me that they made all these promises and they were just fucking around, and now they're finding out.
and charity funds, and with no exaggeration, ruined the hopes and dreams of 5 people that had so much potential. That is criminal. But as you might have guessed, those 5 talents were not the only ones who got screwed over by Vshojo. They even had the very well-renowned
Mint? What do you do to Mint? What the fuck? Are you fucking with my ghost girl? I've already been through some bullshit. My god, they really were sniffing at every Niji-sanji graduate. That's insane.
VTuber Mint Fantôme posts this saying, "My experience with Vshojo, sorry to add to the discourse, but I'd be really appreciative if you would listen." In it, she would say that her interactions with Vshojo started when she would make a podcast with Matara. Even though she wasn't a member, she did collaborate on merch, but didn't receive a single dollar from it. When she met up with Matara in Japan, she told her that she was feeling lonely, that she wanted to join a group or a company. So eventually, she came up with the idea to pitch an idol group to Vshojo, and Gunrun was supportive. And Vshojo would audition 2 other people. These would be completely separate from the 5 VTubers we just saw. The problem though is that the debut kept getting delayed. She tried to be as patient as possible in the beginning, but then it just became ridiculous. Another merch drop would happen, and again she would receive $0 from it. And that
Honestly, Oh. Yeah, she's a very skimpy girl. Yeah, the girls are very, very out. Is this Jesus' house? Should I hide? Should I have my chest more? Huh? Yes, this little thing that barely covers anything. Yep. Boop, 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 boop. She's very, very skimpy. Yes, she is. For real though, they really did speed run speed run. They caught up to Niji-sanji so fast. Like, oh my god. That's insane to me.
Throughout the whole thing, she was actually a Vshojo talent for over a year, even though no one really knew about it publicly.
Honestly, I would say this is like worse than Niji-sanji. Say what you want about Niji-sanji, they're still up and running, and they do still have like success somewhat. Like Vshojo, they're fucking done, bruh.
This was, of course, again, tragic. And it would show us a trend with Vshojo, the fact that they wanted to do so much, but very often would bite way more than they could chew. The same thing would happen with Quinn, who is a VTuber that used to be at Niji-sanji that also happens to stream with Facecam. Vshojo would tell him that they're interested, that they really would love to sign him on, but eventually would just ghost him. This company's higher-up management was ran by...
There's going to my Oshi! Shoto! That's actually insane, though. Like, they were creeping on Shoto, too. Even though Shoto... Bro, Shoto... I think at this point, Shoto was, like, collabing with some of the biggest VTubers, like, right next to Iron Mouse, too. In fact, he was, like, nominated for, like, the best VTuber in the streaming awards, I think. So he's like... I feel like he was doing pretty... Him and Shy Lily... I know, Niji, I don't think it's really hard. It's like, bro, they're both, I feel like they're both pretty fucking bad. I'm not saying Niji is a good company. I'm just saying, like, financially and logically, they're doing better than Vshojo because they're still a company. Doesn't mean they're a good one, though. They're definitely questionable for fucking sure.
Who didn't really know how to run a business, and more revelations would come out. For example, Shoto, who is a very big VTuber, would say, "Fun fact, I was contacted for an opportunity to join Vshojo back in 2023, and I'm very glad it didn't go through. Please support Mouse and support the Immune Deficiency Foundation, y'all." To which Sayu, yet another very big VTuber, would say, "You too? Damn," and retweet. Shy Lily, who needs no introduction, would say,
I like how Shoto's like, "You too?" Yeah, and Shy Lily, she's like, "Good thing I trusted my gut." Like, it's crazy. Yeah, no. I agree. You probably weren't here. I reacted to that whole situation with what happened with what was it? Twisty. What happened with fucking Aster? You know, that bullshit. I was all over that bullshit not that long ago. And I watched the Mujin video covering it. And Luca is a bad person, and I think Alira is still pretty bad. I don't know. I honestly, like I said, I don't think they're good people. Like I said, I don't support Niji Sanji. I'm just saying, like, logically, like, they are more successful than Vshojo right now because Vshojo has no talents at all, while Niji Sanji, they basically just made so much talent that they steal money from all their talents that they have no choice but you know, they're doing quite well for themselves because I think the Japanese branch just doesn't care, and they're very successful. And that's the thing, that's the difference though, because while there's different cultures with like idol culture and VTubing culture with Hololive and Niji Sanji, the difference is Vshojo was an American based company, and when you fuck around, like, and they fucked around and they found out, and they lost all their talents in one day. Talent freedom, baby. Yeah, I know, right? It's like they were literally fishing for like all the top indie ones. But the problem is, like I said earlier, the problem was it was easier to get the biggest indie VTubers back then because VTubing was still a really new thing back in the day. So it was a lot easier to fish out people back then. Yeah, that fucking dickhead. I know exactly who you're talking about. The stream delay's crazy. My bad, folks. But yeah, no. The fact that like back in the day, it was easier to like put all the biggest VTubers together because VTubing company and VTubers was still like a really new thing in the western part of in the West, basically. And it wasn't, and that's why it was easier for them to gather talent back then. But when VTubing blew up in like 2022 and 2023, like it was, and like you had these like VTubers like Bao, Shy Lily, Shoto, and like Sayu, like all come out and like and be successful, then yeah, it was a lot easier. It was a lot harder for them to try to get those talents because their communities were doing more than enough for them, and they were probably having a lot more, and they were probably way more successful. So yeah, I have no I have no idea, man. All I know is it's crazy. Trust no company. No
The good
company
thing
can be
I trusted
trusted.
my gut feeling when Vshojo tried to recruit me. Their contract was riddled in red flags and basically legal robbery. This makes me sick to my stomach. Please, if you can, support Mouse and the Immune Deficiency Foundation.
Woo!
And even more tragically, Sayu, who used to be at Niji Sanji and was treated horrendously by that company. Like, I'm talking, she was doxxed and harassed and everything, and Niji Sanji did nothing, effectively what Gunrun had done to Silverveil, would get in contact with Vshojo as she was stepping out of Niji Sanji. At that point, she had lost all hope, but Vshojo had given her renewed hope. She pitched an idea to Gunrun, saying what if she left and several others left and they would make a gen of ex-Nijis in Vshojo. He liked the idea, wanted to listen to more things she had to say. She felt like she was finally validated for the first time in her career. And Gunrun, the CEO of Vshojo, would tell her that he wanted to help and that this sounded like a plan, saying that the only thing he was waiting on was for her and Niji Sanji to finalize their graduation. After she'd go through an absolute nightmare and finally get rid of that company, she would reach out to Gunrun again and would only receive a surface level response, effectively ghosting her. She had lost everything in Niji Sanji, she had lost complete hope, Gunrun gave her some hope, and she had lost that too, all in the span of just a few months.
That's insane. They really were like fishing for old talents, because K-Zone I think came from Hololive after that controversy. God, that was such a long time ago. I don't even remember it at this point anymore. Yeah, just get ahead of it while you can and make be the best one, bruh.
Turned out that Vshojo wasn't this next level new era VTuber agency. It was run by a manipulator who couldn't run a business better than a kid.
Yeah.
And speaking of that manipulator and how he founded Vshojo, I wasn't fully honest with you in that regard. It didn't really pop out of nowhere in 2020. No, it was actually a work in progress, and it was only revealed in 2020. And according to Project Melody herself, it began with Gunrun DMing her on Twitter. She was exclusively an adult content creator who streamed on adult sites, but he wanted to know if she was interested in streaming non-adult content on Twitch. Watch her say this herself.
I debuted on a different site. That was the only thing I wanted to do. And then Gunrun reached out to me on Twitter the day that I was closing DMs. Like I was going to click delete, and then he was the top. And he said, hey, I love what you're doing. Anime is awesome, and, you know, hentai, and I like your vibe. If there's anything I can do, let me know. And he's like, have you been on Twitch?
That's funny. I don't know what I would do for my VTuber company. Honestly, you know what would be really funny? If it was like, it could like get one person from each country, like one person from England, one person from Canada, one person from America, one person from Australia, one person from New Zealand, and have it be like the ultimate like English speaking company. That would be like, it would be like a Italia version of a VTubing company. I don't know. Italia is kind of a red flag. You know, yeah, I would be bankrupt by like in like 3 months probably.
Do you consider that? And I'm like, hell no, I won't. And then
So that's a pretty interesting piece of history. She was technically the first ever founding member of Vshojo. But here's 2 more interesting things. The first one being that she thought this was going to be a LootTuber agency, full of people that make adult content like her. And the second interesting fact is that initially she acted as the talent manager. You'll see this for yourself because she explains this too.
Well, yeah, it makes sense that Project Melody was the first one to be reached out, because before Iron Mouse took over as like the head VTuber, she was like the most recognizable VTuber, English VTuber, I would say, because no one, yeah, because I think Project Melody was like one of the first like recognizable like VTubers, because she became famous for being the first virtual cam girl. And she was competing with like other cam girls, and it became big news. And because it became big news, she became very popular in the mainstream. That's how I heard about her. And she collaborated with Silverveil, she collaborated with Iron Mouse and Neanners, and that's how I met all of them. And Lost Paws would like collaborate with them, and then Nux would collaborate with them. And that's how like I first was able to know about these the Vshojo girls before they became Vshojo. So it makes sense why why Project Melody was the first one, because she was the most popular for a moment until Iron Mouse took her place.
in the back of my mind, I thought it was gonna be
Wait, what? Just reading the comment. Mine would be Kim Jong-un VTuber. Brother. How the fuck would that work? I'm not gonna say nothing because I don't want to get canceled.
YouTuber agency. But then I accidentally ran into Mouse, and I heard her talking about seeing someone on a train, and then she sang Ave Maria, and I said, her right there, she is the one. Yes.
Now, of course, she's half joking over here, but it's interesting to see how much of an influence she had on the early days of Vshojo, even before they came up with the name.
Well, it makes sense because she was one of the first like popular VTubers. I mean, she's not on top like she used to be, but she was the first one in the Western, like the one to make it mainstream. Yeah, that was the beginning of it. Mujin covered it at the very beginning, and then we touched upon it a lot. But yeah, this street. Of Afghanistan. I don't know, bruh. I don't know. That would be an interesting concept, though. Like a Hitalia version of VTubing, and it was, I don't know. That would have to be the biggest collaboration of all time, and I don't know who would be able to put the reins on it. Like have every single country have a VTuber, because we know how awkward it would be for like current events going on right now and in certain countries. So I don't know how well that would turn out, honestly. And there's a reason Hitalia is not an anime anymore. It upset a lot of different countries.
The agency. And again, I'm not making this up or exaggerating. She said this herself on her stream. Take a look for yourself.
Originally, when we started VSJ, before we even went with the name, the concept kind of was thinking a talent agency, but for more people like me. Because we're like, clearly lewd tubing will eventually happen. We didn't have a word for it because it wasn't a thing. And yeah, exactly. That would be really neat, is a lewd tubing group. And I'm sure it will eventually happen. But, oh damn, that would be a cool avenue. Yes, but very quickly we realized, like, I mean, that kind of like isolates us, and there's a lot of cool people out there, just like people hidden amongst it, because there wasn't that many English speaking ones. It was almost entirely Japan based. And so lewd tubing was more obscure. It was a neater concept.
Bro. Yeah, that is true. That is true. There's no way that would work. Like I said, it would have to be the most crazy. You have like the best manager and crisis manager, company manager in the world to make that shit work. But yeah, no. Dude, I will say this. Say what you want about Project Melody. This bitch, she fucking loves what she does. I have never seen a woman as knowledgeable with hentai as much as she is. She taught me things I didn't know even was a thing, and I won't even repeat it because I feel like I'll get canceled just for speaking it. It's crazy what she's taught.
Concept to build something that's more general and.
So she was the first founding member. She was also the talent manager who decided to pick Iron Mouse and the other founding talents.
That's crazy though. That one little decision like changed the skew, and now Iron Mouse like outgrew her really fast. But that's because Melody was never interested in becoming a normal content creator. She's more interested on the lewd side of things because that's just where she is, and that's where her interest lied always. So, but it's still crazy that how it all happened.
And the reason why I'm pointing all this out is because all roads lead back to the Nux controversy. Take a look at what he had to say once Nyanners talked about her swatting as Vshojo was imploding, well, right now. Watch.
VTuber Nyanners says that Vshojo didn't pay her for a sponsored stream when she got swatted. She left the agency in 2023 and claims Vshojo had failed to pay her for multiple deals over several years. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I actually knew about this. Years ago, because that stream that she got swatted, the person that swatted her was the person that tried to swat me, that I helped Vshojo actually get arrested. Okay? I don't think you are aware of this. I don't think you again, personal Nux information. The reason why a lot of the Vshojo girls were so upset about my video calling attention to this swatter is because I think a lot of misinformation was fed to them by.
Good night, Sippy Hazard. Thanks for the follow. Have a good night. I appreciate having you here, and sweet dreams to you. Oh boy. Oh my god.
The Vshojo company, but also because that swatter actually swatted Nyanners. I never said this publicly because I felt like it wasn't actually appropriate. And I said not my information to deliver or release. I never do that. As you know, I don't actually release private information, generally speaking, unless I think it's actually important. But this is actually a thing. And Nyanners actually called me after the drama to basically tell me and express her headspace about the entire situation and why she was so easy to be triggered by everything, because she was actually swatted, and it's fucking horrible. It really is. So she whatever, I don't want to get into details. As you know, private information remains private. I don't release anything publicly, but that was what happened. It turned out it was that same swatter that actually went after me. So yes, I do know about this, and I do know that she had to continue her stream after she was swatted because it was a sponsored stream. The update is
that's actually okay. So Nux knew about this. So this was known information and they still didn't fucking pay her. That's crazy. It's just weird to me that Nux is like talking about this while also grifting. He's like right wing grifting right now, so it's just, it feels like it's bad taste for him to talk about this, but whatever. Whatever. He was involved in the drama, so yeah, I guess he has the right to talk about it somewhat, I guess.
She didn't even get paid for that.
Huh. Interesting. So Nyanders was doxxed and swatted by the same person trying to dox Nux and Saki Nightshade. That was never mentioned by Vshojo in their very lengthy explanation. They claimed that there were only 2 victims of that specific doxing method. But what I find really interesting is that Nux, even though he was literally being backstabbed out in public, still tried to protect Project Melody, who was in the group. In fact, she was the creator of that group. She was the one who invited Nux, Phoenix, and Gunrun. You can see this in the crown that's next to her name on the right. The only reason we found out she was there was because of Fruit, even though I don't even think that was her intention. So this, of course, raises even more questions. Nyanders was the victim here. How come she wasn't the one in this group instead of Project Melody?
Yeah, no, Nux is weird. Like, I think after, like, the fallout with Vshojo, he was, like, able to, like, I said this in the beginning, but he was able to, like, keep his head above water, but eventually, like, he fell out with everyone, and you know, his old videos like came to surface, and I guess like he's very much like, oh, chaos, I bask in the chaos and yada yada yada, and now he's gone down this pipeline of like grifting the right wing side, and not just any right wing side. He's like grifting like American right wing politics side. And the reason that pisses me off, like high key, is because he's doing this while he's living comfortably in Canada. Like, he doesn't have to deal with the raids happening, with the police like going on the streets more, with the arrests happening like everywhere, the skyrocket prices from the tariffs. Like, he doesn't have to deal with any of this nonsense, but thanks to his like platform that he has, he's using right-wing propaganda to like try to boost himself up, I guess, and like bring money and try to grift more money to himself when he doesn't even have to deal with it. That's the thing that gets me. It's like, if he actually truly passionately believed that right-wing America is great, Trump is great, yada yada yada, like, it's like, bro, you don't have to deal with this. You don't have to live with like the situation over here right now. You don't have to deal with like the fallout of everything that's happening because of the choices the right is making. Like, I'm not going to go too deep into it. Obviously, I'm left for obvious reasons, but still, it's like, it pisses me off when people from other countries like put their noses in American politics all the time. Like, they don't have to live with it. They don't have to live with the choices that are being made, you know? They don't, sorry, my dog was scratching against stuff he wasn't supposed to. Stop it, baby, okay? But yes, it's frustrating to me, and he is a really weird guy, and I don't know. He has the right to talk about this, but it feels weird that he's talking about this now, because at this point, he's like deep into the right-wing pipeline right now, like grifting right now.
And why is it that Project Melody's here with the CEO and the head of the cybersecurity operations of Vshojo? Did Gunrun view her as a co-founder? And finally, seeing that she held some role of importance in Vshojo, was she aware of the financial constraints of the company in 2025? Those are fairly important questions to ask. But with all this new information at our disposal, it comes as no surprise that Project Melody was one of the final members of Vshojo to announce her resignation, saying this: "I waited to make a statement because I'm always anxious and struggle to find my words, but yes, I'm leaving Vshojo. I was an OG talent."
No, my dog was, he has a rash and he keeps scratching it, like, that's what I mean. I'm ranting, but my dog, he has like this scratch on his body right now that he keeps irritating, and I caught him, you know, irritating, and I'm telling him to stop. That's why.
put everything into this company, but I'm beyond devastated at what happened, and I'd never in a million years thought I'd be saying these words. Now, I'm not implying anything, and to do so would be dangerous, so take this with a grain of salt.
What fun fact? Cracked butterbread.
But so far on every...
What's the fun fact you want to bestow upon me today? Then the streamer delay is gonna be crazy.
Tweet of every single Vshojo member leaving, there were other Vshojo members replying. Not a single one can be found in these 1,100 replies on this post. Project Melody would make yet another post saying that she's taking a 1 to 2 week break. Again, in the replies, not a single Vshojo member can be found. Now look, this could very well be a...
That is kind of crazy though. Is Melody a snake? Is she a snake?
complete coincidence. It's not like they unfollowed her on Twitter. To say that Project Melody had a hand in embezzling the $500,000 that belonged to the charity would be absolutely ridiculous. But what we can do right now is simply ask questions, especially in regards to the Nux controversy, which is still missing some pieces.
Yeah.
Have anything to add or clarify when she...
Yeah, because her and Nux used to like collab all the time. There was even like people who would ship them together. That's how often they collabed with each other. So it is kind of weird that like this all, when Nux got canceled, she like threw him to the she like threw him under the bus, like along with her friends. So something's not adding up. What's going on, Mugen? Give me the deets. Come on, man.
She's back from her break. In the meantime, though, every single member
What the hell? That is some random fact you have on two bad people. I mean, I believe it. That's just such a random fact. Oh, wow. Okay, this is such a random fact. I have to read this out loud. Okay. Oop, oop. When Hitler and Mussolini were meeting, Hitler, though he thought he was possessed by some forgotten German god, to which Mussolini thought he was high or something. I am not joking. You know, that was such a banger fact. I had to read it out loud. That's crazy. But yeah, it does seem like Melody might be a snake. I don't know. We shall find out.
Of Nova would all leave together, putting an end to this joint venture between Vshojo and the Universal Music Group in Japan. But Gunrun was silent. The company's page was silent. And it would take yet another 24 hours on July 24th, 2025 to finally get an official statement from Vshojo.
The drama always left a bad taste in my mouth. Since then, I dismissed any Vshojo praises, and I was right. You know, I thought it was just messy on all fronts, and I didn't like stop watching anybody. I was like, okay, that was just a thing, whatever. You know, I thought it was just like a really like stressful situation because it did involve like doxing and swatting. And I think at the time someone died from a swat. So a lot of people were on edge about it. And I think it was like fair to say that maybe it was, and it was early, like right before they had more talents join them. So yeah. Yes, you're blessed with the instinct and knowledge for sure.
Gunrun would finally post his statement using the Vshojo official Twitter page, saying, "Vshojo has failed, and I've mismanaged the company into the situation you're all witnessing." So
yeah,
today
you did.
I'm sharing the difficult news that Vshojo is shutting down, and I take full responsibility for the decisions that led us to this point.
You better, you son of a bitch. It's something you brother. You are the cause of all of this bullshit.
I've been doing everything I can to fundraise and right the ship these past few months, but despite my efforts, we are in a worse position, and those I care about are not paying the price.
Yeah, they are.
In the past few years, we raised around $11 million to pursue a bold, talent-first approach in VTubing, prioritizing creators and community over short-term profits to achieve long-term sustainability.
How did that work? How did that worked out for you, bro? I am so interested in like the real story behind this.
Funding went directly to our creators through generous splits, debut investments, infrastructure, concerts, events, and staffing, all designed to support them. We also wanted talent to own their IP, which we knew was a unique creator-first approach for an agency. However, despite all our efforts, the business failed to generate the revenue we needed to sustain that model, and eventually we ran out of money.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened. Something happened. Something happened. I don't think it's just like numbers weren't like all adding up. I think something else was happening, and I cannot wait to see the truth after the court case is settled.
Additionally, I acknowledge that some of the money spent by the company was raised in connection with talent activity, which I later learned was intended for a charitable initiative. At the time, we were working hard to raise additional investment capital to cover our costs, and I firmly believed, based on the information available to us, that we would be able to do so and cover all expenses. We were unsuccessful in our fundraising efforts. I made the decision to pursue funding, and I own its consequences. I am deeply sorry to all the talents, staff, friends, and community members who believed in our brand. We did not deserve this. Signed, Justin Gunrun. What a dog shit apology, right? I mean, look, I've been...
Yeah, that's fucking insane. And look at that. Look at that. I'm sure Mugen's gonna read the the fucking community note right under that, but that's fucking crazy.
Objective this whole video. Come on, allow me to be a bit biased here.
Yeah.
This is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
So no wonder he got immediately community noted, saying Justin claims to not know the purpose of these funds, but he personally congratulated Iron Mouse on the completion of her charity fundraising event and reposted Ludwig, directly mentioning that half the funds would go to charity.
What the fuck?
Gunrun congratulating Iron Mouse on her subathon, saying you did it, Mouse. On July 25th, Legal Mindset would reply with, the feds will be looking at this post.
Yeah, for fucking sure they will. I think this is gonna be the biggest lawsuit in VTuber history for sure.
And here you can see the Gunrun retweeting a tweet from Ludwig congratulating Iron Mouse on her crazy achievement. Iron Mouse would reply to this apology saying, you broke my heart, my spirit, and my trust.
Yeah.
Would say, why didn't you let us know the moment you realized the situation? Why did I get this information 2 weeks ago, not from the company, but from my homegirls? Why did you lie to the Japanese branch a week ago that everything was good and taken care of? Henya would say, I had a wonderful time while I was in there, so because of that, it hurts my heart a lot. My community and my friends don't deserve this. I don't expect you to do anything at this point. Just please don't do this ever again to anyone.
Henya, you're too good. Oh my god. You don't deserve Henya, Gunrun.
Giga would say, Vshojo didn't just fail. Many staff and leadership failed Vshojo. Instead of using talent money on operating costs, the company should have shut down or at least informed us, but you used us as cash cows to keep things afloat while keeping us in the dark. Amelie would say, this is exactly what Copium Merch did to me, and you promised it wouldn't happen to me again. I'm so beyond disappointed and frustrated, I don't even know what to feel anymore. Recounting an experience she had with a company that pretty much scammed her and her fans out of merch.
Yeah.
Chevy would say, we trusted you and you knew how hard that was for some of us to do. Our communities, people who only ever do their best to support us and care for us, do not deserve this either. Adding a little humorous twist and saying, this does not get 5 big booms from me, OG. Nyanners would say, so is the COO gonna say anything about his involvement, or is he busy Googling how do I renew my law license past the deadline? Pretty much revealing to us for the first time that the chief operating officer, the one who handled legalities within Vshojo, had an expired law license. Silvervale would say, how did you not know? How could you betray the people that trusted you the most and think everyone would believe this garbage? You ruined lives. I hope the money gets repaid, but I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. You're a disgrace and a disappointment.
That's insane. Like, how disappointing. Such a dog shit, like, apology. Like, bro, the VTubing community has taken a huge hit this year. Like, there's been no winners this year.
You know what? You go, girl. She's just doing the same.
Except for maybe that phase group, probably.
He did to her during the whole Hogwarts Legacy fiasco. But one of the most heartbreaking replies would be from Zentreya, saying, I've been trying to figure out what to say. Why did you keep dodging my messages and concerns? When I wanted to do one-on-ones, you kept dodging or gave me a short corporate answer. Even when I was under immense pressure from the community for answers about the auditions and I pleaded for a statement by your PR team, you told me it wasn't needed. You made a tiny video instead, looking like you were hurt and upset, saying sorry, instead of meeting me one-on-one for my concerns, and I was left crying and frustrated. But like a fucking dog, I went back and happy to even get something from you because, oh man, boss actually answered me. You wanted a one-on-one finally when you knew everything was crashing around you. Then debuting new talents and such even after the community kept asking about it and kept waving it off and letting me take the punches. I smiled. I fucking brushed it off and kept pushing the company because I was hopeful for new talent and bringing new people to help. Instead, I find you were hiring people without input and poaching without even the idea of truly helping them other than financial gain.
That's
you didn't even know
insane.
who you were bringing in. You and the team told us to just take it. You and some people were really ready for me to be thrown under over and over. Even when Amelie joined, I begged you to put out a statement regarding auditions before she announced her debut stream. You gave us the middle finger. Me and Amelie had to put out a statement because your PR team was unfit for their job. I took it all. Why did we have to say anything at all? Why did I have to keep taking the fucking damage over and over? You were hurting me well before this. You know you have. I've been pushing a company so blindly who didn't even care for me, but I'm an idiot and I kept believing. I was so excited for this.
This is breaking my heart hearing this, dude. Poor Zentrea, man. Like, imagine you were, like, in full support of something because you really believed in it, and you just, ugh, that's just heartbreaking. Oh, want to know more facts? Ever heard of the ocean liner duel of 1940? Bro. Bro! Try to take me back to history class, brudda. Jesus, okay.
Spent sleepless nights dealing with constant harassment, and you spent money which you didn't even have without even warning us on God knows what, and you knew, don't even lie, you knew that the money was for charity and was supposed to be placed to the side to be untouched. Where did $11 million go in less than 3 years even? What happened to all that money? I'm just really tired from all these years of working trying to push for something that kept pushing me to the wolves. I was so stupid, but I was so excited. I really trusted you. We all did. Despite everything, I don't wish you any ill will. I just hope you find some way to make this right.
Yeah, that's insane, dude. This is what, like, managers and, like, PR teams are for, and it seems like Gunrun, like, maybe it was kind of, he acted like Dan from Dan Plan and acted like, you know, first come first serves with the priorities when it came to the people behind the whole company. But the fact that, like, even Iron Mouse was feeling some of the crumbleness from the company and it took her to, like, leave the company for it to finally, like, happen. I mean, I think it was smart that Iron Mouse was one of the first ones to leave Vshojo because she is the face, and she, you know, it's just crazy to me. Vshojo fucking did all this to all their talents. It's insane.
Vshojo had gone from being the hope of the—
Your history class is cooler. Did you come in on a skateboard and glasses and played like rock music behind you on your Bluetooth, huh? Then explosion would happen on the whiteboard or on the white projector, huh? Is that what happened?
the community to a leech that had sucked out the hope of everyone who had any contact with it, whether they were talents or not talents, whether they had auditioned or were in the process of joining. This was a tragedy on a cataclysmic scale.
Bro, there's still
and no one was believing anything he said. No, there was no way you didn't know that this money was intended for the Immune Deficiency Foundation.
Yeah, that's
Zero
insane.
possibility. You literally brought Iron Mouse to an Immune Deficiency Foundation charity event in person. Vshojo even issued a press release stating they would donate half the profits from her subathon on September 2nd, 2024. You think this won't be used in court? You can't just feign ignorance. Legal Mindset would later chime in, saying the only reason the Vshojo CEO included the later learned language is to try to keep himself out of criminal hot water.
Yeah, no, he's already in hot water. Yeah, this is definitely going to be one of the biggest, like, lawsuits in history. There's no shot that they're not going to... This is not... There's, like, no shot. He's so done.
But I mean, come on. Even a pet hamster would understand by now that there's no way he's dodging this. Soon after, Twitch would remove the legacy emote known as Gunrun.
You know how bad you have to be for them to remove one of the OG emotes? How bad you gotta fuck up? Oh my god. That is insane, bruh. Oh my god, that is insane.
not wanting to associate with him in any way. But you want to know what's crazy? Fruit has been inactive from January 2025. She finally made a comeback on July 21st, 2025, and literally just a day after she had come back, she would find out about the whole Iron Mouse situation. She effectively came back to a raging fire. At this point, it was already implied, but she still felt the need to specify that she's left Vshojo, saying as a day.
Oh, are you giving me another history lesson? Basically, the SS Cap Trafalgar was a German cruiser disguised as a HMS Carmania for a secret mission. On their first mission, they discovered the HMS Carmania disguised the SS Cap Trafalgar. The two realized what was happening and decided to have a duel between two ships as if it were a samurai duel. That's actually is cool. Wow. I hear in the room. Sorry, it was just the factoid gave me CSI Miami. They threw everything at the enemy and even the kitchen utensils. I am not. Okay, bro. Your history class is cool. It was a cracked butter bread. Okay.
Day one talent is truly heartbreaking that has come to this. I had the opportunity to achieve so much in the last 4 to 5 years. I'm really anxious about becoming indie, but I'm going to continue doing what I set out to do and make fun things. The people, whether talent or staff, were the best part about the company. I had the pleasure of meeting so many inspiring individuals. I hope we can cheer them all on together moving forward. And with Fruit leaving, Vshojo had officially become a talent agency with absolutely zero talent. I think it's important to specify that even though these VTubers already had one hell of a community around them, having to wrestle with the idea that you're going indie, that you're losing all the resources that this agency...
Okay, I gotta see the end of this history lesson. When the former captain of the Trafalgar saw the battle, he stole a mortar from the museum and got in a boat and fired coal at an enemy? What? Bro, imagine having this shit locked in your brain and you decided to just share it with a little old VTuber like me. I feel blessed of this knowledge. Thank you, good sir.
once gave you, all in the span of 24 hours, isn't the easiest thing to process. But you know what isn't easy to process? At least for Vshojo? The fact that Vay didn't give a single shit that she was still under NDA. She saw the company crumbling, barely able to keep up with finances. She thought, they're not gonna sue me, so she revealed everything.
Ooh, spill the tea, sis. Spill the tea.
And it was extremely disturbing, saying, and so our NDAs are now void. Why I left Vshojo. Back in 2023, Vshojo tried to bully me into one of the most predatory contracts that I have ever seen. When I tried to ask more about it, their COO got extremely hostile with me and refused to answer any of my questions, and so I had to hire a lawyer in order to get some clarification. During the talks, it became clear that Vshojo would rather let me go than to take less away from me. They were ultimately wanting me to give up more than half of all my sponsor revenue and over 60% of all my merch sales. All I asked from them in return is to not take a cut of the sponsors that I was getting through Mythic, as that cut was already being taken. They said no, they want it all. So just to clarify any confusion here, most of the Vshojo talents had a talent agency in parallel to Vshojo, like Mythic Talent, for example. They would be there for the sole purpose of getting them sponsors. This was a completely normal thing to do, but Vshojo wanted a cut of the sponsors from Mythic, even though they were doing nothing to get her those sponsors.
The fuck? The fuck? Okay, okay, history lesson real quick before we get back into the tea. Sorry, I got... Ooh. Oh my goodness, okay. And when okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. And when the HMS Crimea won, another ship came. They thought it was a German battleship and another ocean liner. And because they saw an HBM Crimea retreat, they thought it was an ambush and also ran away. The crew of the Cap Trafalgar barely sustained losses because these were ocean liners. They had no firepower. One another ever heard of? Okay, bro, we gotta chill on these history lessons. I actually want to finish the stream, bro. This video on this Vshojo drama is turning to a 4-hour video. Like, I love the history lesson. It's very interesting, but I want to finish this fucking tea, bruh.
They would then continue, and so I asked to leave after being treated like I was disposable in our talks. They basically made it seem like they were my employer and that they're the reason for my success, that I
What
owe
the
them and that I
fuck?
should be happy to give them my money. In order for me to leave, they demanded I sign an NDA that prevented me from speaking to any of the other talent about it. I could not say why I was leaving, I could not say what the terms that I was saying no to were, I even got in trouble for advising them to hire their own attorneys. They would watch my streams, read my Discord, and then threaten to sue me. If I said anything that hinted towards how I really felt about the company, I was threatened with a lawsuit. Another one of their leave terms was that they will announce both me and Silver on the same day in order to minimize the damage to their company. Their COO had begun to push a narrative on 4chan, yes, I'm serious.
Okay, one more. Okay, I'll let you give me one more history lesson, and that's it. Okay, okay, Mr. Cool Badass Teacher. I'll let you give me one more, because I still have like over 10 minutes left. Okay, just one more.
MFAO and other social media that I'm leaving because I plan to join OTK and that both me and Silvervale are troublemakers, so they were letting us go. Later I found out that Nyanners wanted to leave around the same time due to also being unhappy with the contract, but was told that she couldn't because it did not fit their narrative that they were pushing internally and externally. The amount of hate we've gotten over leaving, from fans calling us greedy bitches to people saying we're abandoning our friends and tossing aside the company because we're successful enough, was fucking painful. Not being able to say anything sucked. I only found out I didn't get paid for any of my sponsors after I had already signed the NDA. After 2 years, I have still not been paid back fully. To add insult to injury, they also demanded I had to pay them back $10,000 for some of the anniversary assets, which when they sent me back months later were half finished.
That's insane to me. Yes, it's okay. But that's insane to me that they were this predatory. Like, holy fucking shit. This is like as bad. They're like on the same level as Niji Sanji, almost worse, bro. That's crazy.
Despite all of that, I've had immense faith that the company has gotten better over the past 2 years. I assumed they rewrote their contracts after losing 3 people due to them and seeing all that new talent join. Clearly, this was not the case. Now, for some fun facts. Their company lawyer has an expired law license. He literally does not practice law anymore, yet he was our point of contact for any legal help we needed.
What the
They
fuck?
actively pitted us against one another during my time there and compared our success to others. They tried enforcing streaming schedules so that our viewer count would look better due to less overlap. They would always shit talk other VTuber agencies. They literally would spend company money to get a tiny dig at them, especially Hololive. It literally lived rent-free in Gunrun's head. They were convinced Hololive was over when they sent Keisan and Nazuna. Our previous talent manager got ghosted for 6 months by Gunrun, told not to do any work for us, and then got fired for not doing anything. During this fiasco, we weren't able to get any assistance. Mountain Dew got reprimanded for being creepy to us.
Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. So in World War II in Iran, the Polish Artillery Corps adopted a baby bear. They named him Wojtek. They would feed Wojtek milk from vodka bottle, wrestle with him, and teach him how to shower. He would snuggle with the soldiers and sleep when they were cold. When the Corps had to be shipped, pets weren't allowed. Was this in fucking Russia? Because when I see a bear and vodka, it has to be Russian, doesn't it? I know that sounds racist as fuck for me to say that, but the Polish in turn made the bear an official soldier. Witty owned dog tag. Oh, so Polish has a thing for vodka and bears too. Okay, the more I know. I am racist. Fuck, bruh. My bad.
Lol. Got told not to message us privately.
Okay, someone's gonna clip that out of context. I'm so cooked. My career's never gonna grow.
Go figure. I have proof from other streamers attending Vshojo's IRL parties that Mountain Dew would actively shit-talk me after I left the company to
Holy
paint me in
shit.
the worst light imaginable. Don't know why you're acting innocent on Twitter pretending you weren't aware of anything. Can't wait to see all the shit that comes out about you because there's loads, but those aren't my stories to tell. Thanks for reading, and thanks to those who stuck around between then and now. Thank you for giving me, Silver, and Neon the benefit of the doubt when we needed it most.
Damn, that is crazy. So Mountain Dew is a creep. That is insane. In one battle, Waldstedt could carry ammunition, crates to the guns, and mimic the soldiers. He would be promoted a rank 2. Aw, that's so cute.
Yeah. This was insane. Many of the top streamers in the space would react to this with complete and utter shock.
Holy
Bro,
shit.
I was caught completely off guard. Holy shit. I could have never in a million years expected that. And this caused...
Alright. Wojciech would eat cigarette and drink alcohol, ask his comrades to fill his alcohol cup when it was empty. This... Are you sure? What the fuck? After World War II, he would retire in an English zoo. Ah, what a sweet ending for this Polish bear. That is the craziest fact for a bear I ever heard. The soldiers would climb up the fence and give him cigarettes and alcohol. It's insane, bro. I bet he didn't live that long, though, because feeding a bear cigarettes and alcohol must not be good for the bear.
Mountain Dew to be community noted on the post he had made tagging Gunrun. With that saying, this user was also included in many of Vshojo's mismanagement issues and has been called out for harassing talents.
Insane. They were in his part of the zoo to sit and wrestle and drink alcohol. It is real. Go search up. Maybe on my own time, man. All right, that was your one. That was a good one. You're right. That was the best one. Another reason to choose the bear. He's so cute. That I love him. The Polish have statues of him. Okay, I believe you. I believe you, bro. Like that story is so wild and like original. There's no shot it's not real. And I've seen like people on that side of the world love their bears and vodka, so it makes sense. But yeah, going back to like the actual freaking video though. That's crazy though. This company has it all. Wow. They're really in the race to see who's the worst company ever. That's crazy. He lived up to 1963. Aw. So maybe cigarettes and alcohol is good for you. Man, maybe I should start smoking and drinking.
Diana would further confirm what Vey had said, saying Mountain Dew had the audacity to talk shit about you to my face at a party the year that we all left, and painted you as some kind of conniving, greedy, mean girl who was in my ear and manipulated me into leaving Vshojo just because you wanted me to join OTK because her boyfriend Soda is part of that org or for some personal gain or some shit.
What the hell? That is insane. This turned way messier than I thought it was going to turn into.
He got uncomfortably close and up in my face and was like, come on, I know the real reason you left. I know it was because of Vey. She talked you into it, etc. And it was infuriating. I know he spread that same shit to other staff, talent, and other industry people. Seeing one of my closest friends get dragged through the mud like this for years was awful. You did absolutely nothing wrong and had so much shit flung at you just because they wanted to push a narrative to protect the company. For him to act like he's completely blameless is insulting. He is a creepy motherfucker and there's a lot more obviously, but a lot of it is also not my story to tell.
Oh no, man. I have another situation. Bro, none of these companies can catch a break with these creeps, I swear. That was my history for today. Next stream will be you know what? Paleontology. That's dinosaurs, right? I hope I'm not dumb and that's dinosaurs, because I do like me some dinosaurs. I like them thanks to Land Before Time. If you hear that, here, some ASMR. You know what that is? That is my Land Before Time earrings that I had to buy from Hot Topic. They are tree star earrings, and I had to have them because this is my childhood. And yes, sorry, I got lost track with your awesome history, cracked butterbread. And yeah, fuck V. Let me assassinate him. I'll leave you to it. You seem to be the expert with the history, so I'm sure you'll find a way, Mr. Crack Butterbuns.
Absolutely Wild. Now, Dean, a lawyer that's actually certified, specialized in content creation, would tweet this out after Vay's tweet, saying, Vshojo has not officially filed bankruptcy. They have not dissolved. Contracts are still in place. NDAs are still in place. Please review contracts before you say anything on the matter if you have signed anything at all with them. But then Vay, whether aware or unaware of that tweet, would still tweet this out saying, they'll have to steal from another charity to sue me, lol.
I don't think anyone cares at this point. Oh, brother. This is messy. Way messier than I expected it to be.
A VTuber by the name of Kyan, who's a corporate accountant IRL, would quote tweet Gunrun's botched apology saying, I'm a corporate accountant.
Bro, I remember the scene when the mom died. That actually got me worse than Bambi's mom. I think it's because Bambi's mom, she died off camera, so it wasn't as impactful. But you actually saw the life leave her eyes as a kid. Like, you saw him face to face with his dead mom, and I don't know how Don Bluth did it. Like, brother is insane. He's the cause of all of my childhood traumas, and I love him for it.
IRL. You do not misspend $11 million, and you do not mistake charitable/talent earned gains as company funds. This is a textbook embezzlement. He should be in cuffs. And speaking of those $11 million, this was seen as a genius move back in 2022. But the industry insiders that were very doubtful that Vshojo was making money and that they could pay it back in 2023 were mostly thinking this way because they weren't working with a private investor, they were working with venture capital, a form of fundraising that had zero flexibility. They wanted their money back, period. And they sure as hell were the last people to understand what the hell VTubing even was to begin with.
Oh shit. Gun. Yeah. Well, because they showed the fallout with Littlefoot and, you know, seeing him mourn and slowly recover and learn how to love again. And yeah, I love The Land Before Time. That's like up there. Like, Don Bluth has so many great movies. Like, if I had to choose like my top 3 Don Bluth movies, I would probably say for sure it would be for sure, like, number 1 is The Secret of Nim. That shit was like, I love The Secret of Nim so much. That movie is just so good. Best movie. Like, it's actually like up there with my favorite movies of all time, honestly, like top 5 favorite movies of all time. And then second after Secret of Nim is definitely Land Before Time. And then third, All Dogs Go to Heaven. I don't know what it is about All Dogs Go to Heaven that just gets me. I just love that movie so much. Charlie! Yeah, he was. All right, let me. I'm losing the. I'm getting tired. We're almost done. I gotta stop. I gotta stop and focus.
How much Vshojo was struggling from a Japanese commodities trader, saying, "Unfortunate situation, but just remembered, Kat, who was a friend of his, was offered $2 million to buy the whole thing, but obviously the operation was so unprofitable, Kat said no." I don't know how it ended this badly, but going through the financials, to be honest, it just looks like a team that never ran a business before.
Yeah. Honestly, I think what happened with Gunrun's ego is he got boosted up so much at an early age because he was like one of the people that helped develop in the Twitch space, and he like helped develop like technology, and he was successful at developing like the streaming backpack for, you know, live streamers that buy that all the time. So yeah, it's like he had so much success early on that he probably thought he would have the same amount of success, and he did for a minute in Vshojo, but then it quickly turns out that, yeah, no, he's he flew too close to the sun, and now he's paying for it.
Kat was always a supporter or donor of VTubers and was interested in investing in them. A friend of mine was the largest.
Oh, me? Oh, wait, oh, me? Am I a fun little booger? Oh, thank you, bruh. I'm glad you enjoy me in my stream. But yes. Where's my Discord? Oh, I think I have it on my Twitch. Here, bruh. Let me finish the video and I'll
rip $0, implying that he had lost all his money. Maybe the loan the company took legally required them to be paid back first before the 500k stream donation go through to Iron Mouse, not sure. Still believe it's a terribly ran business rather than fraud, or at least I hope.
Yeah.
So as early as June 21, 2025, Vshojo was selling itself for $2 million to an investor. This was the amount that they owed to talents and loans.
That is insane to me. They were fucked from the very beginning. That's crazy. That's insane. Wait, let me see if I can actually. Sorry, I'm still new to the streaming thing. Give me a moment. Sorry. Yeah, if you go on my channel, I have my Discord. I have my Discord right there. Ooh, let me turn. Yep. Yeah, my Discord's right. My Discord's right there. If you go on my channel info, it should be there.
Bear in mind, this is a company that had taken an $11 million loan and had some of the best talent in the entire VTubing industry, hell, the entire entertainment industry. They were valuing themselves at $2 million.
That's crazy.
Incredible. This really showed us that they really had no idea what they were doing with the business, and we'd only get more glimpses as to how badly they ran the company when even more people would speak out. One of them being Camilla, a well-renowned VTuber in the industry, saying, "I want to start by saying that the severity of my experience isn't the same as what others went through with Gunrun. Just wanted to share this tidbit because it affected a lot of my friends, including me. In 2022, I applied for Vshojo. I applied under my past life, so her past VTuber identity. Vshojo at the time prefaced that they were looking specifically for smaller streamers. I thought I'd give it a chance because I was a very small one at the time. I auditioned. I passed. I received an email saying that I would be..."
Oh, it's not working? Okay, let me check it out. Sorry. Pause. Give me a second while I look at things. Cause I had it up and running. Sorry, I'm like trying. I do listen to video game OSTs. Right now I'm in like Persona mode right now because I'm playing Persona FES right now off stream. So that's been kind of like my playlist right now, listening to Lotus Juice. Yeah, hiccups. I hate them. Anyway, I'm trying to make sure I have this set up right. Oops, that's a big no-no. I'm such a boomer with this shit. I don't like... If I go on Discord, it's usually to like... not as an influencer, it's like for private talks and stuff. Okay, I'm like legit trying. Sorry about all this. I'll figure this out later. I don't want to spend all day on this. Well, I'll figure this out later. Aw, you don't think I'm boring? That's so sweet. You'll change your mind eventually, because I am. Okay. I'll figure that out later. I'll post it. So just keep, I'll put it on my Twitter as soon as I figure it out. My Twitter is in my bio as well. So I'll keep it updated and I'll try to like fix it on my stuff. I'll figure it out. All right, let's get back to it, fellas. All my fellas.
Moving to the next stage, as well as some of my friends. I and others were so excited to have even passed the initial round. That alone was something to be proud of. We filled out the next part. This mainly contained more technical questions. What's your schedule like? Are you good with handling technical difficulties? What kind of streaming equipment do you own? Etc. Submitted that and, well, got another email back. I made it to round 3. I was so happy. I know I wasn't fully accepted yet, but it was still a nice feeling. So I waited. I waited a few days for the next step. A few days turned into weeks. A few weeks turned into a few months. Nothing. I would frantically check my email almost every single day waiting for something. Eventually, I let it go. They moved on without a word. I was sad, sure, but more confused by the sudden disappearance. A year later, I started growing as a streamer. I met so many other VTubers and learned a lot by being around them. One day, I was chatting with a bigger VTuber and eventually, the topic of Vshojo came up. They told me they auditioned the same time I did. She made it to the final round, but they rejected her and the finalists last minute to hire someone they already knew. And these VTubers were given hush money not to tell anyone about it. The girls were devastated, just like the rest of us who got dropped without warning. So, yeah.
Where's my Adele? I respect Adele. I don't listen to Adele that much. I think she came out around the time I stopped listening to Western pop.
Thank you for wasting everyone's time, I guess. Oh, and one more thing before I forget. You have no idea how many times your talents called me in tears, suffering due to your neglect and the way you constantly mistreated them. They weren't getting paid, they weren't getting responses from you for over 6 months, and other heart-shattering moments I can't share yet. Is this the treatment you give to those who contributed to your success? No one as sweet and hardworking as them should have been treated like that and stolen from, and with that being said, I dedicate this to you. It will be a song sang by Camilla titled Dear Gunrun, in which she would address him personally with the lyrics that she wrote. Mia, yet another VTuber that was screwed over by Vshojo, would reply to Camilla's post, saying, I only spent half a year getting my hopes up. I cannot even comprehend how the people must feel who got strung along for even longer, just for upper management to choose bigger creators, while the talents, like Zentreya, had to tank all the criticism because they believed their words and promises as well. And all of us smaller people applying trusting.
See, this is where I think I'm a boomer. Like, where my Adele? Like, not that Adele, the other Adele. I don't know multiple Adeles. I'm so sorry. The Adele that uses tornadoes and lightning. Oh. Well. I feel, see, this is what makes me feel so old. I'm such a hag. I swear, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to disappoint you, cracked butterbread. I am so old.
Zentreya, while the talents had to tank all the hatred from people claiming nepotism, just to then in the end find out that upper management did treat the talents like cash cows and did try to get more cash cows instead of keeping the promises they gave everyone else. They sold this dream to everyone and made all of those false promises to talents and fans alike just to crush all of it, while letting the talent tank it all and disappointing so many people on the road. But
oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. See, I'm not as cool as you think I am. I'm actually a nerd. I'm so sorry. I'm actually a nerd. So lame sometimes, man.
What about this whole hush money thing? What about the people who made it as finalists and were given money by Vshojo to never speak of it again? Well, one of those...
Man, you're filled with so much knowledge, cracked butterbread. I can't help. I respect you and your big brain, the coolest history teacher ever. Not only are you teaching like history factoids that no one really looks into, but you're also teaching us the mythos of other crazy events in life that have yet to be put into textbooks. I bow down to your knowledge, good sir or madam, or thank you, thank you.
Talents was Neurosoda, and she confirmed it live on her stream. Watch.
Like at the time when I applied for auditions, how many years was that ago? That was like 3 years ago. I literally do not care anymore. But at that time, they tried to like give me the hush money, which I didn't take, and I spoke about the like what happened as carefully as I could, because I was like still scared to like, you know, have bad blood or anything, and then people still like hated them.
You're a funny little. Oh, thank you. I hope that's bitch, because I'll accept bitch. Because dude, those stars can make a cat.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the head pats. Thank you. Thank you.
Like nobody believed me. Okay.
So you go through these auditions hoping that this will change your life. The company ends up being very unprofessional, backs down, wants to give you money to hush hush. You don't take it so that you can tell people about this, and when you do, they don't even believe you.
That's
I can't imagine the
insane.
mental toll Neurosoda, as well as pretty much everyone else in this video, went through because of this company. I mean, it really is incredible just how many people this company had affected negatively. The list was so large, you couldn't even print it on a sheet of A4 paper. For example, this artist was in the works to bring Vshojo to WeebCon 2026. Pitching it and having management approve. They would tell her, oh, we'd plan a meeting next week. Their schedule was very packed, but you know, now she understands this is never going to happen. She was given no prior warning. And someone else had spent months and thousands of dollars developing a leather jacket concept for Kuro. Vshojo's management loved it, and the artist was under the impression that this was going to be a joint venture. But after all this work, Vshojo eventually just offered to buy out the whole thing. They didn't want to work with this artist, they just wanted the idea and the jacket. And you know what the worst part is? This artist, desperate not to let all their work go to waste, reluctantly agreed. And then got ghosted.
That's insane, dude. They are really like tied at the front for first place as the worst VTuber company out there. Like the only people that like go above like Niji Sanji and Vshojo, I think would be that one company that tried hiring a bunch of minors. I think that one is still the worst one in my opinion. Like, say what you will about Niji Sanji and Vshojo, they at least they effed up with adults. That company was trying to F up with kids, and yeah, that shit's weird.
Showing us that this business was truly ran by children. Kuro would find this post and would say, wait, what? I don't know how to say this, but I've never been shown this by anyone, even though I had asked many times if it was possible to get a jacket made, but there was never any update to me, so I assumed it's impossible. There was truly no end to Vshojo's fuck-ups. Niji Sanji, move aside because there's a new person on the throne.
Yeah, for sure.
The end of these talents getting punched in the face, you'd be wrong. On July 31st, 2025, Amelie would tweet, "Mama should have raised the quitter because there's only so many punches I can take, man." Kuro would tweet, "Oh man, I might have some bad news." Someone asked, "Is it about your new house?" He said, "No, it's about old merch." And finally, Giga would say, "I am once again trying not to crash out, but brother." She would go live shortly after to explain that there's some merch that was sold to her audience that was still unfulfilled. It wasn't shipped yet, sitting in the warehouse. Seeing that Vshojo is a complete mess right now, she doesn't know who to reach out to get a list of people who, you know, bought it.
That's actually insane how they fucked up to this degree. Like, brother, how did you mess up this hard? That's crazy to me.
Addresses, like where she can send them to, it's completely unclear. She's still trying to figure out the details, but it seems that unfortunately the people who did buy the merch and didn't get their order fulfilled might just get scammed. But as far as I know, some of Giga's merch did ship. In Kuro's case though, none of it shipped. In fact, it wasn't even sent to production. The pinned post,
that's
in
insane,
right now, saying merch update.
How do you fuck up this bad, bro? Oh my god. they actually, I think they are actually worse than Niji Sanji. That's insane.
Unfortunately, Kuro's birthday merch was never sent to production, so please file a dispute at your bank/PayPal and do a chargeback ASAP. If you need help, feel free to DM me. So during Kuro's birthday, with Vshojo, he was selling some special merch.
Brother.
The way it works is that when merch is being sold for something like this, there's a time limit. Once that time limit's over, the company knows exactly how many items to print or produce in order to send them to the person who bought them. In this case, though, they sold merch but never produced it. Knowing that Vshojo is
So, dude, this turned into like a fucking mess. Like, you know how like when you kill a spider and you get that like and it's like a big spider, right? Like if you were to kill like say a wolf spider, like, and when you kill them, it turns out they were pregnant. They had like a bunch of eggs on them, and a bunch of spiders like scatter around outside of it. I don't know why I'm talking about this. I have huge arachnophobia, but my point being is that fucking it's like Iron Mouse crushed the spider, and all this shit coming out of Vshojo's, like all the little spiders like scattering around because they're all it's like all fucked, man. Like it's just such a huge, icky, gross mess. Like my goodness.
Is in deep financial trouble, and it's safe to say people are not going to get refunded. So the only way to really get your money back is to charge back. I mean, this is a disaster at an apocalyptic level. It's not just the talents being affected by Vshojo's incompetence, it's their fans now. It's so sad to see. But hey, you know what? Not all of it was negative, because the VTubing community was able to take this extremely negative situation and turn it into a very positive one. Iron Mouse was officially indie again, and her Tiltify charity fundraiser, in barely just over a day, it had reached over $1 million.
I'm so happy that it succeeded. Like, I was so happy when I saw that. I was like, you know what? Something good came out of this shitty situation, that they were able to raise like money for the charity that got skimped all their money. So yeah, and I think there's still more money being made. It is insane. Iron Mouse is crazy. Can I buy you? Fun fact. Wait, that's a spider fact. Yeah, it was. I'm sorry if that was the knowledge you wish you didn't know. I'm not a spider person either. I fucking hate them. Unfortunately, and the thing is, I know a lot about spiders because when I was a kid, I had a huge arachnophobia thanks to the movie Arachnophobia. Haha, funny name. Haha. That was like a horror movie about like super soldier spiders that invade this like doctor that just moved in and his family, and they like terrorize the town, killing a bunch of the town folk and shit, and it ends with like a bunch of spiders like infesting the house, and it was like the worst thing in the world. And then I was like, and when I was a kid, I was like, I'm tired of being scared of spiders. I'm gonna learn about spiders. So I bought a book about spiders and learned all these random factoids about them, like how crab spiders are called flower spiders because they hide in colorful plants and catch praying mantises. They catch bees. They catch butterflies, and they like disguise themselves with the flower. Or how like Little Miss Muppet, the chica who got scared of the spider, was like based off of I think she was like based off of a doctor's daughter who he used to like I think he like experimented giving her giving her medicine by feeding her an actual spider to try to heal her or something. And then there was this other factoid I learned about, like how there's some spiders that disguise themselves in ant colonies and actually work with ants. Like like they want to be an ant. They don't want to be spiders. They don't eat the ants either. They just work together with the ants and they just sneak in. It's so insane. Oh, thank you for telling me that. Now there's another reason for me to never go to Australia. Holy hell. Oh, yeah, that's a lovely factoid, Mr. Our cracked butter bread. Another reason to never go to Australia. Okay.
With the Immune Deficiency Foundation themselves making a tweet saying, "I'm not crying, you're crying." The campaign at the end of July is currently sitting at over $1.3 million raised, and it was so impactful, not just to the VTubing community, but pretty much everyone who had heard about it, that the CEO of the Immune Deficiency Foundation had made a video thanking Iron Mouse and her community for everything. I mean, this is just incredible, very wholesome.
Oh, Iron Mouse. That's just such a good thing to happen. Such a good thing. I don't like what I started with you, cracked butter bread. I told you I have arachnophobia, and now you're I'll admit I started this with my own gun. But I'm surrendering the duel. You win. You know more about spiders than I do. But gosh, man, I'm so proud of Iron Mouse. She's come so far. I saw her since her first model, and she's come so far, man. I'm so proud.
Everyone coming together was just an amazing thing to see. Look, this Vshojo saga is probably the messiest, craziest thing I have ever covered on
yeah.
It's the biggest disaster that's ever occurred in the VTubing space. And ironically enough, the new era of VTubing wasn't actually created with Vshojo, it was created with the end of Vshojo. I personally completely agree with Sayu's tweet, in which he says, "I said it yesterday on stream, but what's happening in the VTubing space right now is reminding me of the Machinima MCN days."
Oh my god, I was literally talking about this with the other streamer, with the other chatter, saying how like this was like Machinima, like how back in the day old YouTubers used to like sign with companies, and it like turned out that they were skimping on like paying the actual companies, and the companies like fucked up with it and lost money. And yeah, you fucking did. Jesus Christ. But yeah, no, bruh. That like how MCMs like used to be all over YouTube, and now you don't see them anymore because they fucked up so hard. So I think the same thing is going to happen to some companies, and we're going to see a new era where indie's going to be the way to go.
Sounding like old man Sayu. I mean, I remember Machinima, but I'm not old, okay? They used to host some of my favorite shows that I watched growing up. But the way they were created was as an MCN, a multi-channel network, something that is completely extinct today. Back then, YouTubers, especially centered around video games.
Oh my god, I had no idea they were going to talk about this. I talked about this way earlier, thinking that it was not going to be brought up, but wow, it really was similar.
Believed that the only way to succeed or get to the next step of content creation was to sign on with a Machinima. This would allow them to get control over your YouTube channel and essentially make decisions for you. The promise here was that you would be getting so many sponsors, money, cool opportunities, but the reality was that you would be severely limited as to what you can do, and Machinima would practically become your boss. You would have no freedom. Your channel wouldn't even be owned by you anymore.
Yeah.
Eventually, everyone left this company once they realized that they were practically scammers, and this led to the company completely shutting down. So maybe the new era of VTubing content creation lies in the independent creators themselves. Maybe VTubing, just like video game content creation in the early 2000s, needed these agencies to lay a foundation, but now they're not needed anymore.
Yeah.
Who knows? Time will tell. I do find it hilarious though that in a stream with Michi and Matara, they would find out through tarot cards that Vshojo was going to be doomed this year. This was back in like February, okay? Just this year. And speaking of Vshojo and legal mindset,
yeah, trust the tarot cards. Oh, thank you, yeah, my sneezes can be violent sometimes. It range from like quiet to cute. Sometimes I'm like, achoo! And sometimes I'm like, achoo! Those are like, it depends on like how much sneeze is in the gasket, you know?
its opinion, this statement was so poorly written that it might as well be Gunrun admitting to a crime. This wasn't over, and the talents could most definitely sue. I don't know what'll happen, but I would definitely not bet my money on Gunrun. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this ridiculously long video. I don't know how long it's going to be while recording this, but
it was long.
I'm looking forward to editing at all. And also,
Yeah, Hololive and that other one, the phase one. Where is it? It's like way up here. Man, it's lost to time. But yeah, like I think like they're you know, are they really alive though in the EN space? I mean, they used to be like one of the top dogs, but it's kind of crazy like how things have changed now. Bruh. Ugh. I love sneezes. They're so cute. Yeah. I'd have to say the worst thing about a sneeze is if you need to sneeze and yeah, it goes out. But holy shit, that was a video. It took me 5 hours to get through a 2-hour video. Yay. No one can say I'm just sitting here not reacting. Let's go to this one. Please, please, please subscribe to Muujin. Subscribe to him. I'm gonna like the video. Muujin does really good coverage on a lot of dramas going on, especially in the VTubing agency. And yeah, he does really good work, and he's blown up since the Selene drama. Please check him out. He also streams on Twitch. Give him a go. And yeah, that took way longer than I wanted it to. I am so sorry, everyone. All right. I'm going to... Okay. Before I continue, I'm going to have it on here for a second. And... it's almost 3 o'clock. You know, I feel bad for lying because I was like going to play legit in the mood to play Witch's House, but now that like it's over, I'm like, bro, I'm oh shit. Was I mute the entire time? I know I wasn't. Oh, so weird. Okay. Thank you, thank you. I have to fix that Discord thing. I also need to fix my delay. I feel so bad because I did really want to try to progress in Witch's House tonight, especially after not streaming for so long. But that video took me out. I think if I stream again, it has to be a Witch's House stream all the way. I have to focus on nothing but Witch's House. And I think I'm gonna do like, I'm gonna continue with the fanfic readings. And after the, because I was reading my old fan fictions last time I played Witch's House, every time I died, I read a part of my old fan fictions, which was cringe as hell. I think it's the VOD's still up, so if you want to see that, feel free to watch near the end of that super long VOD. I think it's the 10-hour one. It's near the end, tail end of it. But thanks for joining. Thanks for subscribing to me. I really appreciate anyone who stayed and tolerated me. And sorry to those who were looking forward to me playing Witch's House. I really did want to play. I really did, but it's almost 3 in the morning. I have to work tomorrow and... Aw, thank you. Thank you. You're so sweet. You're so sweet and so smart. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I write them, bitch. I write them, bitch. Oh, your favorite MU. Oh, my MU fanfic. Maybe. I don't know, brother. I don't know. I'm, but yeah, right now for the Witch's House stream, I had it to where I was reading my old fan fictions. I've been waiting VTubers to react to it for half of a year. What? Can I read MU fanfic? Oh god. Maybe, bro. Maybe. I know, like, I think I'm not the only VTuber who reads fanfiction. I know they're open about that shit. I know that, because they would not know about the Omegaverse if they didn't read fanfictions, and I know they'd be reading that shit because I see so many people, like, fucking, role-playing the Omegaverse. That cursed bull. I don't know. We'll see about reading like random fan fictions from other people if it's consensual, you know. I don't like just reading a random fan fiction and blasting people. It has to be consensual, you know. Who knows? Maybe we'll make a thing out of it one day. Oh, isn't that? Wait. Isn't that like, you only watch the small ones? Isn't that, I'm trying to remember which fanfiction's the longest fanfiction ever. Isn't that the one with the, Loud House? Isn't Loud House technically got the reigns as like the longest fanfiction ever because the guy's a freak? Bruh, life is crazy. People are crazy. I mean, we just learned how Gunrun, like, basically scammed his fucking talent for 5 years. And to think it all started from him being a gooner. Oh! That's a fun mix. Yeah, I'm into all kinds of different ones. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see where the future heads. I'll think about it. That one's 20 million? You mean you're actually keeping track? That's crazy, the fact that you actually knew about it. You really are part of the culture. Ooh, Nelly. But yeah, it's been a long night. I've had a long day, and I'm gonna go to bed. So I appreciate those who followed, and next stream I will focus on Witch's House. I promise. Solemnly swear. I promise. Have a good night, everyone. Love you all. Thank you for watching me. Goodbye. Good night. So long. Farewell. Aw, thank you. Thank you. Aw, you're so sweet. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Crack butterbud. Oh, you don't. You just read articles, yeah. That's crazy they wrote articles about it, though. Alrighty, I got it. Thank you, friend. I'll try to fix the Discord, and I'll put it on my Twitter. I'll post it on my Twitter once I have things fixed. Alright, good night, goodbye, bye-bye. Thank you. Ah, thank you. Good night, boy.